Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 106, Northern Air Temple 5. The Mechanist could only shiver under the power of that cold glare. Sokka stepped forward, his frown the deepest and most menacing he had mustered in a long time. Before long, the man before him buried his face in his hands, shaking his head repeatedly. "I didn't do it because I wanted to," he whispered. Sokka's fists tightened. "You need to understand, I had no choice." "Why do you keep saying that?" "What do you mean, you had no choice?" Sokka exclaimed. "You had built a perfectly simple aircraft and all of a sudden it's a war vessel. How were you forced to do that?" "Why, you don't understand," said the Mechanist, lifting his gaze. "This is what it was always meant to be, Sokka." "You mean, all along, the hot air balloon was?" Sokka asked, his eyes widening. "Its official name is war balloon," said the Mechanist, swallowing hard. I didn't mean to trick you. I have tried to stall this process for as long as I could, but..." "Stall it? You were stalling it?" Sokka repeated, his eyes wide. "Why you? The Fire Lord made this request a long time ago," the Mechanist exclaimed, nervously. Before the war was won in the Earth Kingdom. I panicked when his soldiers and his war minister stormed in here and threatened to destroy our new home. I had no idea what to do to protect my own other than to offer my abilities and services. I didn't want to. But they had the strength we lacked, and if I had dared rebel, there's no telling what they would have done. And Teo, he has been through enough. He has lost his mother, his ability to walk. I couldn't put him through more. I had to do this. For my son's sake. For your son's sake you became the architect of all these inventions, then?" Sokka asked, his eyes widening. "The tanks, the drill that wrecked Ba Sing Se's walls, and now this." "I know, it's horrible," exclaimed the Mechanist, shaking his head and stumbling away. "But what would you have me do? How could I protect him otherwise?" I don't know," said Sokka, aghast. "You're the smartest man I've met. You could have used your own inventions against them somehow. You could have stood your ground, fought them off. If it had been that simple, I would have." "Oh, but it probably was. You're too scared to take things into your own hands, aren't you?" Sokka exclaimed, frowning. "You'd rather just let them walk all over you, when you could just..." "You can accuse me of being a pushover if you please, but aren't you the same as me?" asked the Mechanist, looking at Sokka with distrust. Sokka gritted his teeth. "You as well were sucked into their systems, and now look at you. You were sent to assist me in building these bombs, weren't you?" "Damn right I was, but I meant to sabotage the whole thing, not do the Fire Lord's bidding just because I was too scared to face the consequences for rebellion," Sokka shouted. "If he wanted to kill me for it, so be it. It'd be better than dooming thousands, millions, to continue dying in this damned war. And how would you make sure that those under your care would remain protected if you die?" the Mechanist exclaimed. Sokka's nails dug harder into his gloved palm. "If your death brought no further consequences, then by all means, go ahead and die for what you believe in. I would commend you for your bravery. But I have a family. I have a son. And he's all I have, just as I am all he has. I can't turn my back on him when he needs me most. I have no problem with you wanting to protect your son, in fact, go ahead and do it. I'm glad you've done all you can for his sake," Sokka said. "It's great. Protect those you love, and sure, don't die if you don't have to. But this isn't just about your family, damn it. You're condemning the Northern Water Tribe to annihilation because saving your own is more important than saving them. And how am I supposed to save them at all?" the Mechanist retaliated. "How do I help others when I can barely help myself? When I can barely help my own?" "Well, at the very least, by trying to do it," said Sokka, swallowing hard. "By not helping the Fire Nation as you have. And how could I avoid helping them when I'm under their threats?" "How, Sokka? Why you demand for me to do the right thing, but sometimes the right thing by some is wrong by others. I cannot make a choice that will keep everyone satisfied, it's impossible. I get that you can't just save everyone in one fell sweep, but you're as good as condemning them," said Sokka, his eyes wide. "Doesn't that sit wrong with you? Can you just do that and still make it through the day without feeling like garbage for what you did? Why do you think I work as much as I do?" the Mechanist whispered. Sokka frowned. "Why do you think I never leave my office, why I only work all the time?" Sokka swallowed hard as the man raised his eyes towards him. The despair in his gaze was palpable. "Whenever I stop, Sokka, I know I'm guilty. I know I'm to blame for the Earth Kingdom's loss, for the deaths of thousands, for everything I've done to keep my son safe. I can barely live with myself as it is. I don't expect you to understand, but I've done what I could to keep him safe. But I am cowardly, and I'm sorry for it in ways you can't imagine, but we can't all be heroes, Sokka. I don't have what it takes. I can't fight the Fire Nation on my own." Sokka swallowed hard, his hard glare softening. His empathy for the Mechanist was only equaled by his chagrin over the circumstances. Yet he had always known this was how things were for the Mechanist. He had seen the designs of all those machines, aware of what they had been used for. This wasn't news. But that had been history, so to speak. What the Mechanist was doing now could have been averted, it could have been stopped, yet the bird was well on its way now, carrying a copy of the designs for the advanced balloons. The power of those airships could be enough to bring down the Northern Water Tribe. Maybe you didn't have to do it on your own," said Sokka, gritting his teeth. "Maybe you could have tried to find help elsewhere. There are other people out there who don't like the Fire Nation any better than you do. They wouldn't have threatened you into their service like this. You could have just left this place and found a new home, somewhere far from that sick war minister. And then spend the rest of our lives fleeing from him?" asked the Mechanist, swallowing hard. "I have no doubts he would have found us eventually, and what then? He would have chained me into serving the Fire Lord, one way or another. If I didn't cooperate." "You would have had it worse," Sokka said, his fists tightening. It was the same logic by which he had accepted this mission in the first place. "And you would have had to do the Fire Lord's bidding anyhow." I know it sounds unbelievable, but I did try to slow this down," said the Mechanist. "Why do you think I had you reading all my work? Why do you think I deflected the matter of the bombs as I have?" "Yeah, you wanted to sabotage it too," Sokka reflected, gritting his teeth and looking at the Mechanist with regret. The Mechanist sighed. "I did. I didn't realize that was your plan as well. So, I'm sorry I couldn't hold up my end of it." I'm so sorry," he said. "I am not as strong as I wish I could be. I am selfish and cowardly, and I couldn't fathom losing anything else that was precious to me. I'm sorry, Sokka." Sokka's hands tightened into fists. The man's apologies sat just as badly with him as his actions did. All along they had been on the same team, so to speak, yet Sokka hadn't once considered working with the man to prevent the technological advancements from reaching the Fire Nation. Had he offered his help, tried to understand the Mechanist's predicament? He hadn't thought of the Mechanist as an actual player at the board game, but rather, as only another of many pieces tied to the Fire Lord. In his struggle to keep his intentions secret from Azula, something that, as he already knew, had backfired completely, he hadn't considered the Mechanist's predicaments. He hadn't thought he could find an ally in him, but it was too late now to correct his misguided tactics. The damage was done. "I'm sorry I didn't explain what the airship's purpose was," said the Mechanist, swallowing hard. "I shouldn't have kept that to myself, but I was terrified, Sokka. War Minister Chin's threats were becoming worse. He said the Fire Lord was impatient, and I couldn't make the airships work. I thought that if I didn't succeed, he would do something awful to us all. I didn't wish to make them, or the bombs, but you were backed into a corner," growled Sokka, gritting his teeth. "If there's one thing the Fire Lord's any good at, it's that. I couldn't possibly make a choice without facing terrible consequences," said the Mechanist, shaking his head. I had to. I had to, Sokka. Sokka swallowed hard and held his stance, glaring at the blueprints on the desk. The nervous man who had drawn them was, quite possibly, the most broken man he had ever known. And his actions were awfully reminiscent of Sokka's own while in the amateur arena. The realization hit him hard and low. He dropped his gaze, snarling and shaking his head. The Mechanist eyed him with sadness. I don't expect you to forgive me. You? You think you're the problem here? Sokka asked, with a frown. You're being blackmailed, used as they please, just because you don't dare turn against the Fire Nation. How could I blame you for that, when so many others? When even I am. You? The Mechanist asked, looking at Sokka with unease. I've tried to help, said Sokka, shaking. I've done what I could, but maybe it amounts to nothing in the end. I won't make amends for the lives I've taken. I can't. I was a tool of their system. Just like you. You were, too. Sokka laughed dryly and shook his head, his shoulders shivering as he dropped his head. So, who the hell am I to judge you? To think you should have just let them kill you, so you could spare the rest of the world. I've never had the guts to let them kill me. I was terrified. I chose to be a slave, and I chose to kill others in a sandpit over being the one dying. You fought for your own. I fought for my skin and hide and nothing more. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. He had lost all perspective, falling headfirst, carelessly, inside the illusions of a better life, and only now did reality come crashing on him again. He had refused to listen to its call before, pulled back and comforted by Azula's presence, but she wasn't here to shield him from his demons right now. Not when they were staring him in the face, in the shape of a helpless man who was desperate to protect his own. I'm the one who's sorry. Said Sokka, gritting his teeth before making for the door. The Mechanist's eyes widened. Sokka? Are you all right? Sokka? He called, but the gladiator walked away slowly, hunched over, and with a hand over his eyes, as though blinded by a bright light. He stumbled his way through the temple, not knowing where he was going, not caring about his destination either way. Flashes of every experience he had subconsciously blocked out during the past year had returned to his mind at full force, that one man who had begged for his life before he swung his club at his head, the one who had fought like a wild beast and tried to keep going even though Sokka had already maimed his legs and kicked his teeth off his mouth. The ones who had fought eagerly to the last moment, only to give him that hopeful look once he struck them down. The eyes of so many dying men had been engraved into his very soul, tearing him apart from the inside as he struggled to endure his new life, for he hadn't had the courage to face death. He had even envied those men, with those eyes, knowing their fates would take them somewhere far more peaceful, at long last. They would be done with this hell. But he would remain in that filthy sand ring, trying to forget the very meaning of what he was doing as he fought new opponents. He could see the tears of desperate women in the darkness, hear them cry as they wished they could return home. But they had nowhere to go, and nobody to take them there. They were as lost as Sokka. They were as envious of the dead as Sokka was. They suffered in ways he didn't understand, just as his suffering was beyond their understanding, too. The powerful fist, coated with blue flames, that had sealed his fate and branded him forever. The fight that he had coveted, the plan that had backfired on him, the first soldier he killed. His father's silent resignation as he refused to listen to reason, as Sokka acted as he pleased without expecting the consequences to be as harsh as they would be. The crying of a young boy trapped behind walls of ice. Sokka's tears burned in his eyes as he hopelessly sought help to save his friend from certain doom. And the bleak blue eyes of that boy, as Sokka bid him goodbye, staring emptily after him as he set sail into open waters. Black snow. Small specks of darkness tainting the pure white, interrupting an innocent game and destroying his childhood, and his sisters, in the process. Being held back by Bato, who refused to let Sokka see what had happened inside his home. Katara screamed and cried, her eyes tightly shut. She would have no recollection of what she had seen within the igloo afterwards, her mind had blocked the memory of their mother's corpse, as she lay dead after the Fire Nation soldier was through with her. He gasped as he reached the bathhouse, pushing the door open thoughtlessly and moving towards the showers area immediately. The water dispensers were another of the mechanist's innovations, a mechanism through which the cleansing of bodies could be achieved with further ease. Sokka didn't bother stripping naked as he reached one of the shoryads. He pushed the key open and allowed the water to wash over him. At first it was cold, but it warmed up eventually. The feeling of the pellets crashing against his body had been meant to distract him from the depths of his darkness. But there was too much he had repressed, and all of it had been threatening to pour out of him in the past few days. Every aching memory of his home, every single time he had recalled something he had lost, they had been wake-up calls, warnings. He had refused to listen to them, basking in everything he appreciated about his life now. He had damn near forgotten his origins. And he had damn near forgotten his purpose in life, if he still had any. He struck the wall with a fist and he dropped on the floor. The only sound in the bathhouse was that of the running water that couldn't cleanse his sins away. The machinist had watched Sokka leaving his office's hallway, uncertain of what to do after their complicated argument. He shivered after the gladiator disappeared from sight, his familiar, foreboding guilt sinking in his stomach. Should he go after him? He had the feeling Sokka would rather be alone right now, though, or was his cowardice getting the better of him, as usual? Ah, I thought you'd be working on the bomb's design. You're taking a break at last? That's fortunate for me, then. I have something to ask you. The machinist nearly jumped out of his skin upon hearing the princess's voice. Her tone, which had been quite calm, had sounded menacing to his ears. He turned to face her, his eyes wide. Angela's brow furrowed. I didn't mean to, I'm afraid I got distracted, he said, nervously. Angela's frown deepened. Distracted? By what? Said Angela. When the machinist failed to answer, Angela gave him a menacing glare and stepped into his office. She walked towards his desk upon sighting the blueprints at a distance. It surprised the machinist to find she wasn't reacting to his designs as favorably as he would have expected from her. Her eyes widened as she reached to touch the blueprint, uncertainty in her gaze. Why you came up with a new design. In a matter of days, you've... said Angela, looking at the machinist in disbelief. Why? I told you to. I told you to focus on the bombs. I didn't mean you had to redesign the war balloon, I'm sure I told you to forget about it. Why did you? The machinist groaned and yanked at his hair. This day was only getting worse by the minute. And as the machinist explained his predicament desperately, Angela's astonished horror worsened. If all this was true, the situation was far direr than she had anticipated. You sent a copy of this design to War Minister Chin, without showing me what you were working on in the first place? Angela asked. The machinist gritted his teeth. I had already sent him the first design before you gave me your full review, Princess. I knew that if things backfired on the Fire Nation army with the first war balloon design, the only one to blame for it would be me. I only tried to amend my mistake, and so I went behind your back, and I'm sorry. I know it was wrong, but... You were terrified, Angela finished, sighing. You did what you thought you had to do. It's what I tried to tell Sokka, but I don't think he understands. Sokka? Angela repeated, looking at the machinist in confusion. You told Sokka about this. He came in here when I was sending the bird to the Fire Nation with the new design, said the machinist, swallowing hard. He left just a moment ago. I don't know where he went. But he knows everything now. I'm afraid he won't ever forgive me, and I don't blame him. I can't forgive myself either. The mechanist's words resounded in Angela's mind. Her eyes widened. How many times had she heard Sokka utter the same thing? She breathed out slowly and shook her head, trying not to make much of her sudden realization. I need to find him. Which way did he go? Angela asked, and the machinist answered her. Angela sped her way through the temple, a heavy frown on her face. She had no idea what Sokka would be capable of in these circumstances. Surely he understood that the messenger hawk was too far from reach by now, right? But even then, someone as stubborn and thick-headed as Sokka might still try to take the bird down if he had a chance. And while Angela couldn't blame him entirely if he wanted to get in the way of the missive, she wasn't sure what would be more harmful, letting that bird fly or stopping it. If the Mechanist had sent those designs to someone as greedy as War Minister Chin, who wasn't likely to take the flaws of the project into consideration before starting its production, this could only end catastrophically for the Fire Nation and, in the long run, for all those involved in designing it. Sokka, and even herself, included. She looked for Sokka in the topmost towers, dreading he might have rushed there to throw some projectile at the bird, but there was no sign of him. She also headed to the chamber where the Mechanist kept the messenger hawks, thinking Sokka might have written a fake letter in order to render the last one null, but he wasn't there either. His room, as well, yielded no results. Azula frowned. Had he found some way to leave the temple? It seemed unlikely. She sent a message to Xin Long regardless, asking him to scout outside in case he caught Sokka doing something as ineffective as riding a glider after the bird. Xin Long obeyed promptly, but he didn't spot anything either. Her search carried on as she tried to cover all her bases, but nobody she asked had seen Sokka. He had virtually disappeared in the middle of another snowy day. Azula clenched her fists, confused as to how he had given her the slip so effectively. Had he given up, perhaps? Had he concluded this fight wasn't worth it anymore? Azula frowned. Despite this hadn't crossed her mind initially, maybe that was exactly what Sokka had done. He would often fight to his very best, it was true, but he was also prone to falling apart under the weight of his shortcomings whenever he dealt with failure. Where would he be sulking, though? Was there something he was likely to do when he was feeling inadequate? She couldn't think of anything right away. He had run off to the Royal Dome's rooftop back when he had defeated the notorious Stingray, but she couldn't find him in the towers before. Where, if not there or in his room? She gritted her teeth as she paced the halls in the direction the Mechanist had told her Sokka had left through. Her arms shivered against the cold, the mantle of the night had spread rather quickly, and the temperature had dropped drastically already. If that fool had left the temple he might freeze to death out there, she tried not to imagine that. He wasn't that stupid, or was he? A bubbling sound startled her as she passed by a large machine. She frowned and slowed to a halt beside it, the Mechanist's water heating system. Why would it gurgle that way? Was it defective again? She eyed it with confusion, staring intently at the spinning needle that measured the water's heat. From what she could understand of the machine, the temperature was at its lowest. Had someone turned off the system? It didn't seem likely, if it was making noises. Was it lacking water? If so, why? Because someone has spent it, she reasoned out loud, frowning heavily. No one in their right mind would take a bath or a shower at this hour, let alone in these cold days. And they especially wouldn't spend all the heated water in one sitting. When it came to winter, the sooner you were back in your clothes after cleaning up, the better off you'd be. Azula had learned that much, at least. But something told her that the person responsible for this wasn't in his right mind at all. She gritted her teeth, no wonder nobody had seen him for hours. Damn it, Sokka! She growled under her breath as she picked up her speed, racing towards the bathhouse doors. She heard the trickle of water as she pushed the door open briskly, and soon found what she had been looking for. He was resting against the wall, shivering violently, fully clothed. Azula approached him at haste, her chest heaving. Sokka's mind wouldn't stop tormenting him with images he had wanted to forget. He didn't register the cold or the water anymore. He didn't realize his body was shaking. But, despite he had let everything fade into the background, he was startled out of his zoning out when he heard the sound of the shower head's tap, closing. The water stopped, and only now was he aware of the fact that he was freezing. And of the fact that he was no longer alone. What the blazes is the matter with you? The familiar voice rang in his ears. He coughed as he felt harsh hands pulling at his clothes brusquely. He gritted his teeth, closing his eyes, his clothing items falling off his body one by one. Warm hands touched his face, and he breathed out in relief upon feeling them. Sokka, are you listening to me? Are you all right? Azula asked. She had meant to scold him for his foolishness, but the lack of response on his part was frightening. His body was too cold. She gritted her teeth and conjured flames in her hands, to grant him whatever heat she could as she panicked. Sokka, answer me, damn it. Angela. He whispered. She sighed and shook her head again. You fool. You fool, she said, moving her hands over his body in a hopeless attempt to warm him up. Sokka only seemed to shiver more violently around the heat, albeit he relished in it. What was the big idea, to freeze to death in here? Is that what you wanted? He could barely remember why he had wound up here in the first place. His mind was a jumble, all his thoughts in disarray. Angela huffed and shook her head. You were just proving me right, weren't you? You're damn hopeless, she snarled, pulling away from him and glancing around the room. She was certain there had to be some sort of bathrobe in here somewhere. Sokka opened his eyes when she pulled away. She was here, the one person he could hold on to when all else failed. The only one with whom he could be more than a murderer, than a coward. Angela. Give me a minute, all right. Angela snapped, having found a towel and a robe already. She was in the process of warming them up with her bending, hoping their effect on Sokka would be stronger this way. Her response nearly made him smile. Angela. From the very start, it had been her. The only one who had, consciously or not, encouraged him to endure trials after trials, even during the years he had spent resenting her. She had been his reason to carry on, since the one thing he had let himself dream of was coming face to face with her again. But when that had happened, he hadn't found the rematch he had dreamt of, he had found something beyond his imagination. She had become his ally, his partner, his sponsor, his friend, his support, his inspiration, his lover, his purpose. She had nurtured his soul, appeased his spirit, given his heart something to beat for, at long last. At first, it had been for an eventual return to his tribe, but now it would beat for something else entirely, it would beat for the one who had given him a reason to live on in the first place. The soft fabric of the towel was warm, and it burned on his cold skin. He flinched and gritted his teeth. Angela crouched before him, drying him quickly. Sokka shivered as he pushed himself off the cold, wet floor. Angela breathed out in relief upon Sokka's sensible decision to stand up, for it made her work a lot easier. She was as fast as she could with the towel, leaving it over his feet as she clad him with the bathrobe. Sokka breathed out heavily, his unfocused blue eyes set on her. Angela. He whispered, lifting a hand to touch her face. Angela clasped his wrist, forcing him to slide his arm through the robe's sleeve. What the hell did you think you were doing, you idiot? She asked him, through gritted teeth. Were you just going to stay there, freezing your balls off and waiting to die in the water or something? Had I gotten here any later you could've. I'm. Don't you dare say it. Angela snapped, her golden eyes gleaming. I am not going to hear any apologies, not when you damn near could have been. Her rant was interrupted when she found herself trapped in his arms. Her eyes widened as he embraced her tightly, still shivering. Why Yuri, so warm? He whispered. And you're cold as an icicle, she retorted, rubbing his back with her hands. You fool. You. Sokka reached to touch her cheek with his freezing fingertips. His breath was foggy and white as he looked at Angela hopelessly. The dead gaze in those eyes stunned her. She had seen that expression in Sokka's eyes before, but she had hoped she would never have to see it again. She could barely move as she looked at him, her arms still locked tight around his body. Slowly, to her relief, Sokka's spirit returned to his eyes in the form of their usual glow. But he didn't smile. He didn't seem relieved, as she had felt for a brief moment. If anything, the life in his eyes was but more evidence of how troubled he felt inside. He gritted his teeth, staring at Angela as though he couldn't tear his gaze away from hers. What's going on? She asked, no longer with any frustration or rage in her voice. All her anger had gone forgotten astoundingly quickly over the sheer shock of seeing him like this. She thought for a moment that he wouldn't answer her question. It wouldn't have surprised her in the slightest if he hadn't. But his jaw clenched as he finally tore his gaze away from Angela's, his eyelids shutting tight. I can't wash them away, he whispered. Angela's body tensed up. I tried to ignore them, but I can't anymore. I can't pretend. The things I've done won't go away, and I've as good as killed them all. I came up with the solution, Angela. I've killed the Northern Water Tribe. No. No, you haven't. Sokka, said Angela, frowning as he gritted his teeth, his shoulders shivering violently now but by the force of his contained sobs. He couldn't utter another word. His arms went around his own body now, as he shrunk in his frame, dropping on his knees once more. His shoulders continued to tremble, his eyes failing to contain the tears he couldn't hold back any longer. Angela wasted little time to kneel as well and surrounded him with her arms, holding him close as he cried, gasping ever so softly. She had seen glimpses of this side of Sokka before, but never like this. He always held it in, sidelining his emotions and struggles so he could focus on his fights, on his work, or on Angela's own problems. He was never the priority. Even now, when he couldn't take the pressure anymore, he had held back. He had avoided all contact, never turning to Angela in hopes she might help him somehow. He cried silently too, just as he suffered silently. It never crossed his mind to burden her, or anyone else, with his problems. Angela gritted her teeth, clutching at him through the cloth covering his body. He was still freezing cold, contrasting against Angela's natural warmth. She closed her eyes and relied on her fire bending, on her inner fire, to exude further warmth still, to thaw Sokka's sorrows somehow. Her hand reached his slick hair, hoping to hold him close and relieve him by showing him that he wasn't alone. That she wasn't going to leave him, just as he hadn't left her when Angela's own demons had caught up with her. She didn't say another word as he continued to shudder in her arms. All she could do was hold him, his head resting on her shoulder, his wet hair framing and hiding his face. When his breathing evened out, gradually, she released a relieved sigh. Her hands still moved over his body, seeking to offer the warmth he lacked. Angela, he muttered, with a dry and husky voice. She stroked his hair again. Are you feeling any warmer yet? She asked. Sokka nodded weakly. Good. I just... Don't start with the apologies, Angela said, lowering her head so her lips would be by his ear. They don't suit you as well as you think they do. I wasn't going to apologize, Sokka said. She smiled a little. Great, she said, pressing closer to him. We should get out of here, Sokka. Your room must be warmer than this. It's not too far, so. Why are you? He said, lifting his gaze at last to look at her. His eyes were clearer now. Angela raised an eyebrow as he dry swallowed. I mean, you didn't have to. You don't seem to understand what my role in your life is, or do you? Said Angela, brushing some of his hair away from his face. Upon Sokka's clueless stare she sighed. I guessed so. I just... Angela. Stop overthinking, she said, softly. Stop worrying, stop losing your mind about everything. Things aren't nearly as awful as you believe they are. Just calm down, and we'll head to your room. I'll explain everything there, and maybe you'll stop being so suicidal once I do. All right. Well. Yes, I know, your suicidal tendencies won't go away no matter what I do. To be frank, I didn't have much hopes in those regards by now, she said, sighing. Can you stand up again? Sokka lowered his gaze and nodded. Angela surrounded his waist with an arm and pulled him up. Sokka's chest heaved as he breathed slowly, as if he had to force his body to make every inhalation. Angela gathered his wet clothes, holding them under one arm as the other remained tight around Sokka's body. See, can we? Won't everyone see? Sokka asked. Angela shrugged. I doubt it. You've been hiding for hours, in case you didn't notice, said Angela. It's already nighttime. Everyone will be seeking the warmth of their rooms, not pacing the temple after hours. Right. Said Sokka. Angela ushered him to move gently. We'll be cautious anyways. Just in case someone is as crazy as you and decides to take a bath in the middle of a winter night. Sokka averted his gaze, guiltily, and Angela sighed. She had expected him to smile at that, as he often did when she poked fun at him. But there was no sign of amusement in his face, only of conflict. All the same, she held him tightly, leading him towards the door steadily. He still trembled, but he didn't complain. All he did was surround Agela's waist with his own arm, his eyes still downcast. The halls were empty, as Agela had predicted they would be. Together, they walked through the torch-lit corridors of the temple in the middle of the night. The cold breeze didn't help Sokka's condition, but Agela ushered him to endure it until they reached his room. She led him to his bed, where he lay shaking and breathing with difficulty. Agela returned to his door, locking it firmly and even planting a small chair in front of it. She wouldn't have anyone barging in here tonight. Sokka watched her with uncertainty, and she raised her eyebrows in his direction. "I'm not letting you out of my sight anymore after this, you know," she said. He swallowed hard. "I didn't mean to worry you so much," he said, as Agela approached him again, sitting at the edge of his bed. "You never do. It's like you're under this absurd impression that I won't care about what happens to you, no matter what it is," said Agela, raising her eyebrows and cupping his face. "Well, you're dead wrong. If anything, I care too much." Sokka gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with remorse. Agela frowned as she gazed at him. "Sokka, I shouldn't have lied to you. I'm an idiot for sure," he whispered. "From the very start, when you explained this mission, I decided to do all this behind your back. I tried to get in the way of it, and I tried to deceive you, and in the end it all amounted to nothing. I failed. Those airships are going to—" "Hush," said Agela, leaning close, pressing her forehead to his. "There's a lot about this that you don't seem to understand, Sokka. For one thing, you didn't deceive me for a second. I knew what you were planning back when I told you of this mission. Why didn't you stop me, then?" "Why?" Sokka whispered. Agela swallowed hard. "Why, that's complicated to answer, isn't it?" she said. Sokka frowned. "Agela." She was silent briefly, moving her hands over his body slowly, gifting him with what warmth she could provide without burning him. After taking a deep breath, she finally felt courageous enough to talk earnestly. "There's something heroic in the notion of a nation that can hold its own during 100 years of war. It sounds glorious, and it certainly serves the purpose of upholding ourselves as superior over all other nations, but in the end, who can be truly victorious after a century of warfare?" Sokka raised his eyebrows. Agela sighed. When the war began, the Fire Nation was overpopulated. One of the reasons why Sozin wanted to expand the nation, despite it's not often disclosed, was the fact that we didn't have enough lands or resources to house and feed the thousands of citizens living in our main towns and cities. He settled the first colonies in the Earth Kingdom in hopes to resolve this, but soon enough, the war dealt with the overpopulation problem all by itself. "The Fire Nation's death toll?" said Sokka, frowning. "Our numbers, compared to what they were by the beginning of the war, have been cut by half in this unending conflict," said Agela. "We regained population through the honorary Fire Nation citizenship system, it's true, but not only isn't it enough, it's also not the same thing in the slightest." Sokka nodded. Agela's hands moved to his shoulders, rubbing them slowly. "In regards of resources, also, it's a bigger problem than it seems. Just think of the amount of food required to sate the Fire Nation's armies, and the weapons and armor, too. Wars are costly, in all fronts. Sometimes I wonder whether we've gained or lost more through the decades we've spent waging this one. I used to think the former was the obvious answer, but over the last year I've been led to think it's probably the latter." "You've gained the Earth Kingdom's lands, though," said Sokka. "They offer quite a lot of resources, don't they?" "Indeed. But while our own people could have populated and worked those lands 100 years ago, it's not quite possible to do the same anymore. There are colonies where the vast majority of the population is of Earth Kingdom descent. Outside of the governors, I think most Fire Nation citizens that currently occupy Omashu are soldiers. The rest are the same Earth Kingdom people who had always lived there." "That's true," Sokka acknowledged, recalling how unpleasant he had found the city when they had visited it. "The thing is, you're not wrong. We've gained lands, and also resources we were lacking dearly," Agela continued. "But what sort of resources would we obtain by decimating the water tribes? What do the poles have to benefit the Fire Nation? I have thought this way for quite some time. I remember, Sokka whispered. You told me long ago that you wouldn't waste your time trying to take over the South Pole. It's true for the North as well. Why, though? Said Sokka, his blue eyes earnest as he poised his question. Don't get me wrong, this is a relief to hear, but aren't the waterbenders the worst threat you guys might face? Isn't that why you went after them? It is. My grandfather, Ajalan, actively sought to imprison all the waterbenders he could, Ajala admitted. It's the reason behind all those raids to the South Pole. It was of easier access for us, and not as thickly defended as the North, after all. So, you were always out to take the waterbenders, Sokka muttered. No wonder. I thought they had been murdered, not that they had been taken as prisoners. Are any of them still alive? Ajala asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka sighed at the troubled expression of her face. Never mind, he said. I just thought that, if there was some small chance, maybe. I'm afraid not. He wasn't very kind to them, said Ajala, swallowing hard. She didn't know much of the waterbenders' imprisonment conditions, but what she did know would likely send Sokka into a fit of rage rather than depression. But you're not wrong. Waterbenders are the main reason why this war isn't over yet. My father has stated as much already. He didn't seem comfortable with the idea of leaving the potential threat in the north unchecked, but even so, these airships aren't likely to be as much of a solution as he might have hoped. They're not? Sokka asked, breathlessly. Why you think? They're great means of transportation, surely, said Ajala. But they have no incorporated weapons, for one thing, which means our soldiers would have to take great risks by attacking from midair from the cabin. And as talented firebenders as they may be, without Sozin's comet's influence, they probably won't be able to deliver much damage with their fire unless the airship lands, and that would mean discarding the advantage of being airborne in the first place. If they didn't land, they'd have to figure out a way to fight effectively while airborne, in one of the coldest places of the world, manned by warriors and waterbenders who are far more used to fighting in that environment than they could ever be. It's too inconvenient. So, you really think this might not be? Sokka asked, trembling again. Ajala cupped his cheek. Yes, I do. I had been quite uncertain at first, I won't lie, she said, with a small smile. I did think that air power might be all we needed to take down the Northern Water Tribe, but what if they were to knock down one of the airships and take it for themselves? They'd be the ones to acquire an advantage we couldn't exploit properly, and then they might use it to vanquish us. It's not too far-fetched to imagine they'd want vengeance for the past century, is it? So, don't you think the risks outweigh the possible advantages by far? They might, said Sokka, swallowing hard. So, you'll tell your father about this? You can convince him to desist on using the airships too. I can't promise anything. I don't want you to have insanely high expectations, Ajala said, closing her eyes. I will try, but my father has been rather stubborn about this matter for many years now. Fortunately, though, I'll have at least a year or two, maybe more, to convince him that this isn't as great an idea as he might have thought. Production might take some time. Sokka reasoned. Something of that scale would indeed take time to build. My father already had built a factory to produce the airships, but even with that head start, this isn't likely to be a quick process. We may have the former Earth Kingdom's resources at our disposal, but crafting the drill, the tanks, and the train tank was already quite taxing and expensive. And there's also the matter of preparing crews to handle each airship. Simply put, there are so many variables, and this much hard work shouldn't be wasted on a mission where we're more likely to fail than to succeed. So, you will try to prevent this, said Sokka, swallowing hard. Ajala nodded. I know it's too idyllic a thought, and there's a good chance I might fail and fall from my father's graces altogether if I simply ask him to stop, but perhaps if I do it carefully he'll understand. I wouldn't expect to convince him to strike peace between both factions right away, but perhaps a truce can be arranged. It's been too long a siege and to no results. It might be better this way, for all the involved. Yes, it might, said Sokka, smiling a little as he clasped Ajala's hand with his. She smiled too. Now, Are you going to calm down and stop trying to drown or freeze yourself to death? She asked, brushing his hair off his face with her fingers. I won't do that again. I'm sorry, he said, sighing, and closing his eyes. You thought you'd sent the Northern Water Tribe to its destruction, said Angela, but she was surprised when he shook his head. That's not why you did it. Not really, Sokka admitted, gritting his teeth. Not entirely. Then, what's the whole story? Said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Sokka sighed. You know, I do enjoy playing at figuring out each other's secrets, but after today's mess I'd think you would rather stop holding back and be honest with me. This game is getting tiresome. I know it is. And I'm sorry it got this bad, he said. I was an idiot. I thought if I hid this from you, you'd be better off. I thought that if I complied, you wouldn't get in trouble with your father. So I tried to keep you as safe as I could, while doing my best to hinder the mission in the process. Ironic how I decided to play the fool to your little scheme for the same reason, said Angela, biting her lip. I wanted to find some way to keep my father appeased once you came through with your evident failure with the bombs. I thought maybe finding a few more dragons might work, but you've found nothing so far, said Sokka. Angela nodded. The prospect is starting to look quite bleak, she whispered. But I'm still willing to try. Maybe eventually. Still, we're hopeless, aren't we? Said Sokka, with a small smile. In the end. If we had talked things over, we would have realized we both wanted the same things, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. But I guess we were too busy fucking to do what most people do in relationships, talk. Or, trust each other. Sokka muttered, biting his lip. I mean, we both trusted the other to behave in some particular way, but that didn't pay off, did it? Said Angela, sighing. I didn't expect the war balloons. You didn't expect that I'd discover your little ploy from the very start. So I didn't trick you at all. Not for a second, said Angela, smiling as she continued to stroke Sokka's hair. If only I could be surprised by that, said Sokka, looking at her with uncertainty. You didn't mind, though, that I had lied to you. If you lied over anything else, I'd likely be far more unsettled about it, Angela confessed. But this? If anything, your faked compliance bothered me a lot at first. Things made more sense when I realized what you were up to. And you weren't mad at all, that I'd hold the Water Tribe's safety over following your father's commands? Sokka asked. Angela snorted. How would I be mad about that? That's exactly who you are, Sokka, said Angela, with a weak grin. You've done everything in your power to act rebellious ever since our partnership began. This is nothing new. If you had actually wanted to help my father, well, that would have been worrisome. But this is precisely what I would expect from you. And that's a great thing for me, no doubt, but I'm surprised you don't seem upset about it in the slightest, said Sokka, frowning. I mean, this is a relationship. We're not supposed to hide things from one another. No, we're not. Especially not this kind of thing. But I'd hope we've learned something from this mess, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Fortunately for you, you're too honest a man and I'm quick to see through you. It's also fortunate that you are a good man, which is why I can't be mad over what you were lying about. When you lie, you do it with agreeable intentions, so to speak, so I can't be that angry. I'd rather not lie to you anymore, though, Sokka said, earnestly. Not only is it useless, but it makes me feel, in short, like scum. You're the last person in the world I want to lie to. I'm glad to hear that. From what I understand, relationships need honesty to work properly, she replied. I felt bad about this, believe it or not. I just didn't know what else to do. I wanted to keep you away from your father's rage. And you meant to bear with it all by yourself, said Angela, sighing as Sokka nodded. Because I couldn't just sit by and watch this develop without trying to put a stop to it. The Earth Kingdom already fell, and I was powerless to help. I had hoped maybe I could make a difference this time. It may be a surprise to hear that, as things stand, you already have, said Angela. The bombs probably would have been more dangerous. I thought so too, said Sokka, sighing. I'm relieved you understand, though, and that you agree with me. That you didn't want to do this any more than I did. I tried to trick you because I thought you would be mad that I was holding the water tribe's safety over your needs. And if you didn't know, you would be protected from your father's wrath. You wouldn't be an ally to my scheme, so your father would have no reason to punish you. You really thought I'd be mad that you cared for the water tribe this much? Angela asked. Sokka shrugged. I love you, Angela, he said, looking at her sadly. But, that I love you doesn't mean I can throw everything else away. I can't just turn a blind eye to the damage the Fire Nation has done, and I can't be an accomplice to the damage it wants to deliver in the future. Yeah, maybe I disregard my life too much, which annoys you beyond belief. But I don't have a family to provide for. I'm not the leader of a group of people, I haven't been for years now. If someone needs to make a sacrifice for the sake of the world, it should be someone like me. Oh, because you have nothing to lose? Nothing else you can do is of consequence? Angela asked, looking at him in disbelief. There's nobody else out there who needs you, is there? The world can just go on spinning if you run off and die, because you're just not important. I didn't mean it that way, said Sokka, shifting and seeking to sit up. Angela's reproachful glare took him aback. I mean, I was in the bathhouse because of this. Because I'd been angry to discover the Mechanist wasn't willing to make the same sacrifices I was. He's got a family to help, people who count on him and need him. He keeps this place alive, after all, what would they do without him? And even then, I lashed out at him as if he were responsible for what the Fire Nation used his inventions for. As if he'd had a choice. Had he died, what would have happened to Teo, to his people? So, you realized you were being unfair. How does that result in a cold shower in the middle of winter? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. That happened because I realized how different he is from me, even though we're the same, too. We're different because he's choosing to care for his own, though. He has sacrificed his soul for their sake. And I did the same, but for myself. I faced all those fights in the amateur arena, Angela, and every single time I had to kill one of them, I knew I didn't deserve to survive. I had no right. I wasn't better than them, not really. So many of them must have had children, a family waiting for them and... Don't you have one of your own too, though? Sokka, the very foundation of our initial agreement was that. There's something. I've never told you before, Sokka interrupted her. Angela frowned. What is it? She asked. Sokka shivered, avoiding her eyes. His teeth were rattling, though it might not be because of how cold he was anymore. Remember when we first met? He asked. Angela nodded. I had been planning that attack for a week or so. When I got the information I needed to make it happen, I took the opportunity, but not without knowing the risks I was taking. And not without knowing that it might all backfire on me because I was being too rash and daring with this. So, you always knew something might go out of hand? Angela asked. Sokka shook his head. Actually, I thought I had planned things well enough. My smoke bomb was going to be so thick that anyone in that room would falter against it. It wasn't a weapon I expected anyone to overcome while indoors. But you, well, I didn't expect you. Not for a second. I didn't hear anything about the Fire Nation princess coming to the settlement. So, I was confident. I was sure I couldn't lose. So I thought that I'd prove myself with this. I thought that my father would see for himself, at last, that I was a strong and capable warrior in my own right. That, while he was too indecisive, while he refused to fight back against the invaders, I was willing to do what needed to be done to keep our lands safe. Angela frowned. She only realized now that Sokka had seldom spoken about his father before. The look on his face right now was that of a chastised child. Was his father that strict, that menacing? When I told him of my plan, he didn't take it very well, Sokka said. He thought I was going to put myself in unnecessary danger, that I wouldn't gain anything from doing this. He realized I was being reckless to impress him, I guess, while hiding behind my idealistic beliefs. I wanted to drive the Fire Nation away from my home, yes, but I also wanted my father to acknowledge me as a man for good. I wanted him to realize I could be a leader like him. I wanted to come home after succeeding at my self-imposed mission, to tell him proudly that he'd been wrong. And to see the pride in his eyes when I succeeded where he had failed. Azula's eyes widened. Sokka dropped his head in his hands, swallowing hard as he held back the urge to cry again. But I was a fool all along, and I only realized it when it was too late to take back my mistake. I knew I couldn't win when we fought, and I knew I'd failed him. How could I go back home and face him after what I did? How could I? He pulled at his hair, and Azula could only sit in place, dumbfounded. She didn't dare touch him, not when she was as shocked as she was by his revelation. I just tried to save the rest of them, Sokka whispered, swallowing hard. I didn't even know if it had worked or not until you found me again, 2 years later. That was all I could do, though, because I'd ruined all your plans, said Azula, a hand moving to her face. Sokka lifted his gaze to find her covering her mouth, horror-struck. He shook his head, taking her hand in hers. No. You did what you had to do, just as I was doing what I thought I had to do, he said. We were enemies, remember? And if I'd taken you captive, I really don't know what would have happened to you. So don't even think about feeling bad about it. I was a fool. An arrogant, incompetent, selfish fool. I had it coming. You had it coming? Azula asked, her eyes widening. Sokka, you can't tell me that after all this time, you've thought it was retribution for failure. Being a slave, you really think that was your fate? That it was what you deserved? All because you didn't listen to your father. I don't know about fate, said Sokka, averting his gaze from hers. But I do know that all actions have consequences. You were already too merciful by allowing me to live, all things considered. Anyone else would have killed me, so. And that was a true kindness I did to you, wasn't it? Azula asked, frowning. You really think you deserved this? Everything you endured in the amateur arena. I don't know if I deserved it or not, Azula, but he said, gritting his teeth. The truth is, I didn't feel worthy of going home. I still don't. Now, of all times, I feel even less worthy of it. Because, how can I face my father? He must have thought I died to spare my men, it's an honorable death, right? But no, I survived. And I've ended up right here, with you, of all people, and I've just settled into this life, with the belief that I'll be going home one day, but the truth is, I don't want to. I'm not brave enough to face him and tell him the truth. He already must have been so ashamed of me, and knowing I survived would only make it worse. Sokka, you've really thought this way from the very start? Azula asked, her eyes widening. If so, why did you ask me to take you home? Because, what else did I know but the damn amateur arena? He said, with a half-hearted shrug. I hated the Fire Nation, and even if it was just my pride speaking, I wanted nothing more to do with it after 2 years stuck there. But after everything I've seen and lived by your side, I can't think the same way. When you took me out of the amateur arena, Azula, I started to see the side of the Fire Nation I never knew existed. So, I became complacent. And I'm still a coward. I always have been one. I can't face my father. But Sokka, Azula whispered, her chest tight with guilt. He breathed out and looked at her remorsefully. Why did you think I never tried to run away? He whispered. From the amateur arena, or from Shujing, once you took me to Piandeos. I just thought you were trying to abide by your vow to me, said Azula. I guessed it was a matter of honor, if anything. Well, now you know it really wasn't, said Sokka, sadly. Now you know the truth. I'm as spineless as it can get. I don't fight for a family that would be disappointed in me. They'd think I was better off dead than as your gladiator. I don't have a son to provide for like the machinist does, or people to look after. I'm just this. A pathetic man who never even had the courage to end his miserable existence back when he had the guts to murder others. I'm the worst kind of scum, aren't I? You're out of your mind if you truly think so, said Angela, reaching to touch his face. Sokka gritted his teeth. After everything you've done, you really think so lowly of yourself? Sokka, you saved your people. You took the chance to ask anything from my father, and used it to save your tribe. No, they mustn't know it, but, do you really think your death would have been better than that? Do you think they'd think so, if they ever knew what you did? I don't know. I mean, he said, swallowing hard. I've done things they'd never forgive me for. Like what? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. They'd never forgive you for your bond with me? For not murdering the Fire Lord on sight? If they really would rather you were dead, then they don't deserve you. I'm not sure if it's them who don't deserve me, or if I'm the one who doesn't deserve them. Angela's heart ached in ways it never had before upon hearing Sokka's defeated words. His blue eyes were becoming bleak, empty, once again. You really think that you don't deserve to go home? Angela asked. Sokka gritted his teeth. Thing is, he said, looking at her. His eyes were alight once more. She frowned in confusion. I probably don't deserve it because as I am now, given what my life has become. I can't think of my tribe as my home anymore. At least, not as the only one. Sokka sighed as Angela remained silent. He bit his lip, afraid he might have stepped too far with what he'd said. But he had said it already. It was too late to take it back, especially because it was the truth. I think I don't deserve to go back because I do. I do feel like I've turned my back on them during this last year. When our journey began, I wanted to go back because I didn't trust you, because I hated the Fire Nation and facing my family's disappointment was preferable than this. But by now? I'm so comfortable with you. I can't even imagine going to the South Pole for good. I just can't. And if they knew that, they wouldn't understand. And they'd just wish I'd died for good. I'm as good as a traitor to them, just like the Stingray and those White Lotus people said. You're not, Sokka, said Angela, breathing heavily as she cupped his face in her hands. He gulped as he clasped her hands with his. I'm a mess, he finished, with a sad smile. A hopeless one, at that. Well, maybe, Angela relented. Sokka's smile became a little more earnest upon her reply. But that doesn't mean that they should think of you as lowly as you expect them to. I guess not, Sokka agreed, swallowing hard. It's just not easy to imagine otherwise. It's not likely to be, just as you couldn't speak for my mother, I can't speak for your people, said Angela, her fingers intertwining with his. So, I can't say if they'll be kinder than you think. Maybe they really would rather you were dead than involved with me, of all people. But Sokka. Her eyes were blazing with emotion, to Sokka's amazement. She seemed desperate, and determined as well. I don't know what it will take to stop you from being ready to discard your life so easily, she said. I don't know what you need to hear so you can understand your existence matters. But if everything you've affected in the world ever since we joined forces can't convince you, Angela, it's not that I think it was all worthless. Then the love you pledged to me might be what will do the trick, she said, disregarding his interruption. Sokka's eyes widened. Because I need you. I don't care if you think you can be replaced, you can't be. You never could be. I need you, Sokka, and not just so you can fight my battles for me. You're my partner. She fell silent when his forehead touched hers. It was still cold, and his hair was damp. She dared glance at him, finding his eyes were closed as he listened to her, their hands still linked. Sokka, she whispered, gritting her teeth. I'm sorry that everything is so complicated. I wish. I wish it could be much simpler. But these are the lives we have to live, whether we want it to be this way or not. And yes, maybe it doesn't matter that I just say I need you, it won't make you feel any better about yourself, but you know, it actually does help, Sokka confessed, surprising her. Huh, that's good, she said, with relief. He opened his eyes, finding hers and discovering hope in them. She still seemed desperate. He smiled weakly before leaning closer still. The coldness of his lips, ever so warm and gentle, was distressing for Azula. Yet it only compelled her to kiss him more fervently, deepening their exchange quickly and helping him find the warmth he direly needed. I need you too, he whispered, once they parted. I don't know where I'd be without you. And I honestly don't want to know either. Even if it mean you wouldn't face the turmoil you're dealing with right now. Azula asked. Sokka smiled. You realize that you're the only person who can make me carry on, despite everything that's happened? I guess you don't. You keep saving me from my own darkness. You've saved me from mine, too, said Azula. Sokka kissed her again. Aren't we a hopeless pair, always needing one another, he said, smiling. But aren't we also lucky that we have each other indeed? We are. So don't tear apart the hopeless pair, Sokka, Azula whispered, reaching up to fist his hair. I need you. I can't let you throw your life away. I don't know what I'd do. You won't have to worry about that, Sokka said. Azula shook her head. I'm afraid I'll always worry about you, Sokka, she whispered. You'll have to learn to live with that. He kissed her brow and surrounded her with his arms. Azula clutched at him, her face pressed against his neck. I really do need you, she said. And I need you, too. I'd be lost without you. Tell me you won't do this again, she whispered. Please. Throwing myself in a cold shower. Discarding your life like a fool. In a cold shower or elsewhere, said Azula, pulling away to look at him sternly. Sokka smiled and nodded. I won't. I can't. Not while you need me, he said, grinning. I actually hadn't done anything like this since your first fight with Toph, Azula finished, frowning. You were ready to die, weren't you? Said Sokka, clenching his teeth briefly. It was the first time I was that overwhelmed by an opponent. I couldn't win. So I thought. You thought you could only die. And yet you weren't sad about it. If anything, you were relieved, said Azula, reflecting upon that moment. You really wanted her to give you the final blow, didn't you? Maybe I did then, he said, looking down shamefully at first, but he raised his eyes to meet hers again, with renewed strength. But then I gained a reason to live. Someone who helped me forget why I'd lost my will to live in the first place. Someone worth fighting for, inside the arena, and outside it too. Azula gritted her teeth as Sokka leaned forward again, linking their foreheads once more. It's true that we were around each other already by the time I fought Toph, but things changed after that. And they continued to change ever since, he said, smiling at her. Not always for the best, but in the long run, it was for the best indeed. We've overcome so much together. We've done things I never thought possible. Things nobody ever thought possible, too, she said, opening one of her hands and conjuring a small dancing plum of golden fire in it. Sokka smiled. It's so warm, he said, closing his eyes and basking in the comfortable sensation the blazes offered them. Azula didn't tear her eyes away from him as he rested against her. He seemed at peace again, surprisingly, yet she still felt unsettled. She still felt uneasy. There was too much that still needed to be said. Her chest ached, and she knew why it did. She couldn't hold back this feeling anymore, she couldn't settle with letting him understand it, with showing it through actions, or gestures, it had been enough dawdling on her part. She had nearly lost him. She couldn't let him feel hopeless enough to do something so reckless again, he needed to understand how much he meant to her. It's only warm because of you, she whispered. Sokka swallowed hard as she looked down at the fire. Because I love you. Sokka frowned for a moment, hesitating visibly. The golden fire was reflected by her unusually emotional eyes, in the tears that blinked at their corners. He had to hold back tears of his own as he caressed her cheek, an earnest, full smile on his lips now. "Why, you're not about to say anything?" Angela asked, looking at him with uncertainty as well. He laughed softly, surprising her. "I'm trying not to react as I really want to, because you'll decide you'll never say it again if I do," he confessed. To Angela's surprise, his laughter was somewhat infectious. She found herself smiling too, laughing under her breath before reaching up to kiss him. His arms were no longer surrounding her half-heartedly, they were as strong as she remembered them, as strong as they always were when he made her his. His lips had warmed up slowly thanks to hers, and the conversation they had been holding. As he kissed her eagerly, repeatedly, she couldn't help but notice he had failed in his attempt not to react earnestly to her confession. "I need you," she whispered again, through their kisses. "I do, Sokka, I don't care for a life without you either. So please." "Never again," he said, nodding. "I'm always a fool, and I wish I weren't, but I won't let you down like this again. I promise." "You'd better not," said Angela, with a fragile smile before kissing him deeply once more. He held her closely, shivering against her smaller frame. The plates of her armor dug into his skin, and as she noticed this, Angela endeavored to take it off. Sokka kissed her lips as he removed her hands from the buckles, taking it upon himself to perform the task carefully. His fingers were still cold after he discarded her armor, and Angela raised them to her face so she could kiss them. Sokka leaned closer to her, pressing his lips gently to her brow, to her cheek, to her jawline. She released his hands, freeing him to caress her and tug at her clothes. She pushed his bathrobe down as well, exposing his still cold body to her. She would make sure he wouldn't be cold anymore. It wasn't every night that Angela was so forward, so intense. Sokka dropped on his back as she kissed his face desperately, moving to his neck and collarbone. Sokka helped her out of her tunic and shirt, fumbling with her chest bindings as she leaned down, sharing her body heat with him. Sokka groaned, his eyes closed. Sensations burst through his skin, his nerves waking again after shutting down massively over his sudden crisis. His body felt real again, and breathing was no longer as difficult as it had been before. Now each breath came smoothly, just as smoothly as her touch. "Angela!" he gasped, breathing out through his mouth as she kissed his throat. His hands had slipped past her clothes, touching her bare skin as her bindings came off. His touch made her shiver, no doubt because of the still noticeable difference of their temperatures. Yet she didn't recoil from his touch, she welcomed it fully, even though Sokka's hands weren't touching her urgently. It wasn't a tryst like the ones they had experienced so far, his caresses slid over her body without the same arousing intent as always. The touch was gentle, just as every kiss he could press to Angela's face. He cupped her cheeks and kissed her deeply, closing his eyes and letting their lips and breaths mingle together. He sought to make out her essence, the very core of her being, and Angela was more than willing to reveal herself to him fully. She no longer had it in her to fear the consequences of voicing her love for him. Not when he was as fragile as he was, when he could shatter under the weight of his sins if she wasn't there to help him carry them. As his sponsor, as his partner, it was her job to keep him safe. It was her responsibility to make sure Sokka would be able to face the challenges she set for him. Only Angela could put him back together once he had fallen apart. She had done it before, and she would do it again as many times as it might be needed. She didn't think she could heal all his wounds on her own, but that didn't mean she wouldn't try to help him in whatever way she could. He was the man she loved, after all. He fought for her, lived for her, stood by her side no matter what. She couldn't lose him. The mere thought was so painful she couldn't care less about protecting herself anymore. Her love for him could backfire, everything could go wrong in the least expected moment, but none of that would hurt more than losing him irreparably. They were partners. They were lovers. They were two elements balancing around one another, so similar in shape and form, so opposite when it came to their very natures. They understood each other in ways nobody else did. Their souls resounded together, with a bond too powerful to be broken. As the remaining clothes were scattered on the bedroom floor, she straddled his hips and brought him inside her. He reacted with a gasp, both from surprise and pleasure. Every sensation so far had been calling him back from his lowest point, but this moment, as they joined together on the deepest level yet, was the final awakening. "Sokka!" she gasped, leaning down to kiss him. Her body trembled, and so did her lips as they pressed to his. Sokka closed his eyes, embracing her tightly. Their intimacy had long surpassed lust, becoming something less instinctive and more passionate, something deeper and meaningful. Azula buried her face in his shoulder, and Sokka sat up while holding her still. Their bodies remained linked, pressed together in full contact. His hands rested on her back, his breath hitching and his mind clearing. "Azula, hell, Azula!" he gasped, kissing her exposed shoulder and neck as she lifted her head. She gazed at him, caressing his face. She breathed heavily, her eyes brightening with recognition. He was no longer as cold as before, their temperatures roughly even now. He leaned closer, pressing his forehead to hers. He started, but she kissed him rashly, silencing him effectively. "Don't apologize," she whispered, when their lips parted. "Please, Sokka." "I didn't mean to lose my mind like this," he said, dropping his gaze. "And with everything I just said, you couldn't take it anymore. You've held too much inside for too long," she said, shaking her head. "It's not your fault that your demons caught up with you. You never expected or demanded an apology from me when I went through the same. You didn't put yourself under freezing, running water when it did, though," said Sokka, swallowing hard. "If anything, that only means you're far more tormented than I ever realized." "On a deeper level than you should be," said Azula, gritting her teeth. "I'm sorry I snapped at you when I found you. I didn't know. I'm sorry you had to find me like that, too," he said, hugging her tightly. "We shouldn't have let this go so far." "We won't." "Not again," said Azula, kissing his neck. "We're not keeping important things from each other anymore. It's been bad enough already, it's time we learn this stupid lesson for once and for all." "I agree," said Sokka, squeezing her tighter before seeking out her lips with his. They kissed eagerly, as though the act itself was enough to convey everything their words could only fall short with. They could taste the despair in each other's lips, as they held on to one another with their very souls. Fingers slid over skin, the gentle caresses making out the outlines of the other's body. Azula's hands touched Sokka's scars, grazing them kindly with her fingertips. He broke from their kiss, breathing heavily, and he gasped when she shifted atop him. She sighed, the sensation of his manhood inside her as pleasant as ever. But she didn't merely seek pleasure from him with her actions, she sought to relieve him from his nightmares, to soothe him and give him solid grounds on which to stand. He wouldn't fight his demons alone anymore, she would see to that. Her rocking motions were eventually met by Sokka's light thrusts too, yet they remained in that same sitting position. She continued to caress him, falling into a steady rhythm slowly as she reclaimed his lips once more with hers. He held her by surrounding her waist with his arms, relishing in her every caress and gesture as his chest ached. "I love you," he whispered against her lips, as though speaking the words alone would give him peace and soothe the pain in his chest. It didn't do away with the pain entirely, but it certainly helped when she kissed him again. The mixed emotions were far too overwhelming for the lovers, enveloped in a whirlwind of passion as they were. Regardless of the pain, of the pleasure, of the joy and the tears, there was one certainty they clung to: they refused to let anything else come between them. Their lives were fully intertwined just as their bodies were. They needed one another desperately. There was no Azula without Sokka anymore. There was no Sokka without Azula. A droplet of sweat rolled down Sokka's brow as Azula continued to thrust against him. She leaned closer to him, hugging him as she sighed in bliss. He wasn't cold anymore. His body had returned to normal, at last. "Sokka," she whispered, kissing his neck as he groaned. "I love you." "Azula," he replied, for the umpteenth time that night. He had thrown his head back, his lips parted. His arms held her strongly, albeit his body was shivering with arousal now. She had enveloped him completely as she continued to kiss him passionately. The sensations were escalating steadily, exponentially, and she knew she wouldn't last much longer. "And you, Sokka," she moaned, doing her very best to keep her voice down to muffle her cries of passion. Sokka kissed her when her orgasm finally shook her entire body, and her every sound poured directly into him. It was no surprise that he would burst inside her right afterwards, gasping and moaning as well in the contact between their lips. His hips shifted despite he didn't have much room to maneuver, but he unleashed everything regardless, just as Azula had wanted him to. He moved down to kiss her neck as she continued to breathe heavily, their bodies still pressed together. The heat between them offered all the comfort they could have needed. "Feeling better yet?" she asked, caressing the back of his neck with a hand. Sokka nodded and kissed her shoulder. "I guess I'm myself again," he said earnestly, smiling a little before kissing her lips. "Thank you. Thank you." Azula smiled and nodded too, leaning in to kiss him again. Sokka sighed, closing his eyes and pressing fully against her. She was a true blessing, one he doubted he'd ever feel worthy of. But here she was, caring for him in ways no one ever had before. She was a bright light, showing him that the darkness he had fled from for years wasn't as all-consuming as he had feared. She was here with him, and that was what mattered most. She inspired him to become a better man. She made his life worthwhile. He remained locked around her, kissing her lips, her neck, her collarbone, her shoulders, everywhere he could reach. She returned the favor in kind, her legs wrapped around him as they dropped on the mattress. His struggles were far from over, Sokka knew, but he knew better than to give up hope by now. Even if his father might prefer him dead, if his tribe would never accept him amongst them again, even then, Azula needed him. And that was all he needed, in turn, to face life with his head held high. Chapter 107, Northern Air Temple 6. Azula lay on her back, her gaze lost on the ceiling. Her fingers slid through Sokka's humid locks of hair, his lips pressed against her body as he cherished her slowly with his hands and mouth. Her legs were still spread open, with him nestled between them, his weight atop her was comfortable for Azula. The pressure on her body was grounding, and, along with the soft caresses he was gifting her with, she felt safer than ever, for some reason. Perhaps it was the knowledge that he was still here, with her. His latest stunt had angered her at first, but the depths of his despair had floored her. It was mortifying to realize that the one man she had come to love so completely was as broken as he was. And a lot of the strife he had been through, the struggles he had undergone, could be blamed on her, even though Sokka refused to acknowledge it. He had calmed down, though, and that was the princess's main priority for now. He wasn't shivering violently anymore, and he was his caring, tender self once again. Feeling his body against hers was an utmost delight, especially after all the unexpected revelations he had made tonight. Sokka sighed and buried his face between her breasts. Azula smiled a little, assuming his most mischievous side was back too. It took her a moment to realize he had closed his eyes, his ear pressed to her left breast. "Are you okay?" she whispered. He nodded. "You have a wonderful heartbeat," he said, kissing her skin just where the palpitations could be felt most powerfully. "Like everything about you, I guess." "Wasn't my heart made of ice?" Azula asked, with a small smirk. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "Do ice hearts beat, I wonder?" "Well, the one who said that was the moron who never expected you to thaw his own frozen heart," he said. "You shouldn't take his insults to heart, princess. That guy's kind of an asshole." "Really, now?" Azula asked, smiling, and surrounding his neck with her arms. "And what am I to make of his love confessions, since his insults can't be taken seriously?" "You should make sure of their veracity," he suggested, grinning as he pushed himself up to kiss her lips. "If he loves you, he'll endure every challenge you might set up for him." "Ah, I've played that game before, though not with him," Azula said, smirking. "My guards had to deal with my most outrageous requests a long time ago. I wonder if this so-called asshole can put up with them too." "On his behalf, I can say he'll try," said Sokka, with a crooked smile. Azula pulled him closer for a new kiss. Sokka sighed and deepened the contact between them, caressing her body once again. His mouth moved over her face, trailing across her jawline until Sokka dropped his head on her shoulder, breathing slowly. "I really am the luckiest man in the world," he whispered. Azula bit her lower lip. "I'm afraid that's debatable," she whispered. "I doubt it is. I'm the one who gets to be with you," said Sokka. And believe it or not, I'll endure everything it takes. Everything, really? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka looked back at her. You do realize what that entails? Because, well, it's not just our lives in peril. There's so much more than that at stake here. I know, said Sokka, swallowing hard. Which is why we resisted for as long as we did. We both have our own obligations with our people, with each other, with ourselves. Then you really understand that? And do you trust that I understand it too? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Sokka frowned. Well, yes, he said. You're so loyal to the Fire Nation it's uncanny. It's not something that has ever been up to debate. So, it doesn't bother you that I will fight for my nation until my last breath if I must? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Even if I love you, I have other duties and sometimes, well, often, rather, my obligations and my concern for you will be in conflict. And you're fine with that? Well, I never expected otherwise, frankly, said Sokka, shrugging. You're the Fire Nation princess. If someone's going to dedicate herself to the Fire Nation, it's you. You've proven as much already. I never expected you to hold me above your people. What I've had with you is already much more than I ever hoped for, so. If that's so, why did you think I wouldn't understand your interest in your people's well-being? Azula asked. Sokka's eyes widened. I didn't think. I just figured, well, I am your gladiator, aren't I? Said Sokka, frowning. I'm sworn to you in body, heart, and soul, so my loyalty should be yours. But, even so, I can't turn my back on my nation. It doesn't matter how much I've adapted to the Fire Nation, or even if I'm so uneasy about returning home, I'll never really be Fire Nation. I can't just sit idly by and do nothing if I hear your father has plans to destroy another nation, especially when he wants to use me to make his plans work. I just can't play blind to it all, but the thing is, you are his daughter, and you are my sponsor. So, isn't standing up to him an affront against you, too? It's an affront against the Fire Nation, sure. But then again, isn't attacking and destroying the Water Tribe an affront against your people as well? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows as she rolled onto her side. Sokka turned too, facing her. I've never seen my father morally conflicted over who he's damaging with his decisions, to be perfectly honest. Can't say I'm surprised to hear that, said Sokka, sighing. I know you used to dream of taking down the Fire Nation, said Azula. And the fact that you don't anymore is already quite a relief for me. But I won't force you to love my nation, or my people, or to feel like you belong there. You probably never will feel fully comfortable in the Fire Nation. You might underestimate how much I love you, then, said Sokka, smiling at her. Despite I'd never dream of becoming a Fire Nation citizen, I still feel some sort of belonging there, though it's all probably because of you. Flattering to know, said Azula, with a grin of her own. But all the same, you're a Water Tribe man through and through. Just as you're a Fire Nation princess to your very core, said Sokka. Azula nodded. And our loyalties are things we had better not try to change about one another, she whispered. Because, it's just not right. You wouldn't be who you are if you discard where you came from. You would stop being strong in the ways you are if anyone were to force you to change. Sokka squared his jaw as he looked at Azula. She sighed. Piandao did warn me about that ages ago, though he mostly said it in regards of your strengths as a gladiator. Huh? Said Sokka. I think you mentioned something about that, but I can't remember what he told you anymore. In short, it was that I shouldn't try to fill your mind with ideas that would change your perception of the world, said Azula. I guess he was hoping you'd be the only one to exert some influence on me, perhaps. Still, whatever his intentions, he wasn't wrong. And I learned the lesson after we had that falling out not long afterwards, so. He said that after our first fight, was it? Sokka asked, thoughtful. Yeah, the day some shameless fool decided to dump a water bucket all over himself while I was watching, said Azula, teasingly, leaning closer and prodding his nose with hers. I sure liked that shower better than the one you took today. Sorry again about that. Sokka sighed. I only thought about it again when we were chasing the rhinos, said Angela. It made sense to me then. I don't want to see you as broken as you were back then ever again, you know? I don't want you to feel that way, either. But it's not easy to avoid it, after all. You've got quite a few secrets I can't control, don't you? Sokka shrugged, resigned. If it makes you feel any better, I wish I didn't have them, he confessed. I don't want you to worry about me as much as you do, but it's my job as your sponsor to worry about you, you know, said Angela. Training you, keeping you well fed, making sure you get rest, ensuring your mind's not in complete chaos, it's all part of this contract, believe it or not. I can't have you die, for very obvious reasons, and the best way to prevent that is by keeping you in your best shape. And once you add the emotional attachment I've developed for you, on top of it all, I'm all the more unwilling to see you on the verge of death. Your job may be to fight for me, but mine is to protect you, Sokka. Sokka gritted his teeth, though he gazed at her tenderly. He cupped her cheek with a hand, and she closed her eyes. So, I take it you want us to reach an understanding. We'll love each other, but we'll accept that we both have our different set of priorities, said Sokka. Angela nodded and he smiled. I think it's not that hard an agreement to reach. As I said, I've always known the Fire Nation is vital for you. I'd never try to take that from you. Good, said Angela, with a weak smile. Sokka bit his lip. There's something a little messy about this, though, because it's fine if we want to respect each other's loyalties, but can we love each other in our respective nations, too? He whispered, his eyes seeking Angela's to find his unease reflected in hers. My tribe, well, I know they wouldn't be happy if they heard I'm involved with you. And you, well, my father would kill you if he knew about us. And, at best, disown me, even if he'd be left with no heirs, said Angela. So, in a sense, that we love each other, it amounts to treason in anyone else's eyes, doesn't it? I'm afraid so, muttered Sokka. It doesn't matter what we do, or how much we may accomplish for our people, our bond would render everything null and void for them. It really would, said Angela, sighing and pressing her forehead to his. All the more reason we need to protect our relationship. Like I said, there's too much at stake. Yeah, so much that sometimes I wonder why you took a chance on me, said Sokka, looking at her in confusion. I mean, you're the strongest person I know. Even though we've been through a lot, I thought. You thought I'd be able to resist the forces of attraction between us. Said Angela, smiling a little. I'm afraid I'm not that strong, then. Maybe I could have been, if only, well, if you didn't mean as much to me as you do. If you hadn't said you loved me, and been the very first person to say that to me. I know, my father would be revolted if he heard that I was moved by that, but it's not something I could help. Besides, if it were that bad, why did my feelings for you help me find a new way of firebending? You know, you don't need to make excuses for this with me, said Sokka, grinning. I'm still elated to know that's why you could use gold fire, and I'm still blown away because you said you loved me. It's the greatest feeling. So, if someone's certainly never going to tell you it's a bad thing, it's me. Good. Because this is all your fault after all, so you'd better like it as it is, Gladiator, said Angela, raising her chin. You had no right to be irresistible for me. Look who's talking, said Sokka, smiling and leaning closer to kiss her lips. Angela sighed as she responded in kind. But I'm afraid this still doesn't solve our problem, does it? I guess not, she replied, stroking his cheek gently. How can we balance our love and our loyalties without losing ourselves in the process? Said Sokka. Can we avoid having one thing pull us harder than the other? It sounds a little difficult, doesn't it? Difficult, probably, but it doesn't have to be impossible, said Angela, stroking Sokka's chin now, his stubble brushing against her fingers. I think you just gave us the answer, after all. I did. Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Angela sighed. The fact that I'm about to say this should be enough evidence of how much you've messed with my head, she said, trapping the tip of his nose between her index and middle finger and giving it a little squeeze. Sokka smiled as Angela sat up on the bed. What do you mean? said Sokka, pushing himself up with his forearm. Azula glanced at him, taking in the brightness of his gaze. She reached out to touch his chest gently, her fingers brushing gracefully against his skin. "Balance," she whispered. Sokka's eyes widened as Azula bit her lip. She hadn't been wrong, that was genuinely the last thing he would have expected to hear from her. "Balance," he repeated, and Azula nodded. "But not exactly the same concept we used to hold for balance," she whispered. "We're already way past that stage, after all." "Then what kind of balance are we talking about?" Sokka asked. "I mean, I was at a loss about what you meant anyways, so, what exactly do you mean, Azula?" "Well, I wasn't an advocate of balance, as you well know," said Azula. "I frankly didn't understand why the Avatars were tasked with keeping balance between the nations, since the nation division had never been entirely fair. Not to mention, as I'd said, that there used to be all sorts of other benders and they disappeared in time with no Avatar to defend them. Only 4 elements remained a little over a century ago, and now it's only 3. How was balance essential if, despite some groups were exterminated, our world continues existing? Then again, I guess it isn't absolutely essential. The war has proven the world won't explode, nor will everything in it die spontaneously, if the balance between the elements has been broken. So, why did the Avatars protect it so zealously? Why was that their task?" "Because balance helped keep the nations in harmony," said Sokka. "It was better for the remaining races, the remaining nations, to stop fighting amongst themselves as they always had. Balance was the best answer, the best way to put an end to thousands of years of pointless wars." "And yet, what kind of balance was it?" said Azula, frowning. "Certainly, the wars and conflicts decreased on some level once the Avatar's figure came into play, but what was the Avatar's way to keep balance? Do you know?" They learned all 4 kinds of bending," said Sokka, scratching his head. "That's what I know they did, at the very least." "It's not all they did," Azula said. "They were also meant to keep balance between the human and spirit worlds, they had quite a few duties to handle." "Right," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow and nodding. "What's wrong with balance the way they kept it, though?" "Well, to put it bluntly, I'm what's wrong with it," Azula stated, to Sokka's surprise. "Me, the Fire Nation, and I suppose this extends to all those who want to vanquish the Fire Nation now." "What? What are we, but products of a system that failed to teach us why balance mattered?" said Azula, raising her eyebrows. Sokka's breath caught in his throat. "It's not that I'm blaming the Avatars for the war my ancestors began. But Sozin started a war for his own purposes. He wanted to gain lands and resources that had been granted to the Earth Kingdom alone. He found no reason to stop and ask for permission, for he felt no need to respect the lands of another nation. They had what he wanted, and he had the power to take it. Why hold back under the belief that balance was necessary? Necessary for whom? Why was it so important?" Sokka frowned. Azula slid her hand through her hair. "I'm not saying that what he did was right, Sokka. I'm saying he had no reason to care whether it was right or wrong. And the Avatar was meant to give him a class on why you shouldn't be a shitty human being." Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Azula smiled. "No. The Avatar was meant to stop and ponder the meaning of the balance he was fighting for," said Azula. Sokka raised an eyebrow and sat up beside her. "Because maybe the type of balance the Avatars were so adamant about wasn't exactly the balance they should have been advocating for." "Come again?" he asked, and Azula breathed out. "Well, this won't be easy," she said, swallowing hard. "Let's pretend that Sozin didn't do what he did. Say he sent a missive to the Earth King at the time, requesting for trades and exchanges of goods so he could feed his excessive population. Also requesting some lands, so some Fire Nation people could live there, to solve the problem of overpopulation. What answer do you think the Earth King would have given him?" "I suppose he wouldn't have approved of that," said Sokka, frowning. "No, he wouldn't have. I can't say this for certain, but I think that's one of the reasons why Sozin didn't bother asking for permission and simply set up the first colonies as he pleased," said Azula. She looked at him now, grinding her teeth. "As for your own tribe, Did you guys ever endure periods of shortages, perhaps? No food to be found, few resources to keep you warm. Well, we did. Sometimes, said Sokka, frowning. His eyes grew darker again. I guess the worst of it was when I was a teenager, when my father took the warriors to fight in the war. The only ones who ever went hunting or fishing were me, my sister and a few young women. Providing for the tribe wasn't easy during those years. I can imagine it wasn't, said Azula. And there was no help from any external sources, was there? It was just you and your own. Yeah. Naturally, said Sokka, shrugging. Azula sighed. And there it is, again, the reason why I disagree with the meaning of worldly balance as it has been generally understood during the past millennia, she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. What other option was there, though? Sokka asked. What do you think is better than balance? Why, actual balance, maybe, said Azula, with a sarcastic smile. Sokka looked at her in confusion. Trading, Sokka. Exchange between different cultures for the sake of their enrichment. How much easier would you have had it if, I don't know, Kyoshi Island had sent your tribe some of the fish they usually hauled in exchange for pelts or furs, for instance? Sokka blinked blankly again, though he seemed curious about what Azula was saying. She took that as a good sign. If the Earth Kingdom had been willing to grant concessions to either of our nations, we probably would live in a very different world. To put it bluntly, it's unfair that both tribes are forced to live in poles. The living conditions there are simply too harsh. I understand that the poles are the best places for waterbenders to use their skills, but what about the non-benders that comprise the majority of any population? How is living in a pole better for you than living in ripe lands like those of the Earth Kingdom? Why is it that those lands belonged to them, and only to them, despite most of them weren't utilized to their fullest? How is it right that you'd have spent your teenage years freezing, starving, without a chance to have a decent meal, when someone like me must have been eating to her heart's content around the same time, in the Fire Nation Palace? Well, I guess the abysmal difference is because that's how the nations were established. They were divided depending on people's affinities towards their elements, said Sokka. You can't deny it, can you? Each land suits the nation that settled on it. The Fire Nation is the best place for firebenders to live, the poles work for the waterbenders, the Earth Kingdom continent would be a good location for earthbenders. And the mountains were adequate for air nomads, too. Yet you can make a fire anywhere. There's air in every place you mentioned. Nobody can live without water, or without earth under their feet, though I guess the water tribes don't exactly have earth under their feet, but you know what I mean, she said. Sokka bit his lip. You had fire and air back home, didn't you? Yeah, he said, shrugging matter-of-factly. Azula nodded. The elements can be found anywhere, it's a fact. Yet, going by the concept of balance we've had for the longest time, we should have stayed in our specific lands, never setting a single foot past the frontiers between the nations, simply because we had more affinity towards them. Azula asked. Sokka scratched his head. Well, I didn't really mean it that way. Yet that's what happened, isn't it? Said Azula. Sokka dropped his hand and looked at her in confusion. We were isolated from one another completely. All nations were to keep to themselves, and never to mingle with the others. The only person who would travel through the nations was the Avatar. I guess, but I mean, were there really such specific limits? Was it actually impossible for a Fire Nation citizen to travel to an air temple, for instance? I don't think it was impossible. I do think it didn't cross people's minds to do it, though, said Azula, shrugging. How many Earth Kingdom visitors did you have in your tribe? None. But in war times you can't really expect. Alright, so were you ever told of stories of better times, when the Southern Water Tribe would mingle with other nations? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka pondered her question briefly before nodding. Well, there used to be a festival, but it was just for the Northern and Southern Water Tribes, actually, he said, shrugging. It stopped when the war began, I think. Other than that, I can't remember anything. Did you ever meet anyone from the Northern Water Tribe? Well, other than that waterbender from the White Lotus, and the Stingray. No, but, well, a kid I used to know was taken there when I was young, said Sokka, frowning. It was, well, he was taken there after an accident. His parents hoped to heal him there. Did you ever see them again? Azula asked. Sokka shook his head. No, he answered, curtly. As for other visitors to the Northern Water Tribe, my father and the warriors stopped by there during the war. And they saw a lot of the Earth Kingdom, too, but they weren't there to stay anyways. And they didn't bring anyone from the Earth Kingdom with them when they returned, either. Of course not, said Azula, sighing. These ideals of people having specific places where they belong, they've been engraved into our cultures, and despite it all, they make enough sense. I always feel out of my element, quite literally, when I leave the Fire Nation. Nothing is ever as comfortable as my nation is. And I'm sure that's how many others feel, but, what about those who don't feel that way? What about those Fire Nation people who traveled to the Earth Kingdom and found new homes there? What if someone born to the Earth Kingdom discovered the Water Tribe's lifestyle was more appealing for them? It's a bit unlikely, though, isn't it? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I mean, I've adapted to the Fire Nation, it's true, but that doesn't mean I should give up my roots. You don't have to give them up, Azula said. But you should have had the right to search for better conditions to live, don't you think? Even if just to survive a lousy winter. Maybe, said Sokka, frowning and sliding his fingers through his hair. It's just, what do you really think the avatars should have done, then? You mentioned establishing trade routes. I mean, that wasn't really up to them, was it? It wasn't. But the Avatar used to be the most powerful entity in our world. A keeper of the peace, said Azula. How many nations' leaders were intimidated by that powerful figure, I wonder? Probably most of them, if not all of them. Might be that's what the Avatar was good for, to keep them all in line, said Sokka, shrugging. So, if they were afraid of facing retribution by the Avatar's hand, how were they supposed to consider that maybe creating trade routes and establishing cultural exchanges was a possibility? Said Azula, intertwining her fingers and setting her hands under her chin, her elbows on her knees. Any attempts to step out of each nation's boundaries could be taken as a dangerous move to wreck the stability and harmony of the Avatar's brew of balance, which is why, in my opinion, it wasn't actual balance at all. Why should something so important depend on a single person? A single person who would live a normal lifespan, die and reincarnate in a new body, then spend their first 20 years or so in training before being ready to bring balance to the world again. How reliable is this agent of balance when they need to take approximately 20 years off at a time, 20 years during which any nation could destroy the other if they gather their courage, as the Fire Nation did, when it wiped out the air nomads? Sokka frowned. Azula looked at him with uncertainty. It isn't that balance was wrong. It isn't that the Avatar shouldn't have kept harmony between nations, and between the humans and spirits, but rather, that maybe the Avatar's work would have been less difficult if they hadn't relied on their own power, and nothing else, in order to preserve balance. If maybe the Avatars had stopped to consider that, to achieve a stable kind of balance, their duty should have been to teach each nation, or at the very least, their leaders, how to coexist genuinely in the same world. If they had taught them to accept and respect their differences, real progress could have been achieved in a world that was, well, united, basically. Sokka's eyes widened as Azula spoke. She didn't meet his gaze anymore, though. I don't think the Avatars understood their roles all that well. Take Avatar Kyoshi for instance, instead of attempting to placate the threat represented by Chin the Conqueror from the start, she simply withdrew to her corner of the Earth Kingdom, and when he came to claim it, she split off the Earth and created Kyoshi Island. I mean, that was the solution, really? She actually chose to split off a piece of the continent over trying to find a productive solution for the war wreaking havoc through the Earth Kingdom. Separation was her immediate preference. The Earth Kingdom had been in chaos during several years, from my understanding, and yet she let it spiral out of control, not doing anything until her village was threatened. Why wasn't she advising the Earth King since before the conflict erupted? Why wasn't she working for the betterment of her very nation? How did the creation of Kyoshi Island aid in keeping balance in the world? If anything, it just served to separate the Earth Kingdom further, to set up more barriers between people. I don't know, actually. She must have thought it was the only choice left, said Sokka, biting his lip. Azula raised an eyebrow. Making such a choice might not have been necessary at all if the avatars before her, and Kyoshi herself, had actively worked towards teaching their leaders, or the people, the meaning of balance, said Azula. Instead of perceiving balance as limits and boundaries, they could have tried to make it about conciliating each nation's differences. I don't deny that maybe setting specific limits would have been helpful at first, but when the Avatar's understanding of balance became a matter of keeping everyone secluded, separated from each other, how much use was that in the long run? Look at what the Fire Nation has done. We defied the concept of balance that had been established through ages, believing it didn't matter anymore, because there was nobody to enlighten any of our leaders about why it still mattered. And in our race for progress, we've wound up destroying even our own people and our own lands. That town in Zhanghui. I haven't forgotten what we saw there. It was gruesome. And it was evidence that indeed, the Fire Nation's progress has caused a lot of damage. It's not like I had needed much more evidence at that point, but it was yet more proof that we are destroying ourselves, too. And it's all in a hopeless pursuit to gain more than we can benefit from, as we are. We've lost so much. And it's all because Sozin, and all those who followed, thought balance was unnecessary. Because they didn't have a reason to respect other nations, since they believed the superiority of the Fire Nation was what mattered most. Sometimes I wonder if they were actually afraid that another nation would come to the same conclusions they had, that someone else would choose to question the concept of balance, and that they would decide to trample over the Fire Nation with the power of their mighty armies. I guess if it hadn't been us, it could have been anyone else. The premise of sharing our greatness with the world, well, it was but an irony indeed. But you know what? We should share our greatness with the world for real. We all should have, from the very start. And yet we never considered it, because the idea of harmony based on mutual, cultural respect instead of strict boundaries was just that far-fetched for everyone. You really think that's possible, though? Sokka asked, frowning. Can the Fire Nation simply accept another culture? Because, the last I knew, the Fire Nation had destroyed 2 cultures, and from my understanding, your father's sights are set on doing the same to the Northern Water Tribe next. It sounds, well, too idealistic, if you ask me. Well, try not to storm off on me when I say this, said Azula, with a weak grin. But the Earth Kingdom culture wasn't entirely destroyed. It was assimilated, even if with the wrong purposes in mind. My father didn't do it for the sake of cultural exchange, no doubt, but we've traveled through these lands, haven't we? And we've seen families, and marriages, like the Morishitas, like Tien and his wife, they're Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation at once, aren't they? Sokka frowned again. Azula sighed. I know the war has caused damage we cannot repair even if we try, she said. I know too many lives have been lost. But, is it that unforgivable for me to think that maybe a few good things came from it all? Unforgivable? No, it isn't, especially considering the examples you are using, said Sokka, smiling a little. If you were telling me the good thing the war brought was slavery, I would have been appalled, likely, but you're right in that sense, I guess. Tien could only find his wife because he took Ba Sing Se, and it's the same as you and me, isn't it? We had a pretty bad first encounter, but without it, and without the good and bad things that followed, we wouldn't have what we have now. I do wish most of the pain hadn't been necessary, said Azula, reaching to touch his hand. But if you think about it, if Sozin hadn't wrought this war, do you think we would have even met? Is it even likely? There used to be no cooperation between nations before the war, not from what I've seen in books anyways. Each nation kept to itself. By now, the Fire Nation has assimilated Earth Kingdom citizens, and forced a massive number of them into slavery. Ours was never a nation of slavers, but yet it's what it became now. It's yet another thing we ought to change. You really think so? Sokka asked, his eyes widening. You'd abolish slavery? I would, if I could, said Azula. But I can't yet. Not as I am. It's something my father would refuse to accept, coming from me. But it's still something you'd want to do, once you become Fire Lord, said Sokka. Angela nodded, and he smiled. I can try to have certain slavery practices reconsidered, and even terminated, said Angela, thoughtful. Such as the amateur arenas. Even if they weren't abolished altogether, I'd like to change their system, so the fighters receive more humane treatment. I suppose it wouldn't be easy to convince my father to ponder these matters, but setting standards on the treatment of slaves just might be the one solution he won't refuse to accept immediately. That would be amazing, said Sokka, clasping her hand in his. It really would be, Angela. And even then, it's still not the best thing that could be done, but it's the best I can do so far, she whispered. So indeed, I would want to change slavery, since I can't stop it altogether, but at the same time, the Fire Nation's conquest over the rest of the world has, quite ironically, given people a chance to live in different places, to meet people they never would have found, under normal circumstances. Some, like you, have even learned from these experiences. You're as good as a master swordsman now, after Piandao trained you, and with everything you learned for your fight at the slate, you're stronger than ever. That's true, said Sokka, nodding. It's not right that you learned all this only because slavery happened, though, said Angela. You, and everyone else who's gained something from bonding with those of another nation, shouldn't have had to sacrifice your freedom to do it. I didn't need to make such compromises to obtain benefits from you, and neither do most Fire Nation people who bond with those of other nations. It's just, not right. No, it isn't, said Sokka, smiling. Still, do you wish slavery hadn't happened, but that we would have known each other anyways? That the bonds we've built with those of different cultures could still exist. The thing is, if the world were to return to what it was before the war, Sokka, then how could you and I be together? Angela asked, gazing at him remorsefully. Sokka's eyes widened. There were no mixed families or relationships until the Fire Nation's conquest began. I know it may sound like I'm excusing or glossing over the damage the conquest has done, but I know what you mean, though. I do, said Sokka, frowning. It's actually true, my grandmother, she came from the Northern Water tribe. Oh. She told me and my sister about how she fled from the north to avoid marriage, said Sokka, with a small smile. When she arrived in the south she was welcomed, but she always stood out because of her origins. She married my grandfather, and then had my father, and while he wasn't treated poorly, he was thought not to be good enough for my mother, who was the daughter of the chief. It took him quite a long courtship, and a lot of efforts, to win her heart and convince the tribe that he could take up the role of chief once my other grandfather passed away. It wasn't easy, though. I suppose there may have been interest in preserving the South's cultural values, or so, said Angela, frowning. Still, they didn't have it easy, despite coming from their sister tribe, no less. Imagine how a Fire Nation citizen would fare in the South Pole. They'd probably never consider having one of them in their midst, said Sokka. I doubt they'd be that hard on someone from the Earth Kingdom, but they wouldn't be too kind either way. Which is precisely what I mean. I really think balance has been misunderstood for being boundaries, limits between people. And I know it may sound corny of me to say so, but don't you ever think about how lucky we are? Well, I did just say I was the luckiest man in the world, said Sokka, grinning. Angela smiled too. I mean because, if circumstances had been different, maybe we wouldn't have had a chance to be together at all, said Angela. If there had been no war, a lot of lives would have been saved, and yet we'd still be isolated from one another, most likely. We wouldn't even know the other exists. That's the worst-case scenario, though, isn't it? I mean, as son of the chief, and with you as a princess. I wouldn't have been in the main branch of the family if there had been no war, Angela pointed out. Sokka blinked. My uncle wouldn't have lost his son, so it stands to reason to imagine he wouldn't have turned his back on his nation and that he would have taken his father's throne when his time came. So, if you think some sort of political meeting could have been held between our nations, and that by chance we might have met there, well, the odds are you would have met my cousin and not me. As for some arranged marriage, if that's what you were hoping for? Again, unlikely. I've never heard of anyone in the royal family marrying outside Fire Nation nobility. Huh, so that's the part where your complaints about balance hit us in the gut, huh? Said Sokka, sighing. It's stupid, though, that the old understanding of balance forced us to live apart and at such distance from one another, because look at us, said Angela, meeting his gaze. I've never known someone who can make me feel the things you can. Normally I pulled away from most people, keeping distance from them, but with you I can't help but to want to get closer. It's been that way for the longest time. I feel the same way, said Sokka, smiling. I mean, you make me feel that life is worthwhile. That alone is the most amazing gift I've been given. You're the one who keeps giving me reasons not to give up. So, where would I be without you? I guess you'd still be in your tribe. Or probably dead, after your father sent his troops to annihilate me for taking his lackeys as captives, said Sokka, with a grimace. Angela sighed. Yeah, that's likely, to be honest, she whispered. I know that a lot of things have gone awry, said Sokka, reaching to caress Angela's face with the back of his hand. And I know that maybe if anything had gone differently, we might not have this, so, it's why, despite it all, I cherish what we have as much as I do. The mere thought of a life without you, well, I simply imagine I'd spend my years bored, lonely, waiting for a miracle to happen. And if a miracle were to happen in some form other than yours, I think I'd still feel dissatisfied even though I wouldn't know why. Because as it is, well, I can't imagine a life without you. I don't want to. I don't want to imagine one without you either, said Angela, kissing his hand. Don't you ever wonder how many people like us have existed? People who could have found a wonderful partner at the other end of the world, and yet settled for someone they didn't love fully, or perhaps they spent their lives alone, simply because these boundaries existed. I guess it's not just you and me, is it? It's Tien and his wife, Udeo's mayor, it's also Zuko and Suki. And Ty Lee and Haru. Said Sokka, frowning. Maybe for the rest of the world, sacrificing these relationships would be a small price to pay for peace and harmony, but it's no peace, Sokka. It's not harmony, not for real. Not when it's as stable as trying to balance a whole building on a spinning wheel, said Angela, shaking her head. What we used to have was separation, definitions, boxes with labels where you could throw each person depending on what they were. And you and me? We don't share any of those boxes, do we? We're opposites in practically every regard. Yet why is it that nobody else who shares my boxes has resounded with me in the way you do? We've had our clashes, it's true, he whispered. We really didn't start off well. But I guess that comes with balance too, doesn't it? We were too different to understand each other right away, but in time, we found a rhythm. A way to coexist without destroying each other, said Angela, smiling. Despite it all, fire and water might not need to snuff the other out of existence. Both our elements are flowing, you know. Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. So, I guess we've just found a way to flow around one another. Don't you think? Angela laughed softly and pressed her forehead to his. She held his face in place, and his lips found hers for a soft kiss. We did go a long time fighting each other, fighting our feelings, and yet nothing has been more gratifying than stopping that struggle and just giving in, said Sokka, kissing her forehead next. Maybe the world needs to learn from us, huh? To just quit fighting and accept one another. Even if it sounds idealistic. Maybe it does, but we can still try to make it happen, said Angela, dropping her head on his shoulder. We can't depend blindly on someone else, expecting them to swing in and fix our problems magically. The Avatar has been gone for over 100 years, and for all we know, the Avatars may be gone for good by now. Maybe it means it's time for the world to learn what balance is and why we need it, instead of waiting for some enforcer to make us behave as he believes proper. An enforcer who would keep us all apart in an attempt to create an unreliable brand of balance. Then, does this start with us? Sokka asked. Angela smiled and cupped his face, her eyes meeting his. It already started before us, Sokka, she whispered. Maybe not in the smoothest way, but it has begun indeed. I guess our role would be to make it work properly, though. So, we're going to change the world? Sokka asked, smiling. Into a world where the two of us can be together, maybe. Well, the world where we are together already exists, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. The problem is convincing everyone that this isn't as bad an idea as they'll assume it is. But, frankly, making this a world where we can be together freely is the hardest part. I get it, said Sokka. Angela smiled sympathetically. We can still try. If nothing else, once I'm Fire Lord nobody will be able to stop me from being with you if that's what I want, said Angela. Only, since my father is in good health and I doubt he has any plans to step down from the throne, I suppose we will be free to be together when we're, around 70, perhaps. Can you wait that long? Sokka snorted with laughter, surrounding Angela's waist with his arms as she smiled. He kissed the tip of her nose, still beaming. I'd wait forever, and you know it. No matter how old and wrinkly we are, he said. Angela laughed too. That's a relief. Though I do hope the royal spa will prevent me from getting too many wrinkles. She reasoned. Sokka laughed again. Damn, I love you, he said, hugging her tight and dropping on the bed with her in his arms. Now it was Angela who lay atop him. You'll be the greatest Fire Lord there's ever been. And you'll make a fine Fire Lady, when the time comes. A fine what, now? Said Sokka, prompting Angela to laugh again. Hey, I'm no lady. You needn't say that twice, said Angela, still chuckling. But I rather enjoy teasing you, my manly man. Heh. I am manly. Yep, he said, smiling proudly. Angela sighed, celebrating internally the return of Sokka's goofier side. She leaned down on him, kissing his lips softly, still smiling as she held his face in her hands. But, say. I am a fan of everything you've just said, and I'm glad you want to end slavery, but there's a lot of stuff that could happen when you do that. Some people might not like it, said Sokka, biting his lip. And also, there's other problems out there, too. You won't give the Earth Kingdom's autonomy back, or would you? As things are now. Said Angela, frowning. I don't know if that would be a good idea. King Ki wasn't said to be a good ruler, and Ba Sing Se is thriving in Tien's control. I don't know if that's the case for all the Earth Kingdom, but I question that withdrawing our hold over their lands would be much help. Granted, it might be the right thing to do, from a moral point of view, but it's complicated, I know, said Sokka, sighing. Still, it's something else we have to think about. People deserve the right to keep their cultures, even under Fire Nation rule. Then again, going by what you've said, you don't mean to trample over the Earth Kingdom culture altogether, do you? No, that's not my intent. Not at this point anyways, regardless if I didn't always care for that, she whispered. I'm aware there are a lot of problems that will need tending to, Sokka. I know it's not just about the things that concern us personally. I figured. I just thought I'd make sure, said Sokka, smiling a little. There's a lot of people enduring awful circumstances, like the Machinist, and they don't deserve that. He doesn't deserve that. What do you mean, exactly? Said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Sokka bit his lip. He told me that the War Minister has been threatening him ever since the Fire Nation army found this place. He offered his services in a desperate plea to protect his people. It's why he's been helping the Fire Nation as he has. Angela frowned and remained silent for a moment. Sokka waited for her to speak again, though he glanced at her uneasily as he did. How did he threaten him? Do you know? Angela asked. Sokka shrugged. I'm not sure. He mentioned something about destroying their home, I think, he said. You can ask him for details tomorrow if you need to hear the whole story. All the same, it's really not fair. He's had to decide between protecting his own and being loyal to his nation. With either decision, he's had to sacrifice something he cared for. And he doesn't deserve that any more than we do. It's affected him in ways I can barely begin to imagine. It's why he spends so long locked in his office, why he's always working, he can barely bear the guilt anymore. I'm not surprised to hear that. It's my father's personal brand of manipulation, you see, said Angela, sighing. He's a master at cornering people through threats. People can either give him what he wants, regardless if they don't want to do it, or they will face a living hell. Naturally, most people choose the first option. The Machinist did, too. It's the same thing he did with this mission, isn't it? Said Sokka. I didn't have a choice regarding whether I wanted to assist the Mechanist or not. The only choice to be made was whether I'd do it willingly or not, and of course, resisting would have only been futile, right? Right. It would have made this entire situation much worse, said Azula, biting her lip. Sokka sighed. You will try to fix this too, though, won't you? Sokka asked, looking at her eagerly. Even if you might only have the power to do it when we're 70. Azula smiled and kissed him. Sokka caressed her cheek as she returned his gaze. I'll do everything I can to right my nation's wrongs. A lot of things we did were far from ideal, but I will do my best to turn things around without throwing away the good changes we've brought to the world. Because we do need balance. The Fire Nation has damaged others and itself by disrupting balance, whether we want to accept that or not, and now look at us. We're assimilating other cultures, relying on people like the Mechanist to accomplish things we can't do ourselves. And after growing so close to you, I can only be horrified by everything I put you through back when we first met, and Xin Long? He's desperate to meet more dragons, and if he never did, it'd be because of what the Fire Nation has done to his kind. There would be nobody else to blame for it. Azula, whispered Sokka, as she sighed. I will do my best to change the ways of the world. Even if I don't know how I'll do it yet, but I do have around 50 years to plan it, don't I? She said, smiling. Sokka grinned back. If someone can do this, it's you. I'm sure of it, he said, pressing his forehead to hers. Not on my own, though. She whispered. He raised an eyebrow as their gazes met again. Well, you won't be on your own. I can promise you that, he said, smiling sweetly. Azula averted her gaze briefly before raising it to meet his again. Sokka intertwined their hands. Sokka, about the things you said earlier, regarding your tribe, Azula started. Sokka swallowed. Yeah. I understand you might be nervous about going home, especially because of what's happening between us. They won't take kindly to hear about our bond, even if you don't explain it fully, at least, I can imagine they won't. They won't like it, no, said Sokka. I don't know if I'll manage to make them understand, honestly, but I'll try to, at least. Good, said Azula, nodding. So, you still mean to go see them? Sokka took a deep breath and, after a pause, he nodded too. I figured I would, once I'd achieved our goal. It's what we settled on from the start, after all, he muttered. And we will achieve it. For certain, she said, with determination. Sokka smiled weakly. But seeing how uneasy you are about this, I thought maybe things won't have to be exactly as we originally planned. Too much has changed since we first struck our deal, after all, so. Sokka repeated, raising an eyebrow at her shy silence. I was merely thinking. I can take you to your tribe, when all is said and done, she said. But, you won't have to stay there forever if you don't want to. Whether they accept you as you are now or not. I'll wait for you at the coast, if you still want to go back to the Fire Nation with me. And if you do, then we can. We can stay together, said Sokka, smiling brightly. His eyes had lit up, blazing brighter than Azula had ever seen them before. The two of us, together, no matter what. And we'd keep true to our original promise, despite it all, said Azula, grinning too, immediately soothed by his own smile. I would take you home as planned. We're just altering what comes afterwards, I guess. As long as you want this, of course. What do you mean, as long as I want it? He said, laughing happily. There's nothing I'd want more, nothing. Azula laughed as he kissed her eagerly, repeatedly, surrounding her tightly with his arms. She returned each kiss, caressing his arms when he buried his face in her shoulder. You're the best part of my life, hands down, he said, smiling still. Staying with you it'd be so perfect, Azula. I'm glad to hear it, she said, kissing the side of his head. I really did fear what might come once we defeated Zhao's Gladiator. I thought that maybe, that we would part ways, forever. And the mere idea was just. Even if we hadn't reached this point. Angela, said Sokka, pulling away and stroking her hair. Even if we weren't together like this, I wouldn't know how to part ways with you. Being away from you for a month already took more willpower than I knew I had. I can't even imagine saying goodbye forever. I can't let it happen. I'll do whatever it takes to stay by your side for as long as we can be together. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep you with me. And to keep you safe, too, she said, kissing the palm of his hand. Which is awfully contradictory, considering what your line of work is, but still. I'm a fortunate gladiator, really. For my sponsor to be so eager to keep me safe, warm, well-fed, and happy. He said, caressing her face. It's more than I ever dreamt I would have, if I were sponsored. Did you ever think it was possible? Angela asked. Sokka shook his head. I figured I'd be long dead before anyone thought to glance my way. I wasn't anything special back then, you know that, said Sokka, with a weak grin. You were, in different regards than in physical prowess, said Angela. And yet now you're special in all regards, seems like. Yeah? I thought I was mostly an idiot, though. You are one, but you can put that head of yours to good use when you feel like it, said Angela, smirking and kissing him. And considering I love you, perhaps I am a bit of an idiot myself. No way you're actually saying that, girl, said Sokka, with wide, horrified eyes. Angela chuckled. You? An idiot. It's your fault. I didn't even know this side of myself existed, she said, sighing, and dropping atop him. And yet I'm grateful you've brought it out of me. You've made me the happiest I've ever been. So, I'll stay with you, in hopes to keep making you the happiest you've ever been, said Sokka, his embrace tightening as Angela pulled the sheets and blankets over them with some difficulty. Good. Though that was not what I was going to say, she whispered. What was it, then? Sokka asked, and Angela kissed him once more. That I'll do my best to make you as much of a happy idiot as I am when I'm around you, she whispered. Sokka grinned. You don't even need to try, princess. I'm a happy idiot simply because you exist, he said, kissing her shoulder as they rolled on their sides. The fact that you've looked my way and thought me worthy of you is still beyond my understanding. Loving you, though, is the best thing I've ever done. Angela smiled warmly and kissed him again, pressing her body against his. Sokka's arms were around her, to hold her close to him through the night. Thank you, for saving my life all the time, he whispered. You keep doing that even if you don't realize it. You did it again today, though I guess this time you could tell. You don't need to thank me. I'm actually doing it for selfish reasons, said Angela, hiding her face in his neck. I can't fathom surviving in this world without you. It's you and me for good, we've already agreed on that, right? No more wasted time, no more nonsense. No more dishonesty, Sokka said, nodding. If this is going to last, we need to work for it and give it our all. I'm willing to do that, Angela whispered. He smiled. So am I. Angela sighed in relief and lifted her gaze to find his. They joined together in another intimate kiss, their warmth combining through the contact of their bodies. The night slipped away from them slowly, and soon they both relaxed fully in their close embrace. Despite herself, Angela didn't fall asleep even though her eyelids often seemed to close of their own accord. She continued to caress Sokka's humid hair as she watched him sleep, eased by the sight of his heaving chest, by feeling his heart beating at a regular rhythm. She pressed her lips to his forehead at times, to his cheek, to his own lips, and even if he was unconscious, he responded at times, pecking at her blindly and making her smile. Despite she was exhausted, especially on an emotional level, she couldn't fathom leaving yet. At least not until the night had passed, and she knew she had nothing more to fear. She would remain beside him until light and brightness returned, bringing in a new day to mend what had been broken before. A new day, in which she might not need to dread what the shadows would do to Sokka's heart. She meant to help him fight them in whichever way she could, that was a certainty, at least, until she knew he was strong enough to fight them on his own. She hoped the day would come when she could face her own demons in the same way. Her inner fire flared with a familiar sensation, dawn was nearing. She breathed deeply, knowing she had better leave before Ruishi caught her naked in Sokka's bed. She kissed him again, stroking his face with her fingers. "I love you," she whispered. It was so much easier to say the words earnestly when he was asleep. Yet he took her by surprise by humming and kissing her back fully now, his grip on her waist growing stronger. "And I love you," he said, opening his eyes lazily. Angela smiled. "Good. But I need to go now, okay?" she said, pressing her forehead to his. Sokka swallowed. "Right. Ruishi," he said, before covering his mouth as the urge to yawn hit him. Angela kissed the back of his hand and climbed off the small bed with some difficulty. She started gathering her clothes and was taken by surprise when Sokka climbed off the bed behind her. He clasped her shoulders and kissed the back of her head before joining her in fetching her clothing items. Soon he was helping her clad herself in them, indulging in occasional kisses and embraces. Soon she was in full garb, armored as per usual, while Sokka remained fully naked. She insisted on remediating that, regardless of Sokka's reassurances that it wasn't necessary. "I just prevented you from freezing to death down there. You're not going to stay naked just so you can get sick, despite my efforts," she said, as she finished tying his belt. Sokka sighed. "You'll be looking after me constantly after my little stunt, won't you? Until you prove you can take good care of yourself." "Yes," said Angela, smirking. He smiled. "Well, it does feel good to be cared for so much," he whispered, pressing his forehead to hers. "You're too kind. Only with you, and only once in a blue moon. So, make the most of it," said Angela, cupping his face and kissing him softly. He leaned down to hug her, and Angela returned the embrace most gladly, her heart warm and relieved. He truly was back to his usual self, as affectionate and loving as he often was. She kissed his shoulder, caressing his back. "I'll see you in a few hours. Don't do anything stupid in the meantime, okay?" she whispered. He smiled. "I won't," he said, nodding. "What sort of stupid thing can I do while I sleep? I don't know. Dream about me giving you oral sex, maybe." "Come on, Angela, it was a one-time thing," he said. Angela smirked. "I know, but one time is all it takes for me to never let it go," she said, kissing him again. "All right. I'm off, then." "Wait," he said, softly. He cupped her face and kissed her once again, slowly and kindly. Angela closed her eyes and leaned into his body, returning every touch of his lips earnestly. Sokka pressed his forehead to hers once the kiss was over and they were breathless, a small smile on his face. "I love you," he said, kissing her forehead. "Watch your step in those halls, okay?" "I will. I'll see you shortly," she said, smiling as she caressed his cheek. After one last peck at his lips, she found the strength to pull away and moved to the door. "And I love you, too." Sokka smiled affectionately at that, and Angela laughed softly under her breath before opening the door slowly, focused on taking off to her tower. Sokka watched her leave, wishing he could stop feeling lonely as soon as she was gone. He smiled to himself, though, for she had saved him again. He had never expected to become the man he was now, but he was grateful she was by his side in his worst trials. The shadows could catch up with him, but he knew he could count on Angela to keep him grounded. Despite their differences, they accepted each other completely, and they would always seek to understand one another, no matter how hard it could be at times. Maybe it wasn't an ideal relationship on many fronts, he reasoned, as he returned to bed. But it could be the strongest relationship if they fought for it as they meant to, if they worked on their bond, on building the trust between them as they had tonight. As long as they did that, no force in the world would ever be strong enough to tear them apart. At least, he hoped as much. He slipped under the covers, drifting into an uneasy sleep, perhaps because Angela's comforting presence was gone now. Yet he closed his eyes with the firm belief that dawn would bring a better day, and all the days afterwards would be better yet. He would face his fears, accept his shortcomings, and he would strive to find ways to better the world, by Angela's side. "I'm sorry. I should have thought about what you were going through instead of lashing out at you as I did. Especially when you and I are on the same boat, pretty much." The mechanist's small eyes widened as Sokka looked at him earnestly across his desk. The Water Tribe man had paid his office an unexpected visit, now with a drastically different attitude than the one he'd had the previous day. The Mechanist could sense something had changed deep within Sokka, although he wasn't entirely sure of what it was. Yet something about his firm stance and steady eyes told him he wasn't as broken and hopeless as he had been yesterday. Well. I actually didn't expect otherwise. Not when you discovered the truth, said the Mechanist, shrugging. I've done unforgivable things, Sokka. So have I. I think we all have, he whispered, closing his eyes. It's why I'm sorry. I often talk without thinking, you know, and eventually I realize how many things I've misunderstood. How many assumptions I'd made. You have nothing to apologize for, Sokka, said the Mechanist, sighing. If only I had dared trust you. I didn't trust you either, for that matter, said Sokka, with a weak smile. We didn't know what we were fighting for, or who we were fighting against. And we know now. The Mechanist asked, looking at Sokka with confusion. To his surprise, Sokka nodded and smiled. Yes. We both know what we're fighting for, he said. And as long as we remember what we need to protect, we won't lose our way. But, Sokka, I've caused my own nation's destruction, the Mechanist said. Sokka shook his head. No, you didn't. You were threatened into service. You, my friend, aren't the problem, he said, firmly. It's not you who needs to change. Then who does? The Fire Lord? War Minister Qin. The Mechanist asked. Sokka raised an eyebrow. I think we'll see in time, won't we? He said, standing up again. You won't have to worry, all right? Go back to your son and stop drowning in work. You've done it all for him, after all, so you should spend proper time with him. You should take real breaks, and it's about time you stop tormenting yourself. You don't need to atone for sins that aren't yours. Still, what about the bombs? The Mechanist asked, looking at Sokka with uncertainty. Won't we still have to work on them? I actually tried to think of how to make the princess's idea work, and maybe it can be done. Huh? Really? Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. The Mechanist bit his lip. I won't send word to the War Minister about it this time, I promise, he whispered. Sokka nodded. Good call, he said. The Mechanist swallowed hard. I haven't done anything yet, though. I don't really want to, but if the Fire Lord demands it. It's fine, said Sokka, lifting a hand as to appease the worried man. I won't rage on you for it this time around. But I'll see if we can dodge this problem, though. Maybe we can just. The sound of the creaking door startled them both. They turned to look at it, and Sokka's eyes visibly brightened upon seeing Azula standing in the doorway. The Mechanist, on the other hand, was daunted and uneasy by her sudden apparition. Morning, to the two of you, she said, curtly. She shot Sokka a glare, which he understood immediately. He had better stop looking at her like the love-struck fool he was. I have just received a message from my father. Why said the Mechanist, paling. Sokka as well grew tense as Azula stepped into the room. He had sent it long before you mailed the new designs you've crafted, said Azula. And he seems to believe the airships will satisfy his purposes, despite I don't quite agree with that notion. Regardless, he wants us to return home now. She addressed the last part to Sokka specifically. He grinned at his teeth and nodded, while the Mechanist sighed in relief behind the desk. Truly, then. I won't have to build the bombs anymore? I had already started to come up with a strategy to use the gas, but if you won't need it. It would seem we won't, at least not for the foreseeable future, said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. I thank you for your services, and, well, if they were ever required again, I do hope you won't have to provide them as you did this time. I'm under the impression you've been enduring harsh treatment by War Minister Qin since several years ago. Well, yes, Princess, said the Mechanist, nervously. But it's not. It's not acceptable that a man of your talent would be treated this way, said Azula. The Mechanist's eyes widened, especially when the threats yielded no results. You succeeded in designing these aircrafts once you had Sokka's assistance. The war minister achieved nothing by terrorizing you, so I will make certain my father has a few words with him about his inefficient methods to obtain results. Why you would? Wait, what? Said the Mechanist, his eyes widening again. Angela nodded. I know it's hard to believe, but I mean what I say, she declared. I'll see to this myself. If he ever threatens you again into working on projects you're struggling with, send word and I'll put an end to this problem in a more permanent manner. I won't have important Fire Nation allies mistreated at the hands of inept officials. Sokka couldn't help but smile as Angela spoke, with her characteristic cold tone. He smiled, though, because he was seeing the hope of freedom being born in the Mechanist's uplifted face. The knowledge that he would no longer be terrified into service and submission seemed to be too much to take, for tears started to blink in the corners of his eyes. So you won't have to bear with this anymore. I mean to straighten out matters with War Minister Chin, Angela repeated. You've provided the Fire Nation with grand advancements, and threats are no way to show you the gratitude you deserve. Thank you, Princess. Oh, this is just. He said, laughing happily as he brought his hands together, a blissful smile on his face. Angela held back a smile of her own, for she had a reputation to maintain. You really mean this? Oh, it means so much more than I can say. Can I hug? And no, of course I can't hug you. Yes, please refrain from doing that, said Angela, inching away from the man slowly. To her mild amusement, the Mechanist laughed and hugged Sokka instead, who was startled at first but smiled soon enough, looking at Angela with confusion. She couldn't hold back her own smile this time as the Mechanist cheered, squeezing Sokka tightly. Finally. We'll be free to live here as we please. Oh, you two must come visit whenever you're nearby. He said, beaming at them both. You surely travel often to Ba Sing Se, don't you? Not that often, but maybe we could come again. Sokka asked, looking at Angela with raised eyebrows. She shrugged. Maybe one day, though I doubt we'll stay as long as we did this time, she said. Still, before we take our leave, which I guess will be tomorrow, since we'll have to pack first, I have something to ask, if you don't mind. The Mechanist raised his messy eyebrows, uncertain of what Angela would want now, but perfectly willing to hear what she had to say. If she would indeed change his life and give him back the freedom he had once enjoyed while in the temple, he was more than willing to answer her questions. You said you had an accident down wherever the volatile gas is? Angela asked. He nodded. I did, I just walked in there with a torch and, well, it was a pretty bad experience, yes. Why? Did you have a chance to see any of what's down there? If there's anything at all, of course. Why, not really, no. All I can say is that there was a door, which I reinforced afterwards so the gas wouldn't leak. But I didn't see anything, the room is so dark. I did create a lantern that would prevent me from catching fire again, but I have never used it to get inside the room. I'm not sure if I should let myself breathe that volatile gas too long. So. I never investigated thoroughly. Why do you want to know, though? It's nothing. Just musings and strange theories I enjoy concocting, said Angela, shrugging innocently. Then, you've never ventured further to discover what might be down there? Why, no, but, what could there be down there other than that gas? The Mechanist asked. Angela bit her lip. Answers, maybe. Never mind, though. I was merely asking out of curiosity, said Angela. Anyways, I'll thank you again for your efforts. I do hope you can use your new aircrafts for your own purposes too. Perhaps you can travel to Ba Sing Se and acquire a few goods you can't find around here. Make the most of them, and good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you, Princess, truly, thank you, the Mechanist said, smiling at her. Angela nodded in his direction and he bowed. I am forever in your debt. And in debt you shall remain for as long as I can afford it, said Angela, nodding towards him once more. The Mechanist stared at her in confusion as she turned to Sokka. Pack your things early, all right? We'll be leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Sure thing, said Sokka, nodding firmly as Angela turned to leave the office. Sokka sighed happily as she left, glancing at the Mechanist. He patted the man's shoulder, who remained confused still. What did she mean with that? He asked Sokka. She'll keep me in debt. I think it means she hopes she'll never need to make you return the favor, said Sokka, smiling. She doesn't want to keep demanding war inventions from you. The mechanist's eyes gleamed again. He had to clutch his desk as the surprise shook him fully. Yes, he couldn't take back the damage he had already done, but maybe he wouldn't need to damage anyone else anymore. If this was true, then perhaps the worst was over. Sokka was surprised when he heard the man sobbing softly. He grimaced and surrounded his shoulders with an arm, as the mechanist's overflowing emotions poured out between hiccups and soft whispers of gratefulness. Sokka smiled as he rubbed the man's shoulder, understanding just what Azula's kindness truly meant to him. The two of them had decided that they would change the world's state, that they would fight to see it become a better place. But a simple realization materialized in Sokka's mind as he glanced at the door through which Azula had left. They had started to change the world long before they had decided to do so. The Mechanist was hardly the first person Azula had shown her personal brand of veiled kindness to, and Sokka knew he wouldn't be the last. She'll make a pretty great Fire Lord one day, don't you think? He said. The Mechanist sniffed and nodded most eagerly. Oh, that's for certain. He said, smiling through his tears. That's for certain. The day was hectic, as the princess, her gladiator, and her guards took care to pack up once again. The Mechanist's other assistants ensured the train tank would be ready to take off in the morning. Dinner was almost a grand celebration, as most of the temple's inhabitants wished them good fortune on their trip. Teo in particular was said to watch his new friends go, but Fei Li assured him they'd keep in touch whenever he had a chance to write to him. The night was quite busy, so Sokka and Azula refrained from indulging in their usual clandestine encounters, holding out for that until they were back in the barge. They said their farewells to the Mechanist again in the morning, just before climbing on the train tank, and with Tai Wei at the wheel, the vehicle was well on its way down the mountain. The journey back to the port was slow, but most of the train tank's passengers were too drowsy to notice. Even the loud rattling of the train wasn't enough to bother them, exhausted as they were after their restless night of preparation for their imminent return home. It was already noon when they finally reached the port, and it was almost dusk again when Azula's barge was drifting through the ocean, setting course for the Fire Nation. The royal guards had yet to return to protocol, Azula noticed. They had dressed in their uniforms again but were still acting far more leisurely than usual. The ship's deck emptied after barely half an hour of sailing, for Azula's guards had all headed inside to get proper rest. She wasn't well rested either, in fact, she hadn't slept much in the past 2 days, but she remained on deck with Xin Long. The disheartened dragon had been moping after their unsuccessful trips to find more dragons. Azula sighed and slid her hands through his hair, his large head resting on her lap. Maybe they're hiding elsewhere, she whispered. The world is big enough to hide more than just you, Xin. And if there's a chance that some air nomads didn't die by the hands of the Fire Nation's armies, despite that was what we were all told, then maybe there will be dragons out there too. Xin Long growled, reminding her that she didn't really expect there to be air nomads out there. Not after the theory she had concocted, linking the disappeared air nomads and the inexplicable gas reserve under the air temple. It's only a theory. I might be wrong about that. There's no reason the air nomads would all die in the same place, and that their bodies would just decay and turn into some volatile gas that easily, she whispered, gritting her teeth. Hell, that's your creepy theory. Azula froze upon hearing Sokka's voice behind her. She turned her head slowly, looking at him over her shoulder. He smiled awkwardly at her, raising a questioning eyebrow. Terrified by my spooky imagination now, are you? Azula asked. Sokka chuckled. I thought you'd be resting by now, though. You probably should get some sleep. I should get some rest, but so should you, princess, he said, sitting beside her and smiling warmly. I saw you dozing off in the train tank earlier. You shouldn't be out here in the cold, especially when you're so tired. So now our roles have switched? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows inquisitively. Sokka chuckled. Just for the time being. You can get back to nagging me for being reckless once you've rested. Oh, so I nag you, now? That's what I do. Well. He was left to do nothing but laugh when he failed to come up with an answer for her question. She smacked him lightly on the back of his head before ushering Xin Long to let her stand up. The dragon seemed amused by the way Sokka smiled guiltily, rubbing the back of his head where she had hit him. Sokka was surprised, though, when Azula offered her hand to him without saying a word. He looked up at her, finding she was gazing at him with more kindness than she would permit herself in normal circumstances. He smiled before clasping her hand and pushing himself up to his feet. "You need to go to bed too, you know," she said. All right, but I'll need someone to cuddle with. Cold nights, you know," he said, looking at her innocently. Azula smiled sarcastically. "Why, you can curl up with Xin Long if you'd like. He rather enjoyed squeezing Ruishi to sleep once before, or maybe you can go to Ruishi, actually. He'd probably be happy to cuddle with you if it means you won't be with me." Sokka snorted and laughed as Azula smirked at him. She bumped her shoulder gently against him before whispering, "Give it 5 minutes and be wary. I don't think there's anyone standing guard, but you can never be too careful." "Gotcha," he said, smiling as Azula slipped past him. "Good night, Xin. Good night, Snow Savage." He chuckled as she walked away, watching the way her hips swayed in the most elegant manner. As ever, he stared after her, and Xin Long decided to headbutt him from behind for it, but he didn't care to stop even then. He was already using up all his willpower not to go after her immediately. But Sokka joined Azula in her room eventually, as intended. She welcomed him eagerly, kissing him breathlessly as if to make up for all the hours they had spent keeping proper distance from one another. They fell in the bed, curled around each other, pressed together tightly. Their first trip as more than gladiator and sponsor was at its end, and while it hadn't been perfectly smooth, they felt closer to each other than ever before. And although they knew better than to anticipate the future with the highest hopes, they were still thrilled about whatever might come next. Their ultimate challenge, changing the world for the better, had only just begun. Chapter 108, New Day by Day 1. "So, you truly believe this will be a hindrance to our purposes, in the long run?" "I dread as much, Father. Our forces are already spread too thin, so we can't afford losing soldiers pointlessly in the north. Sending them there with the airships under these circumstances is only likely to result in the loss of said resources, at best, and at worst, they might even be used against us in the future." Zhao huffed in disapproval as Azula finished her explanations. She ignored him, choosing to focus on her father instead. Oze frowned, giving her intervention more thought than Zhao had. "That was promising, at the very least. How do you propose we conquer the north, Princess, if not through air power or through the advanced weapons your father had sent you to design?" Zhao asked, folding his arms over his chest, scowling derisively at the princess. "Since you asked, I propose we reconsider our approach to our siege to the north. Considering how fruitless your campaign was while you were there, I find myself in the difficult position of questioning if taking over the pole will be worth it in the end," Azula said, returning the man's glare. "How many ships were sunk under your command? How many soldiers killed? How many resources squandered and wasted?" "The resources, ships, and soldiers that were needed so we could develop a more efficient strategy," said Zhao. Azula nearly snorted. "Really? So, you're implying it wasn't apparent, after the first year of fruitless battling, that your tactics were failing? What tipped you off, then, if I might inquire?" "Enough, both of you," said Oze, sighing as he sank in his chair with crimson velvet cushions. "There's no point in bickering over wasted years of siege. We've done all we could to keep those savages in their blasted casket, where they must remain. As for how to defeat them in their element, Azula just might be right, and we should rethink our alternative plans. Perhaps the airships won't do." "But," Zhao said, shaking his head lightly. Azula held back a smile. "Please, Oze. Do you realize what could be accomplished with those airships? Having the high ground is recommended in every battle, it's a basic tactic taught to every new private in the army. Alas, the high ground is one thing. Being airborne is quite different," said Azula, looking at Zhao with raised eyebrows. "You'll have nothing solid to stand on once you're in midair. If any of those waterbenders figured out a way to destabilize our airships, all our men will plummet to the ground from thousands of feet in the air. Do tell, how much good will they do to our cause when they're dead among airship debris? And what if the waterbenders fail to bring down our ships? We could build that second version of the project, the one the monocle fool sent a few weeks ago, said Zhao, looking at Jose almost with despair now. The metal should prove sturdy enough to prevent them from destroying the airships. Isn't that right? I guess it might, said Jose. But then comes the other problem the princess presented: these airships aren't weaponized. How are our firebenders supposed to attack significantly from such heights? Should we toss stones at them from above, as if we were earthbenders? It would be unfitting, pathetic. Perhaps burning rocks, I don't know, said Zhao, waving a hand dismissively. But we cannot discard this possibility, Jose. Those airships are the key to our victory. Why? Angela asked, looking at him in confusion. What is your plan, Admiral? What do you expect to achieve by hovering above the Northern Water Tribe? Her question silenced Zhao, though Angela had the distinct feeling that it wasn't because he lacked an answer, he was concealing it. He didn't want to disclose whatever method he had in mind to defeat the Water Tribe. Do tell, is this the same plan you've had for the last 7 years? Angela asked, most sarcastically. Zhao scowled. It's a plan that is certain to work, he growled. There's a way to remove the threat of the waterbenders. And with the airships. Do you plan on taking the Northern Water Tribe princess captive? Jose asked, raising an eyebrow. If she's your hostage you might be able to keep them at bay, but I question they would leave such an important figure unprotected, said Angela. Jose chuckled. Indeed. Unless she's as daring as you are, which I doubt, she would always be guarded by their better waterbenders, he conceded. What is this plan you have in mind, then, Zhao? I would rather make certain it's feasible before filling your minds with false hopes, Zhao said, with unusual uncertainty. Angela eyed him warily. Admiral. I know you don't want me to be the cause of yet another failure like your uncle's in Ba Sing Se, Zhao said, looking back at Angela. I won't be. I only ask for a chance. The next time I take my place in the front lines I will achieve my goal, for certain. And if you don't? Jose asked. Zhao swallowed hard. Then perhaps you should send her in my stead. She has had a spotless record so far, doesn't she? Said Zhao, jerking his head towards Angela. She raised an eyebrow. Perhaps Angela could indeed bring the Water Tribe to their knees, said Jose, smirking. If all fails in your second opportunity, Admiral, she will take your place. Let's hope it won't come to that. Let's, said Zhao, quietly. Angela supposed he had coveted the glory of conquering the North for far too long to hand it down to anyone else so easily. I will have the airships built, Jose said, turning to Angela. Her previous relief almost went up in smoke with that. But after hearing your recommendations, I will reconsider their purposes. Perhaps they can be used to transport our troops more easily through the world, if nothing else. They should serve for that, surely, Angela conceded, her relief returning, although more moderately. If the airships would exist regardless, they might be used for nefarious purposes in the end, despite what her father was saying right now. But then again, she had expected the airships to be crafted, no matter what. Jose hadn't built an airship factory merely for show. All the same, I will ponder our possibilities. If nothing else can be done to placate the threat the North represents, the airships will have to do, he said. Yet I am open to suggestions, if either of you can think of anything better. In the meantime, the airships will be built, and General Bujing shall continue to hold the siege until Admiral Zhao is ready to spearhead the operation once more. Angela nodded. Zhao was nowhere near as satisfied with the results of this meeting as she was, despite Angela wasn't fully pleased either. His brow was heavily furrowed, as though Angela's case against the airships had thrown a massive wrench in his careful plans. Plans for what? Angela had no idea. But if he hadn't succeeded at enacting said plan for the past years, she doubted it would be that reliable a strategy. Jose dismissed them, but despite Zhao left the Fire Lord's office with only a curt farewell nod, Angela lingered in place. Oze eyed her with curiosity, gauging her apparent unease. I'll leave shortly, but I wanted to talk about the Mechanist. War Minister Qin had threatened him into service, from my understanding. Ah. I suppose so, yes, said Oze, shrugging. What of it? The man is a bundle of nerves, Angela said. Threatening him into working is counterproductive for obvious reasons. He can't work well under excessive pressure. While my Gladiator assisted him, he was at ease, which might be why he was able to finish the airship's designs after years of fruitless efforts. I advise that the War Minister stops pressuring quite so harshly if we hope to keep him as a reliable and effective asset, were we to need him again. Oze stroked his long beard with a hand before nodding. That seems reasonable enough, I suppose. Not all people do their best work under pressure, it's a sad truth. Speaking of such people, you mentioned you have your first gladiator fight since your return today. Is he prepared for it? Well, I would hope so, said Angela. I have seen to his training ever since we returned from the Northern Air Temple. I do hope he won't disappoint you anew, said Oze, sighing before gesturing to the door. Off you go, then. Good luck with your battle. Thank you, father, said Angela, smiling and bowing towards him, with her fist pressed to her palm. She left the Fire Lord's study with a steady stride, off to her dragon's refuge. Her meeting with her father had been surprisingly fruitful, though she hadn't fulfilled all her expectations. She knew her goals couldn't be achieved that quickly, she had prepared herself for it. Yet Zhao's rejection of her objections to the airships as war vessels seemed to be a cause for concern. She had dreaded her father would choose to side with the Admiral eventually, seeing how he remained adamant about waging the siege of the North to its bitter end. It wouldn't be easy to sway him, she knew it. She had to play her cards carefully if she hoped to put a stop to that front of the war. Eagerness could be her undoing, circumstances like these called for patience. She continued to ponder the matter as Xin Long flew her to Sokka's house, and it remained on the forefront of her mind after she climbed off his saddle. The dragon took rolling on the grass happily, and Angela watched him with a smile before turning to enter the house through the back door. Ah, princess, Song said, smiling when she spotted Angela. She held a broom in her hand, for she had been busy sweeping before Angela entered the house. Good to see you. Likewise, said Angela, minding her step cautiously once she registered the girl was doing her chores. Song smiled at her. You can proceed upstairs, if you want to, she said. Sokka must be getting ready. Unless you'd rather wait down here. I'd rather not be a bother to you when you're in the midst of cleaning, so I guess upstairs it is, said Angela. Song smiled and nodded. I thought so. The princess climbed the stairs quickly and knocked on Sokka's door before pushing it open. She wasn't fazed upon finding he wasn't quite ready yet, his armor sitting on the bed, his weapons on his small dresser. He jumped when he heard the knock, though, but smiled when he saw who it was. Morning, said Angela, closing the door behind her. Sokka chuckled before closing the distance between them with an enthusiastic embrace. Angela returned the hug and rubbed his back gently with her hands. Yes, I missed you too. What, you idiot? Sokka asked, teasingly. To no surprise, he received a weak punch in the stomach as a response. He pulled away chuckling, shielding his abdomen from further attacks. Angela smirked at him. Quit being foolish and finish getting dressed. We don't want to be late. It's our first fight in forever, you know. Not true, you and I fight on a daily basis, pretty much, said Sokka, winking at her before tightening his belt and reaching for his armor. Angela looked at him skeptically. Is there any reason why you're being extra ridiculous today? She asked. Sokka snorted as he buckled the armor. Perhaps I'm just happy to see you again, princess. Did you consider that? He asked, caressing her face before leaning down to kiss her softly. Angela sighed into the exchange, cupping Sokka's face. She surrounded his neck with her arms, bringing him closer so she could return the kiss most comfortably. He responded by slipping his arms around her waist, lifting her with unexpected ease and surprising her as he laughed and kissed her again. She was grinning against his mouth before long. His enthusiastic behavior proved to be awfully contagious. They took their seat on the edge of the bed after their spree of morning kisses was put on hold. Angela helped him prepare for his fight, slipping his arm guards into place and binding them properly. It was often difficult to do it with one hand, so Sokka welcomed her help gladly. "I trust you rested well for today's fight?" she asked. Sokka nodded promptly. "Far too well. This whole thing of not spending the night with you is boring and lonely, but I guess I do get some rest after all," he confessed, with a crooked grin. Angela raised her eyebrows. "I'm afraid you'll have to put up with the boring loneliness, then. We need you perfectly fit for your fights," she said, before brushing a strand of his hair that had come loose from his wolf's tail. Sokka raised an eyebrow before tending to it. "How about you? Had a good night?" he asked. Angela shrugged. "It was boring and lonely and very restful," she said, sarcastically. Sokka chuckled and she grinned. "Still, I had a busy morning." "Oh, that meeting with your dad," said Sokka, grimacing. "How did that go?" "I'm not sure, not in the long run," said Angela, biting her lip as she fixed Sokka's second arm guard. "I guess we've achieved a small victory for now, but the future might not be so bright in the end." "What small victory?" Sokka asked. Angela smiled a little. "He's agreed with me on not using the airships to attack the Northern Water Tribe. It doesn't mean he's given up on that fight completely, though, but you did it. You managed to stop him from using the airships." Sokka exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Angela smiled. "I really don't know if they would have been more of a problem for the Fire Nation than for the Water Tribe, you know. Either way, it's better not to risk it, for either nation," said Sokka, smiling. This is great, Angela. It's a good start, if nothing else." "I'm glad you're being so positive about it," said Angela. "I think the threat is still dangling over our heads as we are, though. We need to be cautious about what comes next, if we're to keep the Water Tribe protected." "Well, you know how to handle your father, that's clear," said Sokka, beaming. "I have full trust in your abilities to deal with him, and with this war. Anything I can do to help you, I'll do it, for sure." "I figured you would," she said, stroking the stubble on his chin, to his delight. "But for now there's not much either of us can do anymore, for better or for worse, so you'll have to stand by. Patience is important." "Gotcha," said Sokka, as Angela finished fastening his arm guard's bindings. "I also may have dealt with the mechanist's problem, but only time will tell how effective that was," said Angela. "My father acknowledged pressure isn't the best way to handle him. He didn't really promise he'd talk to the war minister, but you've already said your piece, so let's hope that pays off too," said Sokka, laughing softly before hugging her. Angela sighed and caressed the back of his head. "I guess you're happy," she whispered. He nodded weakly before cupping her face and kissing her. "Even if nothing is effective just yet, you've set things in motion," he told her, with a gleeful smile. "It's a step forward, and a big one." "Of course, but nothing's set in stone yet," said Angela, raising her eyebrows. "I'm glad you're enthusiastic, but you might need to tone it down a little. If things don't go exactly according to plan. You're probably worrying a bit too much, you know," said Sokka, smiling gently at her. "Maybe this isn't absolute success yet, but wars are comprised of battles and small victories. We'll get there, step by step. So, cheer up. You've already done great." He patted her shoulders and grinned at her. Angela smiled a little, allowing him to surround her waist with his arms. He pulled her onto his lap and kissed her, conveying his heartfelt glee upon the news she had brought him. Angela responded at first, but soon she realized his hands weren't only keeping her in place anymore. She knew that kind of touch, she especially knew where it was going to take them, at this rate. For when Sokka's hands were guided with desire and need, they would caress her curves intimately, and his skilled lips would become incredibly mesmerizing. "Sokka!" she whispered against his mouth. He only groaned as a response, assaulting her lips with more enthusiastic kisses immediately. "We can't do this right now. You have a fight. It can wait a couple of minutes, can't it?" he asked, smirking before deepening their kiss. Angela moaned softly and cupped his face, responding despite she knew she couldn't get carried away with this. Sokka seemed to have no notion of their priorities just then, though. He was kissing her in the sweetest way, his hands raking her flanks, sending pleasant shivers down her spine. Sokka, damn it! Azula gasped, as he moved to kiss what little was exposed of her neck. I'm not about to be late over this. You can't just. We won't be late. We'll be thorough and quick, he said, before sucking on her skin. Azula shivered and yanked his wolf's tail, her teeth bared with a hiss. Sokka only groaned weakly over the mild discomfort by having his hair pulled, but he carried on with his endeavor, switching to light kisses to avoid leaving any visible marks on her body. Yet his daring hands were moving under her armor plates, and Azula gritted her teeth hard as he kneaded her breasts, a mischievous smirk on his face. This is your way to celebrate my success in the meeting? Really? She asked, breathlessly. He chuckled. I guess. Is it that bad? He asked. Azula groaned in exasperation. Bad? Give me a break. She grunted, glaring at him before kissing him eagerly. Sokka chuckled. At last, it seemed she'd given and succumbed to the same impulses that moved him. Her kisses were unexpectedly wild, but Sokka had never been one to reject Azula's more aggressive sides, especially in these situations. She tried to touch him under his armor too, but since his upper body was mostly well covered, she lunged for the ultimate goal directly. Azula, wait, whoa! Sokka exclaimed, upon feeling her hand cupping his manhood through his clothes. To no surprise of his, Azula smirked before kissing him again. He returned the kisses, reaching to cup her bottom and pull her closer, hoping to hinder her reckless touch. But she stood her ground, massaging him in the best way she knew how, and Sokka grimaced as his body responded, the blood flowing unequivocally to his groin at an alarming speed. Her furious kisses didn't stop, and she pushed him down on the bed as she claimed full dominance over him. Sokka could only moan. The situation wasn't quite what he had originally expected it to be, but of course, he liked it as it was, too. Maybe he liked it a little too much, as Azula confirmed once she pulled his belt loose, her hand slipping into his pants so she could touch him with no clothes in the way. Azula, let me. He growled, trying to take over, but Azula kept him pinned to the bed, exerting all her weight on him as she stroked his length. Sokka shivered violently, his excitement building exponentially. Azula, I'm serious. I won't last that long if you keep, Azula. You won't last much longer. Azula asked, her forehead pressed to his. Sokka gulped as a response. Are you sure? Can't take a little more. It's your turn. He groaned. Azula chuckled. Right. It's my turn to get what I want. She whispered. Sokka's racing heart sped up further upon hearing her speak in such seductive tone. His cheeks were visibly tinged red as gasps accompanied his every breath. And then Azula sat up, without further ado. Her hand was out of his pants, and soon it was tying his belt again. Sokka blinked a few times, unsure of what to expect for a moment until he registered what she was doing. Azula, he said, looking at her with horror as she stood up, approaching his dresser to confirm her appearance was near spotless. She grunted as she studied her smudged makeup. Azula, what are you? I am getting what I want, she said, smirking before turning to face him. Which means, of course, that we'll be on our way to the fight, as intended, in a few minutes. Finish gathering your weapons, clean the kiss marks off your face and meet me downstairs once you look presentable, all right? What do you mean? Presentable? Sokka asked, looking at her in disbelief. Azula smiled innocently. Naturally, she answered, as his irritation increased exponentially. To no surprise of hers, he pointed at the noticeable erection between his legs. How the blazes am I going to look presentable when I'm like this? He asked, an eyebrow twitching. Azula looked at him in fake surprise. Why, I wouldn't know. I suppose you could pretend you got it after riding Xin long, perhaps. I mean, it happened once before, so. What the hell? Sokka exclaimed, jumping to his feet, pouting at her in indignation. Azula only smirked as she made her way to the door. I'll need to fix my makeup now, if you don't mind. Hurry up. We don't want to be late, she said, slipping past the doorway quickly and laughing softly once she closed the door behind herself. Ah, that had been wicked, but damn if it hadn't been enjoyable. Sokka sat back on the mattress, his eyes wide in disbelief. She had played him. She had actually played him ridiculously easily, and he had fallen straight into that trap, because he had been the one setting it up in the first place. She had said they would be late, and Sokka knew Azula hated being late. He had done something remarkably idiotic by being so persistent about making the most of what little time they'd had left before the fight. Even so, he hadn't expected Azula to act like this. She had been far too kind for the past months, though. He should have known he wouldn't be that fortunate forever. He had pushed his luck and now he reaped what he sowed. A ghostly prickle in his groin, where his blood had pooled, made him cringe and snarl. Yeah, maybe he had asked for it, but that didn't mean he would put up with it without complaint. Azula was downstairs, touching up her makeup with a hand mirror. Song had leaned to her. She had already grown used to carrying makeup with her wherever she went, to make amends for the potential evidence of her impromptu exchanges with Sokka. She had finished painting her lips to perfection when the gladiator appeared at the top of the stairs, glaring daggers at her, and he proceeded to walk down the steps with unsurprising clumsiness. Ah, finally. I was starting to wonder what had kept you, Azula said, with a malicious smile. Sokka huffed, looking at her with irritation. Azula, he said, swallowing hard and lifting a finger to speak his mind, but Azula stopped him by showing him her palm. There's no time for chit-chat, she said, handing the mirror back to Song, who looked back and forth between them in confusion. Thank you, Song. We'll be back soon. Sure, good luck, said Song, grimacing as she watched Azula take off to the garden again. She glanced at Sokka, whose rather unusual state of squeamish anger only seemed to worsen by the second. What's going on? She just. How could she? You don't want to know, Song, believe me. He growled, storming off towards the garden too, but walking with his legs spread in a very strange way. Song raised an eyebrow as she watched him go. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to know, she convened, swallowing before returning to her chores. Sokka stomped his way towards Xin Long, a comical mix of pout and frown on his face. Azula had already climbed on the dragon's saddle, and she smirked with malice as she met his glare. Hurry, now. Time is of the essence, she said, with an innocent smile. Sokka groaned before hoisting himself up on the saddle. Yeah, sure it is. He grumbled under his breath as Xin Long prepared to take off. The breeze on their faces would usually be enjoyable in mid-flight, and Sokka would never fail to take his chances to hug Azula once they were hidden above the clouds, well, hug her and do more than hugging, too. But this time he remained stiff on his seat, his arms crossed, his face reddening as he felt his arousal dimming into a soft kind of pain. His unresolved erection had been terribly close to its finishing point, and it promised to give him a hard time during the fight if he didn't deal with it soon. Someone is unusually quiet this fine morning, Azula said, glancing over her shoulder with an impish smirk. You think? Sokka exclaimed, looking at her with utmost indignation. Azula, this is just cruel? I suppose, but it's also somewhat amusing, she said, biting her lower lip. Sokka growled. It's not amusing, it's starting to hurt, and it's mean. I know, you're teaching me a lesson, and I have to stop thinking with my penis, you say that all the time. But when it's not with the penis you proceed to thinking with your stomach, I'm aware. Azula said innocently, as Xin Long started to descend near the royal dome. But this is. How the heck do you expect me to fight like this, huh? Sokka exclaimed. Azula shrugged. I don't know. I suppose you can redirect all that barely contained rage for myself towards your rival, right? I'm not raging at you, Sokka grumbled. Azula looked at him inquisitively. I'm just horny. To no surprise of his, she laughed at his admission, which only made him blush deeper. She shook her head, smirking broadly. Well, please don't redirect that towards your foe, that would be, well, a gruesome spectacle to put out in the arena, frankly. Oh, come on. Sokka blared, prompting her to laugh again. "Now, really, where's your sense of humor, my handsome stud?" she asked, teasingly. He gritted his teeth as his erection gave him a new jolt of pain. "I think you stole it, just as you stole my good mood when you left my room," he growled. "Stole it? I am no thief, you know. I am merely a sponsor who's rather eager to see her gladiator shine in the battlefield today. How the hell am I supposed to shine when I'm—" Sokka started, but he gritted his teeth and silenced himself as he realized his voice might be overheard by now, as the dragon descended slowly towards the city. Azula chuckled. "You'll have to make sure to conceal that you have a bit of a problem with your boomerang," Azula said. Xian Long was approaching the grounds now. "I know it can't be easy, but you've dealt with worse ones, haven't you?" "Actually? No," Sokka growled, as Xian Long landed. "You went a bit further than you should have." "Oh. I suppose I should do something about it." She sighed, looking at him hopelessly. "But I think I'll save that for after the fight, if you don't mind." She jumped off Xian Long's saddle and petted the creature's head. The dragon seemed to chuckle, apparently amused by the same thing his rider was laughing about. Sokka glared at them from his seat. "Well? Are you going to move, Gladiator?" Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka hissed as he hoisted himself, using his arms to lift his weight over the saddle. He dropped hard on the ground, falling with his legs separated, his knees bent. Azula raised an eyebrow as he stood up straight, looking at her with piercing and angry blue eyes. "I'm moving." "Happy?" he grunted with a low voice. Azula swallowed hard and started the walk towards the royal dome's gates, trying to conceal the sudden flush of her cheeks. Why on earth had his angry glare been so beckoning to her? The horny one was supposed to be him, not her. People bowed at them as they entered the vestibule, though some of them were perplexed by Sokka's attitude today. The princess's gladiator's mood wasn't quite so foul often, with his fists clenched, his brow drawn together. The sight of him was enough to chase away the few eager admirers who would have normally tried to approach him when he entered the vestibule with his sponsor. Azula tried to keep calm, but a smirk kept playing on her lips as she approached Shoji's counter. The young man beamed at her, but when he saw Sokka's angry stance he recoiled ever so slightly. "You sign us in, Shoji," Azula declared, her chin held high. Sokka leered at her from the corner of his eyes. Shoji gulped and nodded, perplexed by their unusual behavior. Right away, right away. Your opponent isn't here yet, but the previous fight is already over, so you can proceed to the balcony when you're ready, princess," he said, writing down the pertinent information about the princess and her gladiator on a sheet of paper. "What will the weapons be?" "Well," Azula said, crossing her arms and looking at Sokka inquisitively. He scoffed, arching his back a little before straightening his stance once more. "My sword. My club. My boomerang," he grunted, glaring at Azula. "And 2 bombs." Azula had to bite her lower lip not to laugh this time. Shoji didn't notice their shared glance, busy scribbling as he was. "Very well, then, good luck," he exclaimed, and Azula led Sokka down to the standby room, as usual. Each step brought forth a new prickle, which caused Sokka's scowl to grow more prominent. He followed Azula diligently, but it was becoming harder to walk. By the time he finally reached the standby room he supported his weight against the wall with a hand, taking deep breaths as sweat drops rolled down his forehead. "How are you faring?" Azula asked, looking at him somewhat guiltily now. Sokka huffed. "How do you think?" he retorted, his voice cracking slightly. Azula sighed. Okay. I probably shouldn't have taken it this far. But you have to admit, if we had gone through with it, we probably would have been very late." "And not necessarily, but okay, yeah, it would have been likely," he groaned, resting with his back against the wall now. "Still, damn, maybe if you had been stern about it I would have stopped." "You seem to think the only one who was enjoying it was you," said Azula, with a weak grin. "It took me more willpower than you realize to pull that stunt on you. One of us needed to be responsible, you know. It's more fun when neither of us is, though," Sokka said, smiling a little as well. Azula sighed. "You think you can fight like this, though? Your opponent isn't supposed to be that strong, but if this is hindering you too much. If it's hindering too much? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows when Azula fell silent. You don't plan to do something about it here, or do you? Oh, no. That's not very wise, she said, with a grimace. Oh, well. I hope you can fight regardless. You've succeeded under worse odds, I think. Anything about my opponent worth exploiting? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula shrugged. When I accepted the challenge, Shoji mentioned he enjoys using fire daggers. This technique, see? Said Azula, stretching her index and middle fingers to conjure a sharp blade of blue fire. Sokka nodded. Doesn't look that nasty, he said, huffing and sighing as rushes of unquenched arousal kept bothering him. I'll try to beat him. You're far stronger than he is, for certain. You can do this, said Azula, and Sokka sighed. As long as the boomerang relents. He whispered. Azula bit her lip and looked at him with uncertainty. We'll deal with that after the fight. I promise, she said. Sokka whimpered a little but nodded. Azula took a deep breath. In fact, you might need some extra motivation in order to pull this off, right? Do I? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe. So. I have a proposition to make, she said. Sokka frowned warily. The princess was full of surprises today, and not all of them good. If you deal with this fight quickly and effectively, obtaining victory as you're meant to, I'll make your dream come true. My dream? Sokka repeated, confused. Which one do you? Oh. Wait, huh. Why you don't mean, that dream? Mischief blinked in Azula's eyes as Sokka returned her stare, in chagrin and disbelief. He seemed unable to utter another word, shocked as he remained, so she laughed softly and shrugged. Is that motivation enough? Hopefully it is. Azula, you're not serious. You can't be. He exclaimed, his cheeks burning with the force of his blush. I'd think I owe it to you after making you put up with this, don't I? She said, shrugging. Anyways, I'd kiss you good luck, but the makeup is still too fresh, so you'll have to settle for a handshake. Azula? Sokka asked, his voice tone bordering on panic as she grabbed his hand and squeezed it. Good luck, and see to it that you succeed, will you? Said Azula. I'll see you in a bit, Gladiator. Aye, oh, spirits, he said, as she released his hand and made to leave the standby room. You're going to be the death of me. Azula couldn't help but chuckle softly as she left him, knowing her bold suggestion might not have been as great an idea as she had initially thought. Surely that new mental image in Sokka's mind would torture him through the fight, and it might make him lose focus, even. Oh, well. If worst came to worst, she'd help Song nurse Sokka back to health if he lost the fight. She made sure not to smile as she climbed the steps to the sponsor's balcony, but halfway through the staircase that led to the first floor, she found two people standing at the top of it. I'm sorry I made you lose money. I should have been faster with that move, but... Oh, shush, you cutie. I didn't lose that much money, so it's fine. You just need more training. Maybe I can talk to Azula one of these days, so you can train with Sokka again. I think they're already back home, so... Haru blinked blankly as Ty Lee clung to his arm, his eyes finding Azula's. He poked Ty Lee with his elbow and pointed to the princess, who had stopped climbing the stairs upon sighting them. Oh my, what are the chances? It's Azula. Ty Lee exclaimed, beaming. You really are back. Yes, said Azula, as her friend released Haru and jumped to hug her. Azula grimaced. I am back, indeed. It's so good to see you. Ty Lee exclaimed, pulling away from Azula. How was your trip? You had a fight today? I can't believe this coincidence. Yeah, it is remarkable, said Azula, with a weak smile. And yes, Sokka will be fighting shortly, so I have to go upstairs now, if you don't mind. But it's been months since we last saw each other. Ty Lee complained. Oh, well. Maybe we can talk after the fight is over. "Am not sure I'll have much time to chat, actually," said Angela, grimacing. Sokka would kill her if they dawdled just over a conversation with Ty Lee, after the condition she had left him in. "Oh, really? That's not fair," said Ty Lee, pouting. "Oh, well. We can still watch your fight, can't we?" "I guess, there's nothing wrong with that," said Angela, shrugging as she restarted her way up the stairs, accompanied by Ty Lee and Haru now. But as they reached the top of the stairs, they found a surprise at the arch that led to the stands. Angela raised an eyebrow as she eyed the people standing in line outside the viewing area, patiently waiting to find a place within the Royal Dome's seats. "What on earth?" she asked, startling some of the people who were trying to make it inside. They turned upon the sound of her voice, and they immediately bowed down to her. Angela frowned and ordered them to rise, as Ty Lee and Haru as well bowed, having forgotten to do so earlier. "I think you guys have a very big crowd," said Ty Lee, chuckling. "A lot of people have wanted to see Sokka fight again. He did great against the blind bandit, from what I heard. If so, it won't be easy for you two to fit in there," said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Ty Lee dropped a hand on her shoulder, the spark of an idea in her eyes. Maybe we can go to the sponsor's balcony with you? I mean, there's enough room for us there, right?" she asked. Angela raised an eyebrow. "I doubt that's allowed. Though my uncle did sneak into the sponsor's balcony once before, but still." "Oh, come on, Angela, we'll be so quiet you won't even know we're there," Ty Lee insisted, grinning. Angela huffed and shrugged before making her way to the next flight of stairs. "If you really must," she said in defeat, and Ty Lee clapped happily as she followed her friend, with Haru tailing them. "It's so wonderful that you're back, though. I was sure I wouldn't meet up with you just yet, but I guess I got lucky." "Well, only in regards of running into you, of course. Haru didn't win today. Losing is a part of this business, I'm afraid," said Angela. "Ah, I guess, but Haru has lost his last 4 fights as it is," said Ty Lee, grimacing as they approached the balcony. "So, since our meetings with Maya will happen at my place from now on, how about if you bring Sokka too, so he and Haru can train together again? I think Haru always does better when he trains regularly with Sokka." "I suppose I can do it, but don't you ever train with him?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're a capable fighter yourself, aren't you?" "Of course, but," said Ty Lee, as the 3 of them entered the empty balcony. "But you know how it is with these gladiators, don't you? I mean, you surely know what I mean by now, right?" Angela raised an eyebrow as Ty Lee giggled and closed the door behind them. She turned to Haru, an excited grin on her face. "Keep all your senses focused on that door, Haru," she ordered him. "I have important things to ask Angela about." "Yeah, sure, important," said Angela, as Ty Lee approached her again with a delighted smile. "Come on, you guys were gone for months. How was your trip? Were you happy? Did things go well? What sort of stuff did you try? Have you kept drinking the tea?" For crying out loud, Ty Lee, keep your voice down," Angela snapped, glaring at her. "And what on earth made you think I'd answer you? When have I ever answered your questions when they're these sorts of questions?" "Well, never, but I hoped maybe you would today," she said, giggling. "Come on, at least answer one. I'm just curious about how things went for you." "Answer one? Why yes, I drank the tea as I was told to," Angela growled. "Happy?" Ty Lee giggled, clapping again and prompting Angela to drop her head on her hand. "Yes, I am. It means you guys have been busy, she said. Angela looked at her skeptically. "Did you seriously expect us not to be? We were away from normal civilization for over 2 months, she said. Ty Lee shrugged. "I just wanted to make sure things were going well for you, really," she said, giggling again. "You two love to bicker and argue, so I just thought I'd ask, in case things hadn't gone so well." "Well, they didn't go badly. That's all you need to know," said Angela. Ty Lee giggled again and hugged her, to her friend's irritation. "Can you cut that out already?" "Of course not. I'm so happy for you, you can't even begin to imagine it. You have to tell me everything, Angela. What sort of things have you guys tried so far? Do you want any advice on anything? Are you doing fine when it comes to? Someone's coming, Haru said, and Angela promptly glared at Ty Lee to make her shut up. The girl looked disappointed but smiled again as she resumed the conversation through other topics. So, you really think our gladiators can train together again from now on? It would be wonderful, you know. I can't wait to see how much stronger Sokka has gotten, said Ty Lee. Angela sighed. I don't think he'll put on much of a show today, I'm afraid, she was saying, as the door swung open. He might be slightly out of shape after all this time without fighting properly. Ah, that's a pity, said Ty Lee, as Angela turned to look at the young man at the door. He couldn't have been over 3 years older than her. Ah, Good day, princess. And, he asked, looking at Ty Lee with uncertainty. Good day to you too. Hello. Ty Lee exclaimed, waving at him. The young man swallowed hard before performing a correct bow in Angela's direction. Rise, Angela said, and the man smiled eagerly at her. It is quite a pleasure to meet you, princess. I have looked forward to this fight. I brought my gladiator as early as possible today, he said. Although I didn't know others were allowed into the sponsor's balcony in the Royal Dome. They usually aren't, but my friend is awfully clingy, Angela said, with a curt grin. Ty Lee pouted with childish indignation, and the new arrival chuckled. I see, so it's like in the Green Gates after all, he said. I'm not actually from the Earth Kingdom, but I have been studying in Ba Sing Se University for a few years now. Though, well, maybe it should be Na Sing Se by now, right? He laughed at his weak joke and Angela raised a skeptical eyebrow, a derisive smirk on her face. I do hope that's not really the new name we'll give the city, she said. Considering it's currently under Fire Nation control, it had better not be a penetrable city, right? Oh, of course. Of course, said the man, only realizing his blunder a little too late. He was quick to stop laughing. Angela smirked. Shall we, then? She asked, gesturing towards the seats. Ty Lee and Haru took to standing behind them, and they refused to move even though the staff member tasked with consulting the sponsors eyed them with confusion. Ty Lee waved at the man as Angela and her opposing sponsor settled on the fight's time limit. Once the staff member was gone, Angela's talkative opponent carried on chatting at leisure, despite she wasn't paying him much attention. She kept glancing down at the sand pit, worrying over what her reckless actions in Sokka's room might result in now. She wasn't one to fall for trash talk, but the man sitting beside her seemed awfully confident of his gladiator's skills. A top-notch firebender, I assure you. He has been trained by many powerful masters, he said, smiling. I actually took care to choose a good fighter, because you see, I didn't only enter the gladiator business for the sake of gaining some money, if that's what you thought. Is that so? Angela mused with a bored tone, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, I actually, well, I had hoped you might accept other challenges before mine, but when you accepted mine, I knew my time had come. My gladiator is strong, so, perhaps he can beat yours. Angela frowned and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She didn't miss the blush on his features. And why would you be so eager to see my gladiator defeated? She asked. The man swallowed hard. Well, you see, princess. I had hoped, perhaps, that you might allow me to court you if I defeated your gladiator. That's the requirement, isn't it? Angela's eyes drifted away from him as she felt her stomach sink and twist. That definitely hadn't been part of her plan. Behind her, Ty Lee covered her mouth with her hands and shot Haru a panicked glance. He grimaced and shrugged, as the sponsor, oblivious to the discomfort his confession had elicited, smiled shyly at Angela. Why didn't you convey this intent of yours earlier, if I may inquire? She asked, trying to keep her voice calm. The sponsor shrugged. I didn't think I had to. Did I? He asked. Angela huffed. I would have liked to know that before accepting your challenge, actually, she said, her body tensing up. This was not good. It was definitely not good. This guy wanted to marry her, And Sokka was going to make a mess of the fight because she had turned him on and left his arousal unresolved. She had as good as set up her own funerary pyre. The other sponsor continued to ramble beside her as Azula tried her best not to react to his words. He was a bit of a pompous fool, not completely disgusting like others she had met, but still far too snobby in his own way for her taste. The problem was that her taste had a name now, and she doubted any other man would seem becoming to her in comparison. She couldn't let herself slip out of Sokka's arms and into someone else's. Sokka had to win today, or else. Welcome all, to today's highly anticipated fight. The megaphone man shouted, and his words were cheered loudly by the crowd. It is the Blue Wolf's return after a narrow loss against the best of the best, the Blind Bandit. Today, the Princess's Gladiator fights anew to prove to us all that he is still one of the toughest non-benders in the league. And in the other corner we have the powerful, up and rising firebender who dares challenge the Princess's champion, Scorching Blades. The metal grids of the arena had been drawn upwards, and the two fighters had stepped out into the sand. Azula grimaced as he took note of Sokka's slow and clumsy pace as he walked. This wasn't going to end well, for sure. Sokka focused on breathing, on the rise of his chest within his armor, releasing his breath slowly each time. He hadn't reached for his weapons, as he did at times before starting the fight, and he raised his eyes to find a burly, balding firebender holding up his fists and huffing menacingly, releasing a few sparks of fire through his mouth. Sokka could only glare at him with contempt, despite his irritation wasn't really directed to the man in front of him. You're gonna get it, you. I'm gonna crack you open like a nut. Scorching Blades declared, as Sokka swallowed hard. And without further ado, the megaphone man was exclaiming on the background. A nut. Funny, Sokka muttered. His opponent ignored him. Get ready, you wuss, 'cause I'm not backing down just 'cause the princess might cry if I break you in half. He declared. Sokka rolled his eyes. Let the fight begin in 3. Good. You'll let her retrieve my 2 halves, though, right? Sokka said sarcastically, startling his opponent. She'll want to send me for repairs after the fight. 1. The fuck are you talking about? Said the firebender, looking at Sokka in confusion. Go. Sokka smirked before darting forward without any warning. 1 second, he was standing at a fair distance from his foe, the next he had shrunk in his frame and slid close enough to Scorching Fire to punch his jaw hard, making the firebender bite his tongue by accident to the point of drawing blood. Scorching Fire screamed at the burst of pain, lifting his hands as though to fight back. But his attempt was to no avail when Sokka struck the side of his head with a strong, swift blow. With that, Scorching Fire collapsed on the sand. The crowd fell unusually silent as Sokka's opponent passed out. All eyes were on him as he breathed out slowly, watching his opponent twitching on the ground. Did I overdo it? He muttered, though he found he wasn't too sorry about it. His body was in no shape to sustain a prolonged fight today. Azula's eyes were wide as plates, her nervousness frozen solid within less than 5 seconds into the fight. Her fellow sponsor, sitting next to her, gaped at Sokka with his mouth open. Even Ty Lee and Haru seemed unable to give their eyes any credit. Did he just? The sponsor said with a thin voice, as the seconds of the knockout countdown slipped away rhythmically. Azula covered her mouth with a hand when the countdown ended, masking her incredulous smile. This sort of quick conclusion to a fight was unprecedented, as far as Sokka was concerned. The winner is the Blue Wolf. The megaphone man declared, and a deafening cheering was heard through the stands. Sokka waved at his faithful crowd weakly before turning back to his standby room, unwilling to spend more time in the arena than the strictly necessary. Staff members poured into the fighting pit to fetch the unconscious gladiator Sokka had left behind, but he left too soon to notice them. Well, it would seem the time limit was unnecessary after all, Azula mused now, turning to the other sponsor. Thank you for challenging me to this fight, regardless of the result. Why yes. It was a good decision, of course. The man stated, swallowing hard as he handed over the due money to the princess. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go see to my gladiator. Azula nodded and the other sponsor proceeded to leave the room. She couldn't help but smile at the thought of the dangerous projectile Sokka had just helped her dodge. Yet the realization of what would come now was starting to dawn upon her. "I've done it now," she muttered, shaking her head. Tai Li and Haru seemed to be still too surprised by Sokka's performance to process Angela was talking to herself. "I really have." Sokka skipped over the medical check, mandatory as it was, in order to keep any physicians from noticing the erection bulging in his pants. He had scrambled to the vestibule quickly, hoping Angela might already be there, but she wasn't. And she remained nowhere in sight as seconds ticked by. Of course, she probably wasn't taking that long, but Sokka was slightly desperate at this point in time. Every moment seemed an eternity when he was tortured by his stagnant arousal. "Where are you?" he grumbled, after having confirmed with Shoji that his sponsor had yet to leave the royal dome. Had she run off to the roof and asked Xianlong to fetch her there, all to avoid fulfilling her promise? He cringed and shook his head. She wouldn't do that, would she? He tapped his foot nervously, his teeth gritted, his arms tight around his chest. People passed him by to congratulate him for his success, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Children pointed at him, women smiled in a daze, men made gestures of triumph. Sokka would have probably felt more awkward about their attention, or he might have thanked some of them for their support, but he was in no place to act polite today. Definitely not today. He was starting to consider heading upstairs to look for Angela when at last she appeared at the top of the staircase, with Tai Li and Haru. He gestured at her in disbelief as he looked at her two companions. Was this why she had taken so long? "Sokka. It's been forever. That was such an amazing thing you did in the fighting pit, just wow." Tai Li exclaimed, clapping as she reached him. "You've probably set a new record for the fastest gladiator fight ever, you know." "Yeah, well, I didn't want to risk it extending unnecessarily," he said, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Angela. "Good to see you both, Tai Li, Haru, and I think we have to go now, right, Angela?" "I suppose, though I figured I'd," she said, glancing at Shoji's counter through the corner of her eyes only for Sokka to hiss. She couldn't bite back her guilty smirk. "All right, perhaps not today. I can find out if you've risen in the ranking later." "Thank you." "Thank you," Sokka gasped, breathing out in relief. Angela nodded at Tai Li and Haru. "I suppose we shall be seeing each other when we have our next meeting. I might actually bring Sokka as you want me to. But for now, farewell it is," she said, and Tai Li jumped to hug her. Haru smiled at Sokka, who tried to be equally courteous, but it was difficult to act normal when his entire body was a complicated, miserable mess. "It's good to see you again," said Haru, clapping Sokka's back with a hand. Sokka gulped and returned the favor, unusually weakly. "Same," he whispered softly, before Angela pushed Tai Li away and finally made way to the vestibule's gates. Sokka kept up with her, suspecting he'd look slightly deranged by now. Most the people who sighted the princess dropped into the traditional bow as she passed them by. At last they reached Xianlong, who, to Sokka's relief, had been waiting right outside. He climbed on a little too eagerly, earning himself a skeptical look from Angela as she climbed in front of him and ushered Xianlong to take off. "Why did you take so long?" Sokka whispered, as the dragon rose through the air. "I beat the guy just as you told me to, why you should have been waiting." "Did I really take that long?" Angela replied, raising an eyebrow. Sokka groaned. "It felt that way, at least." "Well, what matters is that I'm here now, and we're on our way to your place, as intended. No need to panic anymore, right?" "I guess, but I think I'm going to pass out at this rate," said Sokka, rubbing his temples with his fingers as he gritted his teeth. Angela smiled weakly. "For what it's worth, what you did in the sandpit was, well, mind-blowing. I can barely believe you didn't even need to use your weapons." "I had to be quick and unexpected," Sokka mumbled. "He didn't think I'd be that tough with my bare hands, no doubt, so I thought it'd be my best shot." "Sometimes your fighting strategies amaze me, I won't lie," said Angela, smirking. "You're awfully clever and resourceful in the battlefield, especially under pressure as you were today." "Why yeah, well. I hope that doesn't mean you'll do this to me again, or will you?" Sokka asked, panicking ever so slightly. Angela chuckled. "I doubt it. It's too risky, she said, looking at him over her shoulder. I'm relieved it didn't end as badly as it could have. We'll tend to your issue shortly, I promise. Thank you, he said, with a thread of a voice, as he hung his head and waited for their trip back to end. Xin Long landed in the garden and Sokka leapt out of the saddle again, though far more clumsily this time. Azula gave Xin Long leave to do as he pleased for a few hours before returning to Sokka, placing a hand on his back to help him walk inside the house. Don't worry, we're almost there, she told him, and Sokka gulped as they entered the living room. Song had been reading on the couch by then. Finished with her cleaning chores, she jumped to her feet upon realizing Sokka wasn't walking smoothly. Oh, dear, what happened now? Song asked, but Azula grimaced. It's nothing you can help with. Leave it to me, she whispered. Song blinked blankly. Sokka waved a hand towards her. I'm fine, or I will be, Song, he said, with an awkward smile as he started to walk up the stairs. Oh, "'Kay, then," said Song, swallowing hard. She had already decided she didn't want to know what these two were up to earlier, but it had been hard to keep her curiosity from stirring. Nonetheless, she had a pretty good idea of what they'd be doing just now, and that certainly wasn't something that stirred it anymore. I'll just, go watch a puppet theater play. I think there's one in town, yeah, see you two in a few hours. Have fun, Sokka called back to her from the top of the stairs, as Azula continued to guide him. Song gulped before scrambling to the door quickly. The gladiator sighed in relief as they finally reached his bedroom. He stumbled to the bed, but he sat on the mattress without much trouble and kicked off his boots. You know, never mind what you told me in the standby room, he said, huffing as he tried to take off his left boot, which was inconveniently stuck right now. Let's just do what we always do. I don't need any. Well, I'm afraid I can't quite do that, said Azula, swallowing hard as she stood in front of him. Sokka finished removing his boot and looked at her in confusion. Can't quite do what, exactly? He asked. Azula bit her lip. Go back on my word. Do you take a princess's honor so lightly, Gladiator? His jaw dropped. Azula's cheeks flushed. But Azula, you really don't have to, he said, swallowing hard as his throat went dry. You only said that to give me extra motivation, not that I really needed it, but I was saying it for that reason, no doubt, said Azula, shrugging and smiling. But that doesn't mean I had no intentions of fulfilling my promise. Why you, spirits. You're serious, he groaned as he looked at her in disbelief. Azula chuckled as she approached him, leaning down to undo his belt. Lie back. It should be easier that way, she recommended, as she endeavored to pull down his pants. Sokka started cursing under his breath, unable to process what was happening. He had been certain she had only been playing with him, that she was mostly messing with him so his erection would get worse, just so he'd be all the quicker with the fight at hand. Despite her promise, he had never really expected her to do this. Azula, he whispered, and with his eyes tightly shut, the sensation of her hands releasing his erection from his underwear was all the more intense and delectable. He swallowed again, the exhilarant situation driving him mad already despite she had barely touched him with her hand just now. He had already known he wouldn't last long, but he suspected he'd be done for in a matter of seconds if she truly pulled forward as she'd planned to. Azula breathed out slowly, facing her current task with uncertainty. All right, so I think it's glaringly obvious that I've never done this before, she whispered, looking at Sokka from between his legs. He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze, just as he had in his dream. Oh, that wasn't a good thing to recall right now, it only shortened the experience further. I recall my entirely once said it was a little more difficult than expected, so, if you'd be so kind, can you guide me through it? Guide you? Sokka asked, with a thread of a voice. Just, hell, do you really want to do this? Azula, we can really just. I do. Come on, she said, looking at him earnestly. Trust me. Just, tell me about your dream. What did I do there? Well, you met my gaze just like this at certain points, yeah, said Sokka, swallowing hard. But, I started out in darkness. I couldn't see anything, I just felt it. All right. Close your eyes, then, said Angela. Sokka bit his lip and did as much, trembling in anticipation. What did you feel? Your tongue, mostly. Mainly, said Sokka, biting harder. Angela took a deep breath and leaned closer, only brushing his tip with her breath, and he jolted. She grimaced and looked at him with confusion, finding he was blushing deeply and gritting his teeth. But I haven't even. She whispered. Sokka gulped. I'm sorry. I'm, T2 turned on as it is, he said. She bit her lip and smiled. Well, that just might make my job easier, she whispered, finally gathering her courage to touch him with the tip of her tongue. Sokka groaned and threw his head back, the stings of pain intensifying first before starting to give way to arousal once more. Angela was tentative, uncertain, nervous, nevertheless, she was succeeding at her task and she surely realized that. Hisses, moans, and groans poured out of Sokka's throat as he clutched the bedding hard enough for his knuckles to turn white. She smiled as she processed the sight. I suppose. I'm not doing it so badly, she whispered, brushing his length with her lips. Why you're doing amazing. Geez, I can't even, okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Pain's all gone and now I'm just really ready to explode, said Sokka, smiling at all. Are you? Is this all your dream featured? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka gulped. And not really, but... Come on, Sokka, said Angela, smirking. Tell me the rest. You really, okay. I just hope you won't feel bad by doing this, he said, gulping again. Well, by then you'd get it in your mouth. Oh, this way? She asked, before proceeding to do just what Sokka had described. He genuinely yelped. Oh, curses, Angela! He exclaimed, his eyes wide. She had to hold back the urge to laugh. And then you, keep licking while it's in there, and... Oh, damn. Angela obeyed promptly, though it wasn't quite so simple. She had never done anything remotely similar to this before. Being guided by Sokka through the process, though, proved to be unexpectedly exciting all on its own. He glanced down at her now, his teeth gritted, and she met his eyes with hers. Sokka actually smiled as he looked at her. He remembered how shocked he had been during his dream, for it had been the first time he had genuinely imagined Angela in a sexual scenario, but he found reality to be a vast improvement over his dream. Especially since none of his reservations of over a year ago nestled within him anymore. Here she was, and he was hers, fully. His arousal answered only to her. Only, it seemed to be about to answer quite fast, despite he wanted this moment to last a little longer than that. He bit his lip and hissed, reaching down to caress her hair softly. Okay, you really can stop now, I won't last another second if you... Oh, shit. Fuck. When she began bobbing her head back and forth, he knew he couldn't possibly stop himself anymore. He was far too excited to control his body. There was no holding back by now. He had tried to warn her to stop, but she had ignored him every time. Well, then, there was nothing he could do anymore, if that was how it would be. He hissed more as the pinnacle of excitement approached and, despite he feared he might regret this later, he held Angela's head in place. She frowned and glanced up at him, noticing his chest heaving as he panted and gasped. He was close, she realized. Only, she didn't realize how close he was until his groans intensified and his manhood twitched in a way she was already familiar with. Sokka's hips started thrusting towards her, but even that was fine until she felt something on the back of her throat. Her amused calm was twisted into a disgruntled scowl as Sokka finished, his head thrown back as he kept her in place. He only remembered he had kept her engulfing his cock a little later than he should have, and he released her, eyeing her remorsefully, his chest still heaving. Angela stumbled back to her feet, grimacing as she covered her mouth with a hand. Before Sokka could say anything, she had swallowed most unwillingly, releasing a displeased moan as she did. Hell, that was... she said, looking at Sokka in disbelief. He jumped to his bedside table and collected his glass and a jar of water. I'm sorry. I did try to warn you before it was too late, but you wouldn't stop. He said, as he stood up, his legs wobbly still, but to his delight, his body felt perfectly functional now. Here. Sorry. How do you do that to me all the time if it tastes so? She asked, grimacing even after draining half the glass. Sokka smiled. I suppose you taste better than I do, he whispered. Azula raised an eyebrow. Or you love me more than you should. Doing that sort of thing willingly, I swear. She said, rolling her eyes and shaking his head. Sokka chuckled. Sorry I held you in place, I know I shouldn't have, I just... You'd been building that orgasm for hours, you couldn't take it anymore, said Azula, sighing. Which I suppose is good for me. I doubt I did so well, but seeing how overexcited you already were. I actually almost wish I hadn't been that aroused, he said, smiling awkwardly at her. It felt amazing even if it was just for... I don't know, half a minute. Must be another new record for you today. Oops, said Azula, smiling too and raising her eyebrows. Sokka chuckled and hugged her. Don't worry. You won't have to do this again if you don't want to, he said. But please, please don't ever turn me on again right before a fight just to give me extra motivation, okay? It was hellish while it lasted. I'm sorry, Azula said, chuckling. It seemed the best way to make use of that opening you gave me when you said it was my turn. I know it was cruel. But you know, also, that we would have been late otherwise. Yeah. The next time I'll know better than to put your precious punctuality in danger, he said, sighing, and rolling his eyes. Azula jabbed his ribs and made him laugh as he sat on the bed once more. All right, so. I guess I ought to make this up to you, shouldn't I? We have all afternoon, don't we? Huh, eager for more already? That's surprising, said Azula, eyeing Sokka with uncertainty as she began unbuckling her armor. Sokka gawked at her, mesmerized by the sight of Azula stripping her clothes off. You don't really owe me anything. In fact, I might be more in debt with you than you realize. Why's that? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula snorted. Well, surprise, she said, sitting on Sokka's bare lap before making to remove his armor too. The sponsor of your rival suddenly revealed to me, just as the fight was about to begin, that he was interested in being eligible to court me. The words floored Sokka, and his jaw dropped. Azula could feel his surge of anger building, sitting atop him as she was, his skin, underneath the armor she had yet to finish peeling off him, had heated up all over again, and not out of excitement this time. What the? He exclaimed, and she laughed. The fact that you could defeat his fighter in a matter of a few seconds may have been a clear enough message about his eligibility, she said, pulling the armor off Sokka's shoulders as his eyebrow twitched. Damn it, if I'd known beforehand, I would've. You would have what, thrown a bomb inside his mouth? I think that's a one-time trick, she said, smirking before kissing his lips. You did well, Sokka. Brilliantly, even. So, see? You got yet another suitor off my back and you didn't realize it. How would you be the one indebted to me after you unknowingly taught that guy a lesson he won't forget? Sokka's concerns were starting to dissipate slowly as Azula talked in a soothing tone, her forehead pressed to his, her lips teasing him as her breath brushed his skin. It was easy to be overwhelmed by the flurry of delightful sensations only she could provide him with. Sokka smiled again now and kissed her softly. All right, seeing how I beat his gladiator that effectively, no harm was done, he said, grinning. Still, you know I can't go again just yet. So, debt or no debt, you're up now, my princess. Oh, am I? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows as Sokka smirked, taking her in his arms and rolling in bed with her. As he had no pressing urgency anymore, Sokka took his chance to explore Azula at leisure, something he rather enjoyed doing. He would caress every new exposed area of her body as he relieved her from her clothes, kissing her slowly and tenderly wherever he went. Azula found herself beaming as he teased her nape, for Sokka knew she liked his touch and lips there. His hands were probing her, basking in every single detail of her body. She rolled her eyes back in sheer bliss, trusting him with full freedom to do as he wished. Her trust went well rewarded, for soon she was shaking under powerful orgasms, gifted to her by his return of her earlier favor. By the time her wild pleasure had subsided, he was set to go again. So Angela surrounded his waist with her legs as he plunged inside her, his every inch thrusting ever so deeply, ever so slowly, though by the time the arousal had increased enough, the rhythm broke as they thrusted rather erratically at each other, Angela's nails clawing at Sokka's back as they moaned and gasped together. Their afternoon drifted by slowly, and they spent most of it in bed, whether chatting, or kissing, or enjoying the other's company in the best ways they knew how. They had a short break when Sokka fetched food, but that small interruption didn't hinder their time together significantly. As they recovered from their heated afternoon, however, a certain subject from their trip to the Northern Air Temple propped up once again. "So, wait a minute," Sokka said, long after they were done eating. "That was your full theory? That's what you think happened?" "I know it sounds disturbing," Angela conceded, lying across the bed as Sokka rested between her legs, his head level with her abdomen. "You'll probably think I'm out of my mind for thinking of such dark things." "It's only disturbing if it's true, actually," said Sokka, gulping. "You're just trying to make sense out of what happened in the Air Temple. But, why do you think all the air nomads would go hiding inside the tunnels of the mountain and just drop dead there? If you're right and the volatile gas came from their corpses somehow. I've read that corpses can release unpleasant odors and gases, I'm not making it up," Angela clarified. "I don't know if the sort of gas they release is volatile, though. But if it were, with heaps of people dead, it could result in that much gas contained in a single place," Sokka reasoned, frowning. "It'd explain why there were no skeletons lying around in plain sight when the Mechanist and his people arrived. And why there were no air nomads left there, too, even though the Fire Nation had never found the temple. But even so, why? Why would they all just die down there? That's the part I don't understand," said Angela. "Unless someone just moved them there? I don't know. It really is creepy," said Sokka, the corner of his mouth twitching downwards. "I suppose we could confirm your theory if we ever go back, though. Well, hopefully we won't have to go back by my father's command anytime soon. Perhaps if we ever fight in Ba Sing Se again," she said, shrugging. "We could go down there and see it for ourselves. Well, as long as we use his firefly lanterns instead of fire, of course." "Ah, the Mechanist said he has developed some technology of the sort for that purpose," said Angela, smirking. "I suppose you read about it in his endless projects, huh? Oh, well. There's no point in worrying about that right now, when we're powerless to do anything about it. Who do you want to fight next?" "Some other weakling I can beat in 2 seconds, please," said Sokka, smirking. Angela chuckled. "If only. I wonder how many times you'll be able to pull off that trick," she whispered. "If nothing else, this new accomplishment of yours should be spoken of for years to come. Hopefully it serves to keep more delusional suitors at bay," said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. "None shall get to you if I can help it. Even if I like any of them?" Angela asked, teasingly. Sokka stiffened. "Did you like this one?" "Well, honestly he wasn't half as bad as..." "Really?" Sokka squeaked, pushing himself up, aghast and outraged. She roared with laughter as he pouted at her, accusingly. "Why is it so easy to tease you, you dork?" she said, smiling and hugging him. Sokka groaned. "Because I love you, I bet," he grumbled, kissing her skin softly as he moved up to her face. "You don't really like any of those guys, do you?" "How insecure of you," she said, biting her lip. "Frankly, Sokka, you have nothing to worry about. Just imagine how much work it would be for me to get to know another man, to learn to trust him, and for him to trust me too. It's too much hassle. I'll just settle with you, since that's all said and done between us already." "Angela," he whined, as Angela smiled and rolled her eyes. "You really want me to get all serious and intense?" "Yes, I love you, dummy. And I will have you defeat every single man who attempts to be my suitor. And in the meantime, I will mess with you as often as I can because, like it or not, I enjoy it more than I should. I just make it too easy, I guess," said Sokka, smiling again now. "But I like that answer better than the teasing, yes I do." Of course you do, said Ajala, shaking her head before kissing him. Sokka closed his eyes and returned the intense kiss in sheer bliss. His hands caressed her arms, her hips, her flanks, and on would they have gone, if a sudden hard knock on the door hadn't startled them. What the? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow and glancing back at the closed door. His confusion dissipated when they heard an all too familiar voice at the other side of the door. I take it you're in there, princess. Both Ajala and Sokka huffed in irritation. They had hoped Ruishi might cut them some slack once they returned home, but clearly, they wouldn't be so lucky. It's not even sundown yet, Sokka growled. You can spare a few more hours here, can't you? Probably, said Ajala, huffing. But maybe something's wrong. Or maybe he has some reason to do this. I don't know. He's such a party pooper, Sokka sighed, kissing Ajala's neck. But if he's here, we'd better avoid his wrath, Ajala muttered. Whether we want to or not. Oh, well, groaned Sokka in resignation, as Ajala kissed him one more time. I'll be outside in a moment, Captain. She called out, sitting up on the bed, with Sokka still holding her body close. Ruishi grunted in acknowledgement, and they heard his footsteps walking away from the room as he returned to the house's first floor. Sokka helped Ajala get dressed, quite unwillingly as usual, but he assisted her all the same. They often dawdled over playful kisses and relentless teasing, but regardless, Ajala reapplied her makeup as she sat by the edge of the bed and Sokka brushed her hair into its usual half-knot again, placing her hairpiece before the small bun of hair and kissing the side of her head after he was done. Why are you so beautiful? He whispered in her ear. Ajala smirked. I wish I knew, she replied cockily, looking at him with defiance. Sokka chuckled before kissing her. Ajala returned the kiss, though she groaned afterwards. I think I'll just paint my lips after we separate, this is ridiculously counterproductive. Ah, such a wise call, he said, smirking too. Pleased, aren't you? Ajala asked, raising an eyebrow. Sokka shrugged, prompting her to laugh. You're hopeless. Hopelessly in love, you mean? He asked, pulling her up to her feet. Ajala kissed him again. Hopelessly shameless, rather, she said, before reaching for his clothes as well, so he could join her downstairs. He kept his shirt open, only taking care to put on his pants properly. His hair was down, since he had felt no need to tie it up again just then. They shared another passionate kiss before heading downstairs, and Ajala took care to wipe the remnants of her lipstick from Sokka's face before they reached Ruishi. Her guard was sitting on the couch, his arms folded, but even though he seemed tense he also seemed, unexpectedly, happy. When Song appeared, bringing him tea with a bright smile on her face, it became apparent why the captain wasn't so stressed, as opposed to his behavior in the Northern Air Temple. We should totally set up those two one day, you know, Sokka whispered to Ajala, who raised an inquisitive eyebrow. He might not get in our way so much if he's distracted with her. Such mischievous ideas you have, said Ajala, smirking now as they reached the bottom of the stairs. Oh. It was about time, said Ruishi, regarding them more coldly than he had Song. Do you plan on drinking that on our way back to the palace? Ajala asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't recommend it. Drinking something while riding Xin Long is not advisable. Xin? Ruishi repeated. You mean you'd bring me to the palace on your dragon? What, you expected otherwise? Ajala asked. I do that for Sokka all the time. Even Song has ridden Xin Long before. The girl blushed a little and shrugged as Ruishi glanced at her, the steaming cup at his lips. Well, that was an emergency, princess. Song mumbled nervously. Ajala shrugged. It was an emergency, yes, and it was out of the ordinary, but mainly because it was Sokka who sat on the front seat and not me, said Ajala, nodding. Therefore, as long as I'm there, I don't see why it would be a problem for Xin Long and I to give anyone a lift. Especially someone who's watching over me. Why, thank you, princess, but... Ruishi started, but Ajala interrupted him. Still, why are you here, and why so early? Ajala asked, raising an eyebrow. You hadn't done this since we were in the Northern Air Temple. And Ajala has been coming over through the week, but you hadn't showed up like this before, said Sokka, looking at Ruishi inquisitively also. Ruishi cleared his throat. As it happens, you're not supposed to be training too long today since he had a fight earlier. If you stay here all afternoon it will seem fishy, he said, sipping his tea. Azula sighed and looked at Sokka in defeat. He was pouting. I suppose he has a point, said Azula. Oh, well. If I must go then I will, but are you coming or not? I will stay here. To make sure the gladiator doesn't go after you somehow once you leave, said Ruishi, firmly. You can take the dragon. I'll see you in the palace. Azula shrugged. As you wish. She whispered, moving to the garden. When Sokka followed her, Ruishi glared at him. What? I'm just going to say goodbye, Sokka pouted. It's not like I plan on going anywhere looking like this, you know. You'd better not, said Ruishi, lifting the cup to his lips again. Sokka rolled his eyes and followed Azula outside. Xianlong had arrived after enjoying a nap in a sunlit meadow. He greeted Azula happily, and she scrutinized him inquisitively, taking notice of the flower petals on his scales and mane. Xianlong seemed not to be bothered by them at all, so Azula merely smiled and climbed on his saddle. I have a flowery dragon now, no less, she said, smirking as Sokka stopped right next to her. Have a safe flight, he said, patting the dragon's neck. And you'll be back tomorrow, right? For training. For actual training, at least at first, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka smirked mischievously. Sure. For the first few minutes, I suppose. Whatever comes later. Here I thought you'd have learned a lesson or two about being too eager to take me to bed. Said Azula, smirking too. Sokka shrugged. I'm a fast learner but I've got a thick skull. When I don't want to learn something, I just don't learn at all, he said. Azula laughed. You're a lost case, Sokka, she said, shaking her head. You're lucky you've ended up with me, of all people. Because you're unexpectedly patient with my thick skull. No. Because I have the most fun at the expenses of your thick skull, rather, said Azula, smirking and leaning down to cup his face with a hand. Sokka was pouting slightly at her. You're so mean, and then again, for some reason I like it when you are, so feel free to keep being mean, he said, smiling again. Azula caressed his stubble gently and kissed his lips. I shall keep that in mind, then. See you tomorrow. Feel free to give Ruishi a hard time with his attempts to court Song, said Azula, smirking. Sokka laughed. Oh, damn, he's got enough trouble doing that without me getting involved, believe me, he said, smiling. Azula chuckled and pressed her forehead to his. Fine. Goodbye for now anyways, she whispered. I love you. And I love you, princess. Hopelessly, shamelessly so, he said, smiling dreamily before kissing her once more. Azula held the kiss, beaming into the contact between them. The thrill she felt when they kissed was still one of the greatest sensations ever, nothing seemed to beat it. She had never felt as safe, despite knowing they were at great risk. She had never been so overjoyed, despite knowing that happiness could be taken from them in a heartbeat. She had never felt so loved, and that was something she meant to protect with all her might. Sokka smiled as Xianlong flew off, his eyes set on Azula as her frame shrank in the distance. Even though they had only just parted, he could barely wait to see her once more. As he turned to enter the house, he reasoned he rather enjoyed their new day-by-day routine. He sure hoped they could make it last for many more years to come. Chapter 109, Zuko and Suki Go South 1. Morning breezes at sea were ever refreshing and enjoyable. The smells, the sounds, the sunlight. Suki welcomed all of it gladly with a bright smile, her eyes half-lidded, her hair dancing in the wind. It had always been a secret pleasure of hers, running off to the beach as a child just before sunrise so she could watch the light spread and touch every wave gradually, coloring the world and making it bright again. It was even better if she caught glimpses of the unagi, or the elephant kois. She could hardly believe she was experiencing those sensations again now. It was especially hard to believe she felt as comfortable as she did, as satisfied, and at such peace. The last years had been harsh and unkind to her, it was no secret. But as of late her luck had changed for the better, and she could look at the future without the awful sense of impending doom that she had endured during the past 8 years. She couldn't know for sure, but she was confident that the worst was behind her. Her recent past had been decidedly horrible, but her present, on the other hand. A pair of strong arms surrounded her from behind and lifted her suddenly, making Suki yelp in surprise. She heard Zuko's now familiar chuckle as he swept her off her feet quite literally, twirling her in place before setting her down again, allowing her to turn and look at him. The smile on his face matched hers. "Good morning," he said, beaming. She laughed and threw her arms around his neck. "Good morning to you too, Zuko," she said, kissing his lips and hugging him tight. He held her and buried his face in her hair, and Suki sighed in bliss. It was early, so most the crew would still be abed. It was why Zuko would dare surprise her as he just had, since he usually would be uneasy about public displays of affection. Suki had accepted that he'd rather keep their exchanges private, but she still found a bit of mischievous enjoyment in kissing his cheek in front of his men. He'd blush so deeply, and everyone would laugh. It was, perhaps, something silly to be so amused and elated by, but she treasured every pleasant feeling she had found with Zuko all the same. "Was it a good sunrise?" Zuko asked. Suki nodded promptly. "You should join me in watching them one of these days," she said. Zuko smiled awkwardly. "The only reason I don't is because I'm usually too tired in the mornings," he said, with a crooked grin. Suki bit her lip. "And I'm sure you know just why." "What?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said, looking up at him with her best pretense of innocence. Zuko only laughed. "You sure don't," he said, beaming and pressing his forehead to hers. He took the initiative to kiss her deeply this time around, and naturally, Suki responded in kind. Only, lost in their exchange as they were, they only realized they weren't alone on deck a little too late for Zuko to save face. "Show him who's boss, Suki!" shouted one of the most shameless sailors, as others hooted. Zuko broke off the kiss with the deepest blush yet as Suki laughed, her cheeks reddening as well. She couldn't get enough of his awkwardness, and clearly, neither could the rest of the crew. Lieutenant Z approached Zuko and clapped him on the shoulder in a congratulatory gesture, and the exiled prince only hid his face in his hand. Suki didn't hold back her laughter, sliding her hand into his so she could lead him to breakfast before the rest of the men beat them there. Their days at sea had been unexpectedly enjoyable. Suki hadn't expected to find any comfort in traveling on a Fire Nation vessel amid so many soldiers, for obvious reasons, but she was finding it far more interesting than she ever thought it could be. Zuko's men had been somewhat distant at first, but after the first few weeks they had grown a lot more spirited, and they often regaled Suki with anecdotes of what Zuko had been like during their first trip to find the Avatar. She loved the stories, though her lover clearly was embarrassed by most of them. He had been quite an angry young man, from what Suki could gather, and whenever Zuko reacted unfavorably to their recollections it was easy to see glimpses of his more temperamental self. Nevertheless, his men mostly laughed off his reactions by now, since they liked to tease Zuko over his brand new relationship just to coax those outbursts from him. And since Suki found his blushes rather endearing, Zuko stopped taking much offense to their teasing after some time. Yet life on the ship could get boring, too, since nobody seemed to know where they were headed. All they did was sail, as if waiting for a sign from the heavens to tell them where to go. But Zuko, despite what the rest of the men believed, had drawn plans from their very first day at sea. The only reason he hadn't explained anything was because Suki's joining them had changed his ideas rather drastically, but Zuko had never been as happy to have his plans thwarted than he had been this time. The sailors spent hours on end playing paisho, singing and dancing, eating, and even sparring to pass the time, whereas Zuko spent most hours behind closed doors with Suki. He had been rather nervous about taking their relationship to new levels at first, but after Suki had taken her time and made great efforts to ensure he would feel at ease, he had finally given her his all in an exciting yet quick tryst he had wished had lasted longer. Fortunately for him, Suki had been elated about the act itself, so much that she hadn't cared about how long it had lasted. His initial reservations had been for obvious reasons, but soon he realized that she had needed to sleep with him precisely to take another step forward in her own recovery. Once he understood that, he dedicated himself fully to her body, always making sure to give her joy and pleasure even if he still was learning how to achieve that. He would perform to the top of his game every time, even if he knew he had much left to learn yet, and she was certain to thank him for it every time, with the sweetest kisses Zuko had ever tasted. They were almost constantly together, only apart once in a while, whenever Suki decided to help with the chores on the ship. Zuko had told her she didn't need to do that, but she had insisted. Her helpfulness surely had a hand in making the rest of the men warm up to her, and so, their trip had become surprisingly pleasant for both the crew and their 2 passengers. Zuko's wrecked plans had taken new shape by now, though. He had been at a loss for what to do during their first weeks, but after a few pillow talks, he had settled on where he wanted to go with Suki. He had requested his ship captain to change course towards the south, and so they had spent many days traveling in that direction by now, stopping at a few ports to replenish their resources before setting out anew. The food was running out again, though, as was apparent when they sat for breakfast to find bowls of rice with scarce side dishes. Most of the men at the ship's dining room were groaning about their food shortage, but they didn't complain too much. They would be docking at Whaletail Island today, and they would be free to buy as much food as they pleased, or, rather, as much as they could spend on, once they got there. "We'll have a few hours to enjoy Whaletail Island, won't we?" Lieutenant Z asked Zuko, who nodded. "We can spend the night in the city." "I thought the crew might like that," Zuko said. "Oh, why?" "I think we would indeed," Z said, raising his eyebrows approvingly. The other crew members present hooted in delight. "Yeah. That's what I'm talking about," exclaimed one of the sailors, grinning broadly. Suki smiled as she watched them rejoice, and she reached for the rice bowl to offer a second serving to Zuko, who smiled and accepted her offer gratefully. Zuko twitched when he sensed Z's gaze upon him, and he glanced at the man to find him smirking. "What?" he growled. Z chuckled. "Who knew all it took to make you nicer to your crew was bringing your girl on board for the trip," he said, winking at Suki. Suki laughed softly as Zuko blushed deeply. If you don't like it, I can just go back to how I used to treat you, then," he exclaimed, trying to sound menacing, but Z only laughed more. "Dear heavens, no. Please, stay happy and blissful with your beloved, we don't want the old angry prince back," said Z, laughing as he focused on his food again. "Don't feel bad, Zuko," said Suki, smiling and stroking his forearm as he got started on his second serving. "They're just happy you're happy. Or they're just happy they have something to tease me about," Zuko muttered. Yet Suki's smiling face was the best way to soothe his embarrassment, he had found. He grinned a little as well before focusing fully on his plate, ignoring the conversations between the others. He wasn't one given to public displays of affection with Suki indeed, nor did he like to discuss their relationship in front of the others. But that didn't mean he was any less passionate when they were by themselves, as he proved to her only a half hour later. His breath brushed against her neck as he pressed her to the wall, her fingers sliding through his hair, weak gasps slipping past her lips. He raked her skin with his mouth, his hands exploring the body he had already grown fully acquainted with, his inner fire flaring with love and lust at once. He wanted her, and that desire was equally matched by his desire to please her. The forces that drove him always resulted in the most enjoyable experiences for his lover. Zuko's cabin wasn't far from where he had succumbed to his desire for Suki. Too often he failed to understand why she had chosen him, why she had wanted him. He had, in his honest opinion, a long way to go before he could finally start putting his life together. But she had accepted that and embraced him fully, both physically and figuratively, just as he was. She took in his flaws, his virtues, his passion. She knew when to encourage him, and she knew just when to make him stop, too. Zuko trusted her judgment far more than he could trust his own. And as they were, she was only going to encourage him further. There was no way she would stop him when her legs were already trembling, when her hands were fumbling with his clothes as she sought to touch him, too. "Your room," Suki gasped. Zuko groaned in response. "Yeah, my room," he repeated, before kissing her deeply. He lifted her, so her legs would surround his waist, and carried her off without further ado. Suki reached out to shut the door behind them once they were inside, and she didn't focus on anything but Zuko as he delighted her with his touch and kisses, with his shortness of breath once he was inside her, with his gasping of her name with every thrust. They lay on their cot afterwards, gazing at each other. His fingers dragged over her exposed body, with gentle caresses. "Are we really going to do this, Zuko?" she whispered, their foreheads pressed together. He smiled a little. "Do you think it won't work?" "No, it's just, well, they could probably take us all the way there, right? We don't need to take the emergency ship on our own. The waters can be treacherous down here. I'm aware, I've sailed here before. I actually passed by Kyoshi Island long ago, but I only sent my men to search the town for the Avatar." "Wait, that was you?" Suki exclaimed, her eyes wide. Zuko blinked a few times. "You were still there back then, huh?" "Well, I can't say I'm surprised," he said, smiling weakly. "My men came running back to the ship saying nobody had word from the Avatar there, but that they couldn't stay to search because a group of girls had forced them to flee. I bet I know just who was leading them." "Yes, you do," said Suki, laughing softly as she surrounded his neck with her arms. "We were still pretty strong back then. The next raid by Fire Nation forces we faced, though, wasn't so harmless." Zuko swallowed head, but Suki smiled and kissed his nose. He sighed and hugged her tight. "I'm sorry you went through something like that," he whispered. "I'm sorry you have a nasty past yourself, Zuko," she replied, caressing his face gently, her fingers grazing his scar. Few people were allowed to touch the damaged tissue, but nobody had ever done it as often as Suki did. "But we're here now, right? That's what matters most." "Yeah, that's true. And we'll be in Kyoshi Island in no time," he said, grinning. "It feels surreal, though. I can't believe I'm actually coming back," she said. Zuko smiled, but his grin waned when he noticed she wasn't as cheerful about it as he expected. "Why not? Is there something wrong?" he asked. "I mean, I guess this isn't the way you envisioned you'd go back home, but..." "It's not so much because of you, Zuko," she said, smiling again. "If anything, I'm looking forward to showing you my hometown. But it's just... I hoped the war would be over when I returned. And, well... I also hoped the Fire Nation wouldn't be the one to win it. I can't blame you for feeling that way. I wish that weren't the case too," said Zuko, tightening his jaws. "Are you afraid of what we'll find there?" "Not as much as I could be," said Suki. "Despite the Fire Nation invaded the island, they didn't damage it too much. When I left with Oyoji it wasn't as beautiful as it once had been, but it hadn't been destroyed or so. So I have hopes that things won't be so bad there. You can make a home there again, I'm sure," he said, smiling gently at her. "We can make a home there, the two of us," she said, grinning back. Zuko chuckled. "It's still amazing to me that someone wants to share their life with me. And for that someone to be you. You'd better start getting used to it." "I'm not going anywhere, Zuko. At least, not without you," she said, kissing him softly. Whaletail Island was named rather appropriately, for it was shaped exactly as a whale's tail. Zuko and his crew had stopped at one of its ports long ago, back when the banished prince had been scouting the southern lands and seas in his hopeless search for the Avatar. He had searched Whaletail Island as thoroughly as he could, but it had yielded nothing, just as every other search. Nevertheless, he hadn't given up hope on his last visit to this port. Hope was something that had slipped out of his fingers slowly, gradually, until all of it had disappeared by the time his uncle told him they were free to return home. He returned a different man today, many years later, with the same ship and the same crew, but without his uncle and with an unexpected companion in his arms. They had lain together after the ship docked, waiting an hour or so until the ship was as good as empty. Only a few sailors would remain aboard, but they wouldn't keep tabs on what their prince meant to do. "So, we're still sure about this?" Suki asked again, after she finished getting dressed. Zuko, still shirtless, was composing a letter at his bedroom's table. "We are. This is for the best," he said. "Just give me a moment and we'll go." Suki sighed and nodded as Zuko finished his letter. She helped him dress up, just after he set the paper on his desk. They left his room, and Zuko surprised Suki by taking her hand in his and leading her out onto the deck. Suki raised an eyebrow. "I thought we were going to." She started, but he shook his head. You have to see the town, first, he said, smiling. You'd always wanted to see all sorts of new places, right? Well, that's awfully romantic of you, she conceded, with a sweet grin. I could use a little sightseeing. Then let's go, he said, intertwining their fingers as they reached the ship's ramp and walked into the port. Suki had visited several cities, like Fire Fountain City, Basing Senu Deo, during her years as a gladiator. Yet for some reason she had never come to Whaletail Island for a fight, despite there was a gladiator arena in town, too. She was somewhat curious as to what it might look like, but as Zuko led her into the gravel streets she found she didn't care enough to ask him to take her there. She was starting a new life beside him, and she was happy to leave her days as a slave far behind herself. Zuko knew his way around the island, though he seemed put off by the amount of Fire Nation soldiers stationed in the town this time. He whispered to Suki that it hadn't always been this way, and he wondered why it suddenly was now. Maybe this is a good place to station troops, Suki said. Zuko shrugged. Seems weird, though. My father has no troops to spare, and Whaletail Island isn't a problematic place with potential rebels or so. It's all Fire Nation now. It used to be an air nomad sanctuary, I think, but because of the war it became ours. Yeah, I've heard about that, said Suki, slowing down and bringing a hand up to her face. Zuko stopped and looked at her worriedly. Something wrong? He asked. She shook her head initially, but then she nodded. It's nothing, just, do you mind if we stop for a moment? She asked. Zuko bit his lip. Maybe we can stop at a restaurant, he said, his gaze drifting to a nearby one. Does food seem like a good idea? Well, sure, she said, awkwardly. Zuko smiled happily. We'll look like a pretty normal couple, won't we? Having dinner out like this, he said, chuckling softly as he led her toward the establishment. Is it something you'd wanted to do? Suki asked. Zuko shrugged. To be honest, I hadn't thought about this kind of casual stuff too much, but now that we're doing it, I guess I did want it, he said. She smiled. Happy to make your wishes come true, dear, she said, leaning close and kissing his cheek. The restaurant was somewhat crowded, but they found a table regardless. Suki excused herself shortly and left Zuko to choose the menu, seeing how he had the money and knew just how much they ought to spend on this quick stop. He had crooked an eyebrow, confused over why she had excused herself at all, but he merely smiled and watched her head to the back of the restaurant before pondering the options for their meal. There was a restroom in the restaurant. One of the waiters gave Suki directions towards it. She found it and stumbled her way to the sump, noticing a little too late that she had grown too fond of Fire Nation plumbing in the last years. Their innovations in those regards hadn't been spread through the world as much as they should have. She wiped her mouth after she was done, her stomach still unsettled even though she had released its contents into the hole on the ground just now. This couldn't be good. It made no sense. How was she sick after getting off the ship when she had no bouts of seasickness while she was on board? Maybe she had gotten too used to sailing, could that be it? Unless that wasn't it. Maybe there was something else that could explain why she was feeling sickly, although she smiled and shook her head at the thought. No, that was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. Granted, she and Zuko had been rather active in bed these days, but that didn't mean anything. It couldn't mean anything, right? Not when she had the suspicion she was likely infertile. The men from Shuwo had given her some strange herbs back in the day. They had tasted awful, but they were meant to prevent her from getting with child. She had heard them comment that using them too often might leave her barren, but frankly, she had nothing solid to base that belief on other than the word of two unforgivable scumbags. What if that wasn't the case? What if her body was still working fully, unaffected by those herbs and by what those two monsters had done to her? The idea that she might be carrying Zuko's child floored her. That was something she hadn't considered before, something she wasn't entirely sure she was ready for. She hadn't gotten involved with Zuko while looking at the bigger picture. She didn't think there would be a bigger picture, for starters. It wasn't reasonable for a prince to have a genuine future with a slave, or was it? Yet seeing how things were now, how Zuko was willing to start fresh in Kyoshi Island, with her. Maybe he won't hate this, huh? She whispered, biting her nail briefly before shaking her head. She would find out how he felt about the idea of a child first, and only if he wasn't completely against it, she would tell him of her suspicions. So far, for all she knew, the morning gruel had simply sat badly with her. That was likely all it was. Zuko greeted her again and she smiled at him as she took her seat across him. His eyes studied her with concern as he stretched a hand to caress hers. Everything all right? Yeah. I just think I got too used to the ship. My stomach is acting weird now that things are so stable, looks like. She said, chuckling. Zuko smiled. Well, I ordered some noodles, if you'd like some, he said. Unless you're not up for it. The idea of noodles sounded incredibly appealing, Suki realized, more so than usual. It made no sense, considering she had thrown up a moment ago, but she really wanted to eat some noodles. She smiled and nodded. Noodles sound amazing. Good idea, she said. Zuko smiled and pulled back again, their brief contact ending, to no surprise of Suki's. She was still amazed that he'd held her hand through their walk, undeterred by the idea of being spotted in public while being openly romantic with her. Glad you think so, he said, beaming. Suki bit her lip and glanced at him. Clearly, there wasn't much for them to talk about right now, so perhaps it was the proper time to ask the question she had in mind. You'd always gotten along well with Uday, right? She started. Zuko blinked a few times and shrugged. Well enough, yeah. Though he wasn't too happy after my haircut, he enjoyed pulling my ponytail, he said, grinning. Why'd you ask? It's just, well, I was just curious, she said, smiling. You like children? I guess, to a degree, he said. You know I'm not the most patient guy there is, so I suppose I'm not the best person to keep around kids. Still, Mai didn't seem to mind my short temper and asked me to look after her son several times, though, well, I always suspected she did it in hopes it'd cheer me up. I don't really know why, but it actually helped. You two had a relationship once, you said. Said Suki, raising her eyebrows as a waiter brought 2 bowls of noodles to their table. She smiled and thanked the man before he walked away. Yeah, but we were 2 silly kids, really, said Zuko, shrugging. I hadn't even been banished yet. It was ages ago and it made perfect sense for her to move on. Though I didn't take it that well when I found out, but I got over it. So, you may have been silly kids, but you took it pretty seriously, huh? Well, I tend to take things seriously. It's a flaw, I hear, he said. Suki chuckled. I think it's endearing, but to each their own, I suppose. She whispered, starting with her noodles. She sighed happily. I hadn't had noodles in ages. They're amazing. I'm glad you're enjoying them, said Zuko, grinning and picking up his own chopsticks. They ate silently for a moment, both of them elated by tasting real food for the first time in ages. But Suki soon lifted her gaze towards him, thinking again about what she had come to suspect in the restroom. She gulped down a mouthful of noodles, watching as Zuko ate his. Should she share her concerns with him? They were a couple, that was the natural thing to do, wasn't it? She had to gather her courage, then. It would be better if they faced this together. Zuko. Suki whispered shyly, glancing up at him as he attempted to eat his noodles as carefully as possible. His eyes rose to meet hers. Replied Zuko. She swallowed hard, although she had no food in her mouth at the time. I was wondering if... She started. He kept quiet, looking at her with those golden eyes she loved losing herself in. For a man who had seen the strife Zuko had, he was awfully adorable when he wanted to be. He had been quite innocent in matters of love, and Suki had been thrilled to discover that sweet side of his that he often covered up for. But there was a big difference between teaching Zuko certain practices he was unfamiliar with, and telling him he just might become a father. In the first case, she could teach him many things he had yet to learn, but she was at a loss when it came to parenthood, and Zuko probably would be too, if she was judging him correctly. Could she steal what was left of his innocence by throwing him into an early parenthood? Granted they weren't that young, they were of marrying age by now, but their relationship wasn't as mature as it should be. Could they have a child? Were they ready for such a future? Then again, what did she expect them to have, if not a future? Zuko had left his past life behind, and from the sound of it, he had no intentions of getting it back anytime soon. Suki dreaded that her hometown would dissatisfy him, that he'd want to go home once he saw it. But what if he didn't? What if he chose to stay with her? What if he liked Kyoshi Island? For a moment she felt lightheaded, insecure, as if she were drifting between wind currents that were battering her all at once. Could she give name to her suspicions? Should she? Wouldn't that ruin the wonderful time they'd had together? The joys of love were far more fragile than they should be. So, if just for the sake of basking in them for a little longer. If these are special Fire Nation noodles, maybe, she finished, smiling shyly. They're made differently in Kyoshi Island, so I was wondering. Oh, I think it's the local cook's specialty, said Zuko, raising his eyebrows as he eyed the bowl. But there must be regional differences regarding noodle cooking, I guess, right? Yeah. You guys love to spice things up a lot, said Suki, chuckling. I used to go to this noodle restaurant in the capital, Dong's Noodle Store. Oh, I remember it, said Zuko nodding. He always had this super spicy bowl in his menu. I never had the guts to try it, she said, with a soft laugh. Of course, he said, smiling. I wouldn't have dared either. Saying it in the Fire Nation is as good as making a death wish, but I'm not that fond of spices myself. They laughed and carried on chatting about their favorite meals, Suki's stomach sinking with every moment gone by, through all of which she kept her suspicions to herself. She knew she'd have to tell him the truth eventually, but she had to wait for the opportune moment. And as she was, preserving Zuko's smile on his face was the most important thing. So, are we ready to go? Lieutenant Z asked, upon entering the ship's engine room. He wasn't surprised to find the ship captain had been dozing off, bored beyond belief. A few sailors had stayed with him, and they were busy playing Pai Sho to pass the time until they had to get back to work. Sure, do we have to go already? The drowsy captain asked, rubbing his eyes. It's almost morning. We take off with dawn, remember? Said Z. Well, great, but I don't think we can do it this time, he replied, crossing his arms. We have no directions right now, Lieutenant. Prince Zuko neglected to hand them over, busy with his lady friend as he was. Love-struck men can be unreliable like that, said Z, smirking. You like the girl, huh? Said the captain. Z shrugged. What matters most is that he likes her. He's been pretty nice so far in this trip. I only hope he won't go back to being a grump if they ever have an argument. Anyways, I'll go knock on his door. Maybe he'll give me the directions and we'll figure out where it is we're going already. Please do. But if he's sleeping, then let me sleep too, all right? Said the ship captain, sighing and closing his eyes again. Z chuckled. Fine, fine. As you wish, he said, taking off to Zuko's cabin with a pleased grin. Whatever he might glimpse in that room should make for a funny anecdote, he was sure of that. Catching the prince and his lover in the midst of their exchanges was always a blast, since his blushing face afterwards would never cease to amuse Z or any of his comrades. Still, seeing them together also brought a sting to it. Z missed his own girlfriend, a lady he had grown well acquainted with ever since he returned to the capital. He had answered Zuko's call to return to sea, but he had regretted leaving her behind regardless. Watching Zuko with Suki only increased his longing for her company. He shook his thoughts away, though, and carried on towards the prince's cabin. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It surprised him when it swung open after he hit it. That was uncommon. Zuko would always keep his door properly closed at night, lest he risk having annoying crewmen poking their noses into his business. Why hadn't he done it today? Zuko? Prince Zuko? Is everything all right? Z asked, an unpleasant feeling springing up in the pit of his stomach. The lack of response convinced him to push the door open, and he frowned as he took in the dark room. He wasn't all that acquainted with Zuko's cabin, but in the few glimpses he'd had of it, he'd never seen it so neat and tidy. The bed was made, there were no clothes in sight. In fact, There was no sign of the prince, let alone of the girl he'd brought with him on this trip. Z glanced about the cabin with utmost confusion until he glimpsed a sheet of paper on the prince's meditation table. Well, there was one sign, if anything. But where was Zuko? Did the paper hold the answer to that question? He picked it up and read it, his jaw dropped. What on earth had the prince done now? You think they'll be okay with this? Suki asked, biting her lip as she gazed at Zuko, sea foam spraying them as they coursed through the cold ocean's waves. When they find out what we've done. I doubt they'll mind, he replied, smiling. If anything, the only one they'll miss is you. They're probably going to be happy to be rid of me. You don't mean that, said Suki, raising her eyebrows. I know you didn't get along all that well with your crewmen, but surely they liked you better than you think. Still, I've taken 10 years out of their lives already, I'm not taking a day more. It's been enough, said Zuko, maneuvering with the engine to keep the small ship on course. After much pondering, he had eventually decided that taking an emergency ship would be their best choice. His way his crew wouldn't know where he'd gone if he escaped in one, so if his father ever tried to find him, he'd be out of luck. And this way, his crew wouldn't spend too much time at the misty southern sea, they'd be free to return home and stay there without worrying about having to look after Prince Zuko anymore. He had conveyed that last thought to his crew on the letter he had left behind for them. He hoped they wouldn't hold it against him for taking one of the emergency ships, but it was better than dragging them through the world again to no avail. This was, in Zuko's opinion, the best course of action for anyone involved in his travels. And he could spend time with Suki without worrying over who would pry into their business, too. The only thing he guessed Suki regretted was, "You're worried because you didn't get to say goodbye, aren't you?" Suki sighed and shrugged. Zuko smiled. "You're too kind, you know," he said. She looked at him with uncertainty. "You think it's a bad thing?" she asked. He bit his lip. "If you'd asked me 10 years ago, I would have thought so. After everything I've seen, though, I'm a little more appreciative of kindness than I used to be," he said. "And to think a kind girl fell in love with me, of all people. I still don't know how that happened." "And you'd better believe it did," she said, grinning at him. "Though, this sweet talk aside, you know how to steer this ship, right?" "Of course I do. I'm not that unreliable at sailing," he said, chuckling. "I was at sea for 10 years, remember?" "I do, but you weren't the one leading the ship, were you?" she asked, smiling. "I'm just wondering." "Don't worry, Suki. We'll be fine," he promised her, stepping towards her as the small ship coursed through the waves softly. "I've learned a lot about how to do this. We'll be in Kyoshi Island in no time, for certain." He took his seat beside her and clasped her hand in his. She smiled under his gentle gaze, and she responded to his kiss with enthusiasm at first, but she recoiled from him when she felt her stomach churning again. She broke off from Zuko almost violently, taking him by surprise. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice soft. She smiled and waved a hand carelessly. "Just feeling a little sick. I guess the noodles might have sat badly with me, but it's nothing serious, surely," she said. Zuko frowned. "Really? We can turn back right now, find a doctor if you need one." No. We'll find one in Kyoshi Island, if need be. I might feel better by the time we get there, even," she said, smiling. Zuko bit his lip. "If you say so, but if you feel ill, let me know. Maybe I can help somehow, I don't know," he said. Suki smiled and caressed his cheek. "You're too sweet. I'll make sure to call you if I need you. For now, though, all I need is a blanket." "You packed one, right?" "Yeah," he said, smiling. "It's getting colder, isn't it? We're far south, it's no surprise, and we've been in the Fire Nation too long," said Suki, chuckling. "We've gotten used to the heat, don't you think?" "I'm afraid we have," he said, and he blushed a little before saying, "though I guess we can still warm up, if it gets too cold." "Oh? And what exactly are you implying, Prince Zuko?" Suki asked, smiling at him. He chuckled. "I'm implying I'm a firebender, that's all," he said. She hummed. Well, here I thought you meant something a little different from that. He laughed and shook his head, and Suki smirked as she folded her arms over her chest. The more he gazed at her, the more beautiful she seemed. He wasn't sure what their time in Kyoshi Island would be like, but he was happy that she had wanted to be his one companion in this brand new adventure. Or at least, that was what he thought until her illness kicked in fully, several hours later. This damn boat, it's too small. It's making me sick, that's it. She groaned, covering her mouth after having emptied the content of her stomach into the sea for the third time since they took off. Zuko was horror-struck, a hand on her shoulder as he went over every single choice he had made to bring them this far. He was an idiot, he knew it, he had messed up for real, and really badly, by doing this. She had been perfectly fine while they were on the larger vessel, but right now she could barely move, seasick as she was. She only clutched at his shirt, a hand on her mouth as she sat by the rim of the small ship, the unpleasant lurches of her stomach making her flinch every now and then. "What have I done to you, Suki?" he whispered, with a grimace. She shook her head. "It's not your fault, you didn't." "Well, come to think of it, it just might be his fault," she reasoned. If her suspicions were correct, and they probably were, the ship wasn't the reason she was so ill. It might have had a hand in making her feel as badly as she did right now, but it wasn't the actual source of the sickness. "We should head back. Or maybe go forward until we find another island," he said, releasing her and making to check his map. "We can't be that far from Kyoshi Island, see? It's right up ahead." It doesn't make any sense, Zuko," she said, grimacing. "If Kyoshi Island is so close by, we should have gotten there already." He froze and looked at her with unease. Disturbing as it was to admit it, her words made sense. We should have," Zuko acknowledged. "But maybe the current isn't as strong as we thought. Or maybe the current is stronger than we thought, but it's not taking us in the right direction, Zuko," said Suki, frowning. He shook his head. "Impossible. We can't be off course, that's," he exclaimed, looking at the charts with more attention now. He hadn't seen any signs of the islands below Whaletail Island, so surely they weren't heading south, were they? But there was a thick mist, he realized, the air was dense around these parts. What if they were coming closer to those islands without realizing it? They had been cold, and the temperature had only decreased the more they advanced. It was almost nighttime when he spotted the mountains drifting beside them. He cringed, they were completely off course and he hadn't noticed it, busy as he had been looking after Suki to pay proper attention to his steering. Suki would kill him for this, once she felt up to the task. She lay in the small available bunk, uncomfortable and displeased, and yet not to the point where she'd stop eating, despite she vomited most of it anyhow. Zuko dreaded it might be a complicated stomach illness, since he had no idea how to tend to that. Maybe he should turn the ship around, sail all the way back to Whaletail Island and fetch someone who could help. "Suki," he whispered, caressing her cheek gently and waking her while she dozed off. "I think we really are off course." "I think we're going west again?" she asked, grimacing. He shook his head. "I think we went south." I'll try to get us back on track, I promise," he said. "But do you want to go back to Whaletail Island so you can be healed there? Or would you rather we head to Kyoshi Island right away?" The idea of being healed made her frown. Was there a cure for pregnancy? She guessed there might be, but that idea appalled her. Besides, even if she accepted his offer, he would bring her to a Fire Nation doctor and she certainly didn't want to see one. Not when they might confirm her pregnancy, and then rumors of Prince Zuko's bastard child would start to spread throughout the world. "Kyoshi Island. I can take a little longer on this ship," she said, smiling weakly. Zuko sighed and nodded. "I'll try to fix this. I promise," he whispered, kissing her brow and heading to the steering wheel again. But despite his best intentions, and his frequent fire-bending to fuel the ship's small engine, he soon understood why they had drifted away as they had. Just as Suki had told him, the currents were dragging them away. The ship was far too small to fight against them, it wasn't meant for long journeys. And truly, he hadn't planned for it to be a long one, Kyoshi Island was right next to Whaletail Island. A small ship should have made it there easily, but surely he had misread the map somehow. The currents had done their work afterwards, ferrying them off southwards. He had struggled to steer the ship through the night, only realizing his hard work was to no avail by morning. Surely there was a way to fight against the currents, but he was exhausted, he could barely firebend anymore, and he couldn't figure out a solution right now. All he could do was drift at sea with Suki, hoping their food would last until they reached populated lands again. They were adrift for 3 days amid mountains and small islands. There was only mist around them by the time the currents stopped acting so powerfully upon the ship. They weren't in the best of moods, shivering cold under the south's relentless weather, but they found a little comfort in being together, despite the hardships. "I'm pretty sure that there are some other islands to the east," said Suki, grimacing as her stomach pained her. "Once we get there, we should be able to course those currents northwards." "Should be, I think." "Did you ever sail down these parts?" Zuko asked. Suki shook her head. "We barely ever left our island for anything but fishing. But I remember that my sponsor talked about the currents before, with the ship captain who took us to the Fire Nation. He said they were hard to course with small ships, and that the safer way to reach Kyoshi Island was by accessing it through the east." "He might be right." Zuko sighed, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hands. "But we can't go there yet. I think we need to replenish our supplies." "Okay, but how? Where? We're drifting through uninhabited islands, aren't we?" Suki asked. Zuko shook his head. "Not anymore, we're not. We're in calm waters now," he said, gritting his teeth. "Calm, southern waters? What do you mean, Zuko?" she asked, frowning. He stood up from the cabin's floor and gazed through the window. Suki joined him soon, and she gasped when she spotted the tall spikes of ice peeking through the water further ahead. We're in the South Pole?" she asked, aghast. He shook his head. "These are just icebergs so far," he said, moving to the steering wheel. "But we will be there soon." "Wait, but what do you mean?" "We're going to replenish our supplies there," she asked, astonished. Zuko nodded. "There's a Fire Nation settlement there," he explained, surprising her. "We'll stop by, the soldiers can assist us, and after that." "Are you sure of that, Zuko?" she asked, her eyes widening. "Would soldiers want to help us? I thought you were banished?" "I guess, but that doesn't mean I'm considered a legitimate traitor to the crown." "They might not try to harm us, they might actually help us instead," said Zuko. "Don't worry, Suki. We'll figure this out." "I hope so," she said, grimacing and taking his hand in hers. He smiled gently at her as she cringed at the pain and ran to the rim of the ship quickly, emptying her stomach once again, to Zuko's concern. Hopefully there would be a physician in the settlement, too. The icy shore was still a few ways away, and Suki braced herself against the cold breeze as she waited for Zuko to steer their ship in the right direction, or at least what he thought would be the right direction. To her relief, though, he was able to shift the ship effectively, unlike how it had been when the currents took hold of them. Suki wasn't sure whether she wanted Zuko to find that settlement or not. Wasn't it risky for him to be seen by soldiers? Wasn't he as good as a fugitive, to some degree? Wouldn't these men want to capture him? She had the suspicion they might. Regardless of what might await them, Suki had a bad feeling about this unexpected turn for their excursion. Their detour could cost them dearly, or at least that was what she had dreaded upon arriving in the South Pole, for some reason. It wasn't a bad place, at least, it shouldn't be, but she couldn't stop feeling uneasy. Something was wrong. "There. I can see it," Zuko said. Suki's sense of dread increased. "Are you sure we should do this, Zuko?" she whispered. He nodded. "I think you could use less swaying on a boat and more stability. It might help you feel better," he said, as he steered his ship to a halt in the port the Fire Nation soldiers had built years ago. Worried as he was about Suki, he didn't think much of the fact that there were no ships docked nearby. He didn't really care. All he wanted was to lead the woman he loved into the ice, to help her out of the unstable ship. Suki seemed reticent to climb off the ship, but she allowed him to take her hand and lead her to the frozen plains that spread out before them. Again, her stomach's irritability increased when she had her feet firmly planted on the ground, as it had happened when they had arrived in Whaletail Island. She cringed and covered her mouth. Zuko clasped her shoulders with his own hands, frowning. "Suki, listen, we're right there. It's barely a walk away. We'll get there, we'll stop to rest, and we'll be on our way home in no time, I promise. Just try to relax." It's cold, and I feel so," she muttered, grimacing. Zuko bit his lip before conjuring a plum of fire. "Come here," he said, surrounding her shoulders and holding the small plum near her. "We'll be there in a moment. Things will get better, for sure. I mean it, Suki." Right, she whispered, nodding. Going by her track record, though, as soon as she got used to a certain routine, as soon as she adjusted to a new life, something awful would happen to take her out of her element and set her life upside down again. She didn't look forward to seeing that happen again, and she had no doubts her sense of foreboding surely came from her dread that this sequence of events would repeat itself if they kept walking. But she said nothing, and they didn't stop. The looming shape of the metallic settlement loomed menacing and large as they came closer. Even Zuko was infected by Suki's unease now, as he finally noticed of how still and quiet everything was. The Fire Nation had very organized troops, but they weren't stealthy enough to be this silent. He frowned, wondering if something had changed. The settlement appeared firm and steady, but perhaps the number of soldiers guarding it had been cut, in order to send them to other military operations that direly needed larger numbers. That didn't explain why there wasn't anyone keeping watch in the settlement's walls, though. Even if there were only a handful of soldiers left, at least one of them should be pacing the Fire Nation's encampment. But there was no one, nothing as far as Zuko could see. "Why? Zuko," said Suki, grimacing as they stopped at the gates. He clenched his teeth. "Something's weird," he acknowledged at last. But we'd better get to safety first. We can figure out what happened later." Suki grimaced but nodded, and Zuko helped her through the walls, and soon afterwards through the doors that led inside the settlement's only building. They paced the empty hallways with uncertainty, expecting something, anything, to pop out of nowhere and give them a fright, but nothing did. "I don't know what's going on, but I think we can stay here," said Zuko, helping Suki into a room with a large table and seats. She clutched at a chair and dropped on it, sighing in relief. "I don't either, but I feel too sick to move anymore," she said, grimacing. Zuko looked at her worriedly. "Has this ever happened to you before?" he asked. She shook her head. "Well, stomach aches can be dealt with. I had quite a few in the past, and my uncle always would brew this special tea for me." "I don't think tea will be enough to cure me," said Suki. Zuko shrugged. "It could help, you never know. But yeah, maybe it won't cure you that easily," he said, sighing. "Still, this place looks, well, empty." "I fear it is," said Suki, biting her lip. "I don't think we'll find a physician here." Zuko grimaced, lowering his head in agreement. "No, we won't. But maybe there's food stacked somewhere, I don't know," he said. "It could help us make the trip back to Whaletail, or directly to Kyoshi, if we can. Wherever we go next will be better than here." "Zuko, I have a bad feeling about this place," she said. Zuko frowned. "I'm confused by what's going on too, but nothing bad has to happen. We'll be okay, we'll just wait here and take off again when you're feeling better." "I don't think I'll feel better anytime soon, Zuko. You see," she said, avoiding his gaze. Zuko frowned and knelt before her, forcing her to look at him. "What's going on, Suki?" he asked. She breathed deeply. Just promise you won't panic when I say this, okay? I know it'll sound like madness, but it's as weird for me as it will be for you, if not more, so, said Zuko, raising his eyebrows, "can you say it already?" She breathed out slowly, biting her lower lip. She had to do it. She had better do it now. Keeping her suspicions to herself wasn't going to help anyone, so she might as well put it out there, for once and for all. "You see, A loud metallic noise prompted her to shut up. Zuko frowned and got back on his feet, immediately on edge after the foreboding noise had reached him. He jumped to the open door of their room and glanced outside, his brow heavily furrowed. He could see the shadows of people out by the building's doors. People? Maybe it was the soldiers. You sure they came here? He heard one of them ask. They had to. They couldn't have gone anywhere else. Well, they're not going anywhere else for now, for sure. Especially if they're Fire Nation. The voices made Zuko's stomach sink. Whoever was out there wasn't an army member, and from the sound of it, they weren't going to show mercy to anyone who was Fire Nation. Were they responsible for the apparent abandonment of the settlement? Was this situation their doing? It probably was. It wouldn't surprise Zuko in the slightest to discover as much. He tensed up even more as he reasoned that the men outside weren't going to be friendly, and they wouldn't be inclined to find a cure for Suki, or to help them restock for their journey to Kyoshi Island. Because if they were here, and they were open enemies of the Fire Nation, there was only one thing they could be, and if Zuko's suspicions were correct, this could not bode well for him and Suki. If his relationship with Sokka was any indication, he could only suspect he wouldn't get along too well with his fellow Southern Water tribesmen. Chapter 110, Zuko and Suki go south too. You're kidding me. You really think this is warm weather? Kino exclaimed, his jaw dropping as Katara removed her parka and folded it over her lap. Yeah, it's too warm for me to wear this indoors, she said, smiling. What, Fire Nation boys can't handle a little cold? As if, of course we can. He retorted. Aang chuckled beside him as he bit on a kale cookie. But it's still not warm, okay? You don't know what warmth is. If you'd ever been to Ember Island, oh boy, you'd have a heat stroke. Sure I would, said Katara, smiling. Just like you'll have a cold stroke if you go out fishing today, since you think it's so cold. Not true. I can fish and I will fish. Aang will make sure I don't freeze, right? Said Kino, grinning at his friend. Aang chuckled. And that you don't kill fish unnecessarily too, he added, standing up and clasping the fishing rod. He glanced down at Kino. Ready to go? Sure am. Kino exclaimed, lifting his hands with difficulty to make an approving gesture. The thick water tribe clothes he was wearing restrained his movements quite a bit. Katara chuckled as she followed them out of her family's igloo. The weather was indeed colder outside of her home, but not enough for her to put her parka back on for the time being. The sun was shining, and while it wasn't too hot, it still marked a vast difference between light and dark periods. Temperatures would drop drastically during the latter, far lower than what was needed to freeze water. Good luck out there today. Stay warm, Kino. Katara called out, as the two young men started to make their way out of the village. Aang smiled and waved at her before leading Kino away. The Fire Nation soldier walked awkwardly, his movements limited by his numerous layers of clothes. Katara couldn't help but snicker as she watched him. They've become good friends, haven't they? Said Haka, approaching Katara quietly, a spear resting on his shoulder. The waterbender shrugged but smiled at the warrior. It's pretty rare, but Kino, he's not a common guy. I think he's probably an oddity in the Fire Nation, she said, folding her arms over her chest, her parka hanging over her forearms. So, any news? Yuro just took off to check on the settlement about half an hour ago. He'll be back soon, said Haka. Katara's eyebrow rose. Wasn't he supposed to go a couple of hours ago? Yeah, but he was busy building his igloo, I think, said Haka, smiling. He's all grown up, our Yuro boy. He sure is. Sokka. Sokka would be proud, Katara commented. Haka gulped. Is it true he's probably alive? He asked. Katara shrugged. I really don't want to get my hopes up, Haka, but if everything Kino told us is true, he might be. Do you guys have a plan to go rescue him yet? He asked. Katara shrugged. Nothing's set in stone for now, but Aang and I have a few ideas. Though we haven't discussed them with my father, of course. He won't want us to jump into this without the assurance that we'll survive, and we don't have that yet. I guess you don't, huh? said Haka, with a sad grimace. I've been trying to be as patient as I can about this. I think we'll be able to do something in due time, she said. Once we've got a solid plan, we'll set it in motion right away. I just feel like we've got this great asset, we have the Avatar, and yet we're just protecting him instead of having him do what he's supposed to. Why? Well, he's not just the Avatar, Haka. Aang is a living, breathing person just like you and me, said Katara, looking at him compassionately. If we have to sacrifice our lives for our cause, we'll do it, but we can't demand for others to do it for us. It wouldn't be fair. Sending Aang to the Fire Lord just like that is just. But he's the Avatar. If someone would survive against the Fire Lord, it's him, said Haka. Katara raised an eyebrow. Haka, he's not done learning all 4 elements. He actually only knows 2, and so far we don't have anyone to teach him earth or fire bending. Well, who needs those? We can stick to the ones he already knows, said Haka, proudly. Katara sighed and looked at him skeptically. He swallowed hard. Or maybe not. She smiled and patted his shoulder. Haka raised his eyebrows. It wasn't like Katara to make affectionate gestures, or at least, it hadn't been like her ever since her brother had disappeared. Who knows? Maybe we could settle with 2 elements instead of 4, she said. You know, just now. What? Said Haka. Katara smiled. You kind of reminded me of Sokka with that comment. That's all, she said. Haka gritted his teeth but smiled a little. Well, that's the nicest thing you've said to me in a very long time, he said. She chuckled. Don't take it to heart, though, you know that resembling Sokka also means being a goof who gets chased by tiger seals and dash. Katara. Hakata. Anybody. The shouts made Katara stop in the middle of her sentence. Both her and Haka whipped their heads around towards the entrance of the village, finding Uro was there, panting heavily, his eyes wide. Uro? Oh no, what's wrong? Haka exclaimed. Both him and Katara ran towards him without a second thought. Uro shook his head. I don't know, I don't know, he said. But I saw this small Fire Nation ship at the bay. It was coming closer and I think they stopped at the the settlement. Katara and Haka helped Uro sit down. The young man's breathlessness betrayed how quickly he had raced back home to convey the terrifying news. I don't know who got off or why he said, shaking his head. But they're here and probably at the settlement, so. They might just be checking to make sure we haven't torn it down. Said Haka, frowning as he glanced at Katara, hoping she might agree with him. She only shrugged, but Uro shook his head. I don't know, the ship was small, not like anything I'd seen before. He said. I came to tell you all, just in case it was some soldier who might have taken Kino seriously after all. Katara's eyes widened. That would be the worst-case scenario indeed. What if they had come back to fetch Kino? What if they wanted to make sure he'd meant it when he claimed the Avatar was alive? Her heart was racing wildly as she processed the news. This could not be good. They alerted Hakata immediately. He had been enjoying a mid-morning nap when Katara barged into his room and conveyed the distressing news. In no time, a group of warriors had assembled and, after Uro had recovered enough to join them again, they had set out once more in the settlement's direction. Despite Katara had no doubts Kino was a good man, his fellow soldiers weren't like him. She couldn't let any of them hurt Aang, or anyone else from the tribe. The hike to the settlement took them some time, but when they arrived the breathless Uro pointed at the bay. Indeed, amid the mist, stood a small ship, too small compared to every other vessel that used to be docked in these waters. Who would try to sail down here in that raft? Katan said, raising an eyebrow. If a storm had hit them, they'd be goners. Would have been easier for us if that had happened, said Katara, frowning. Haka gulped. She had regressed into the vicious, deadly fighter who would do everything in her power to protect her people and avenge her brother. What should we do, Dad? I'm thinking they must have gone into the settlement, right, Uro? Said Hakata. The young man shrugged. Hopefully, he said, still breathing heavily. I thought it looked like they'd go there, but I can't say for certain. I didn't stay long enough to watch who got off that boat. It could be a reconnaissance mission, said another warrior, Narek. Or a decoy or something to mislead us, and then the big ships will arrive next, carrying heaps of soldiers. Yeah, that could be it. If that's not what's going on, I have no idea what this is, said Haka. Because that tiny thing couldn't have carried more than 3 or 4 men all the way here. There are no ships in the horizon, said Katara, scrutinizing the misty ocean. Not a single blurry shape of Fire Nation warships could be glimpsed anywhere nearby. If there were, I'd be able to stop them. I think you guys should go inside the settlement, find out who's in there and deal with them. I'll go freeze their tiny ship and make sure they can't escape. I'll keep a lookout in case any ships show up unannounced. Are you sure about this? Hakata asked. Katara nodded. It's our safest bet. If anything happens, I'll give you guys a call. If not, shouldn't we have waited for Aang before doing this? Katon whispered, looking at Hakata with uncertainty. I think it's better that we didn't, Katara answered in his stead. Aang is too kind-hearted. He wouldn't want us to do anything rash, and that's exactly what we're going to do by attacking these people before they can do us any harm. Kino may be trustworthy, but I doubt such a suspicious Fire Nation visitor would be as innocent as him. I guess, sighed Katon. Hakata nodded. Then let's go. They sped their way to the settlement, and Katara carried on towards the ship docked by the shore. She was panting when she arrived, but she wasted no time before she began bending and freezing the water around the vessel. She took care not to damage it, thinking it might come in handy in the future. If they traveled to the Fire Nation, it would be best to do it in a ship of their own making, odd and small as this one was. She finished her deed soon enough and frowned as she squinted towards the horizon. She still couldn't see any other ships coming their way, but she couldn't assume they weren't hiding behind the thick of the mist. She took a deep breath and started moving her hands and arms in slow, circular motions. The water in the air shifted under her command, and the view became clearer as she gradually moved the mist into the icy waters. She raised an eyebrow once her job was done. There were no larger ships nearby, now she could say that for certain. Where were the reinforcements? Were there any, to begin with? Or are they actually alone? She reasoned, frowning. Loud noises in the settlement alerted her. She turned and frowned, unsure of what to do. Should she help her father, or keep watch? She made her decision quickly enough. You sure they came here? Haka asked. They had to. They couldn't have gone anywhere else, Uro exclaimed, clutching his boomerang with unease. The group of men were entering the building cautiously, their weapons at the ready, their blue eyes scanning their surroundings. Well, they're not going anywhere else for now, that's for sure. Especially if they're Fire Nation, Haka replied. Easy, Haka, said Hakata, frowning. This place has seen dreadful things. Don't be too eager to jump into battle, all right? Fine, fine. He said, biting his lip and looking at the doors that lined the hallway. Their Pole's new visitors had to be hiding behind one of those, surely. It took them no time to discover behind which one. Hakata lifted a fist and the rest of the group stopped. His heavy frown compelled them to keep them silent as he pointed at the ajar door on the left, further down the hall. The warriors tensed up and waited for their leader's command. He crept slowly towards the door, fearing their chatting had alerted the new arrivals of their presence. His suspicions were confirmed when a powerful plum of fire burst from the door, rushing in their direction. Get down! Hakata yelled. His men obeyed, jumping out of the line of fire just as a man jumped out of the room, snarling fiercely as he unleashed further flames through his limbs. Hakata fought the fire with sweeps of his hatchet and he squinted through the flames to get a look at his attacker. It was a young man, with dark hair, and he wasn't wearing a soldier's uniform. So he wasn't a soldier? He frowned and decided to worry about that later. He had to fight first. He'd find answers to his questions in due time, that is, if this firebender survived to answer them at all. Haka and Katon tossed their boomerangs at once, taking their attacker by surprise, but he didn't lose focus. He threw a fistful of flames as the projectiles approached, calculating their trajectory with such ease it took the warriors by surprise. Nobody could anticipate a boomerang's flight that easily the first time. Zuko cringed as he readied himself to attack once more. There were at least 6 of them, and there was only one of him. He was outnumbered and facing serious disadvantages. The sun might be shining, but the cold environment still weakened him considerably. He couldn't surrender, though. He was prepared to fight to his very last breath for Suki's sake if he had to. Suki glanced out the door just as Zuko lashed out with a fire tower. It spun powerfully towards the warriors, who jumped against the walls to avoid getting injured. Again, Zuko struck forward, now with a kick, but he was painfully aware that the oldest, and surely most experienced of his enemies, was getting closer and skirting around the flames with renowned expertise. Zuko couldn't be the first firebender the man had fought. Suki gritted her teeth. She was sick, possibly pregnant, but not helpless. And she wasn't about to let Zuko fight these men on his own. Zuko's jaw dropped when he saw an auburn-haired shape dashing past him, connecting a careful fist to the shoulder of the oldest warrior. The man's eyes widened as he felt his arm growing limp suddenly. What had just happened? He only noticed the girl instants after he jumped back, his gaze unfocused, his frown heavy with confusion. But he didn't have much time to ponder what was happening. Katon and Haka dashed past him, and Narek and Uro threw their boomerangs as well. To their surprise, their new enemy dealt with the boomerangs expertly as well. Who were these people? How could they handle fighting against boomerangs so easily? Nevertheless, the warriors didn't stop. Their clubs and knives came out next, and the two enemies would be unable to fend off these weapons so easily. Go back inside, Suki. Zuko roared. She cringed. I'm not leaving you alone too. I've got an idea and I need you safe. Zuko said, as he kicked and punched further fire towards their enemies. Stay behind the walls. Suki grimaced, her head swimming already after this much action. She hadn't been in a real fight in ages. Yet she complied with Zuko's request, jumping into the room again. Before the Water Tribe warriors could say or do anything about her momentary escape, Zuko had dropped on the floor. He spun on himself, his legs stretched out and conjuring all the fire he could muster. The barrier of fire he brought up was enough to send the warriors back, fearful of being burned. Now all he had to do was use this chance to strike them. But that was when his form broke, and not because he'd made a mistake. Something caught his foot, his mastered spinning wheel of fire shattered halfway through its completion. And not only did something catch his foot, but that something was soaking his boot. And in this weather, the sensation was as displeasing as could be. He groaned and pulled away with difficulty, breaking off from the water whip that had caught him. He cringed when he realized he had been attacked by a water-bending technique. He could deal with Water Tribe warriors, they were considerably weaker than Sokka, but he had never fought a waterbender before. And he had the feeling he didn't want to fight one now. But did he have a choice? He lifted his gaze to find a woman standing amid the warriors, her arms raised, her blue glare piercing through him. The sight of her reminded him eerily of Sokka's angry stare that night, when he had yelled at Zuko in Ember Island. Her rage felt of a similar nature, even if the circumstances were completely different. He clenched his teeth and dashed forth, knowing he'd have to get through this girl if he wanted a chance to escape. Their situation was only growing worse with every moment that went by, but what was he supposed to do? He couldn't give up. He was a man who fought with his everything to the bitter end. But when he lifted another fire-coated fist, the waterbender attacked anew, and the stream of water she unleashed this time was far worse than the first one. It froze Zuko's wrist against the metal wall. He yelled, and the sound was enough to prompt Suki to come out of hiding anew. Her eyes widened as she saw Zuko struggling to thaw his way off the ice with his bending, but his merciless enemy only brought forth more water. Each of his limbs was frozen in seconds, and all he could do was yelp in pain. "Stop it!" Suki screamed, her wide eyes tearful as the waterbender readied to attack again. "Why should I?" she exclaimed, glaring at them both. "You were supposed to leave this settlement and yet..." But as Katara spoke, she realized what her father had understood earlier: these two weren't soldiers. And the girl, in particular, wasn't even Fire Nation. Katara frowned. Who was she? And why on earth was she with this firebender? "You're hurting him. Let him go. Please." Suki begged. Katara gritted her teeth. To everyone's surprise, she yielded. Zuko collapsed, breathing heavily as his cold limbs refused to respond briefly. Yet he didn't have much time to feel relief, or to antagonize his foes once again, because the same ice that had been keeping him in place had turned into water, and the bender had masterfully shifted it to strike him in the face. Zuko fell back, but the water remained in place around his head. He had no time to take a deep breath, he was going to drown in a bubble of water. "Stop it! Stop!" Suki yelled, jumping at Katara in an attempt to tackle her, but one of the warriors caught her and pinned her to the wall. Katara only frowned, her gaze flicking towards Suki briefly before she turned to one of her warriors. "Bind his hands!" she shouted, before finally bending the water away from Zuko's face. He gasped and coughed, desperate for air. His mind was in disarray, all thoughts jumbled, his body struggling to keep up with the horrible sensations of ice around his limbs, as well as the freezing water drenching him in this cold environment. He couldn't retaliate as they tied him up, busy as he was trying to refill his lungs with air. He could hear Suki shouting, but he couldn't understand any of what she was saying. "We're not here to harm you," Suki yelled at Katara and Hakata, as she tried to wrestle the other warriors off. "We were barely passing through, you can't treat us this way. Leave us be and we'll go away, just leave him alone." "As if," said Katara, frowning. Suki kneed one of the warriors in the stomach and tried to make her way towards the waterbender, but she unleashed another water whip and caught her wrist, holding the newcomer at distance. "You were the ones who attacked first," Naruk yelled at Suki. "If you're not here to harm us, then why did you?" Let go of her," Zuko exclaimed, struggling to stand up. His bindings were so tight he could feel his limbs freezing again. He probably wasn't the first firebender these people had tied up like this. "Touching," said Katon, grimacing. "You know, if you cooperated maybe we wouldn't be hurting either one of you." "Really?" Suki cried out sarcastically, cringing as her stomach churned again. "It was not the time for this, damn it. You have no right, let us go. You're trespassing into our lands, barging into a building that's been abandoned for months." Katara bellowed. "We have every damn right to defend our pole from you lot, like it or not." "We're not here to." Suki started, but she stopped short when she felt dizzy again. Katara flinched when she noticed the girl's instability. What was wrong with her? Why did she look ill, all of a sudden? "Help us." She frowned when she heard the firebender whispering those words. He looked at her with unfocused eyes. "Help us," he exclaimed now, his voice unstable. She's sick. We came here, thinking there would be a physician, but there's nobody, she needs help. Please." Katara's eyes widened. She glanced at her father with uncertainty, as he assessed that Suki didn't seem to be faking her illness. The warriors who had pinned the sickly woman to the wall were standing next to her now, unsure of what to do. "You're joking, right?" said Katara. "She's sick and you came to the South Pole for a cure. That doesn't make any." Her dismissal of his pleads ended when Suki bent over and vomited. All the warriors looked at her in astonishment, but soon in disgust also. Well, that was not something that could be faked easily, was it? Katara gritted her teeth. "Damn it," she growled. She knew nothing about these people, but the girl wasn't Fire Nation, at the very least. Punishing her for being associated with this strange, scarred firebender didn't feel right. "We should take them to the village," said Hakata, sighing. "My mother might be able to help her. And we should question this guy in the meantime. Figure out why he's really here," said Hawka, looking at the tribe chief. Katara sighed and nodded. "Fine. Let's do that," she whispered. "Help her move. We're going to the village." "And no, you don't have to take us there," said Suki, "just leave us be, let us go. Your ship's not functional anymore, sorry to say. And you're not going anywhere until we decide you two are harmless. So, for the time being, you're stuck here, whether you like it or not," Katara stated. "You might as well stick around so you can make sure we won't hurt your, well, whatever he is to you. Let's go." "But, Suki," Zuko gasped, as two of the warriors pulled him up. "Please, just, let them help you. Please." "But they can't help," she whispered softly. The men standing by her coaxed her to move too, albeit they were far kinder than the ones who'd grabbed Zuko. "Someone's going to have to clean this up later," said one of the warriors, grimacing. Another one snorted. "Don't look at me." It seemed strange to Suki that they'd speak so casually when the situation had been so terribly tense instants ago, especially when they'd just taken two strangers as captives. Was it all Water Tribe men had the same social awareness Sokka did? She frowned and allowed them to lead her away, suspecting they might hurt Zuko again if she resisted more. She had to keep calm before she could come up with plans to escape. Zuko shivered as they walked out of the enclosure, the wind buffeting his wet face and limbs, making him feel fainter still. Katara huffed but drained the water that still clung onto him, preventing him from freezing, albeit he'd still be rather cold. She expected a little gratefulness, at least, but the firebender said nothing. She rolled her eyes. Where are we going?" Zuko asked, gritting his teeth. "Didn't you hear? We're on our way to our village," said Katon, pushing him. Zuko cringed. "How far is it?" he asked. "Far enough." "It'll take a while," said Katon. "Unless you want to run there and make it faster for us, but I don't think you're up for that, are you?" "I just want her. I want her to be okay." "Do you have healers?" he asked. Katon bit his lip. Something like that." "What's with her, though? Why's she?" he asked, turning to look at the auburn-haired girl. But he stopped on his tracks when he noticed the warriors leading her had stopped as she bent over yet again. "Suki!" Zuko exclaimed, his eyes widening. Katara stopped and looked back, spotting the girl hunched over, barely supported by the two warriors that flanked her. Suki breathed heavily, black spots swimming before her eyes. This wasn't good. She really was in no fit state to come up with an escape plan as she was. She was losing consciousness too, she realized, and the world was suddenly turning around, despite she was trying to control her body. But she couldn't keep herself in check. "Dad!" Katara gasped, and the word seemed completely foreign to Suki, for whom reality itself seemed utterly impossible to grasp right now. "I'll carry her," Hakata said. He had picked Suki up with difficulty, holding her across his arms. "Let's keep moving, whatever she's suffering from looks pretty bad. We have to hurry." Zuko would have been angry to see the man lifting Suki so carelessly, but he was too grateful to hear any of these Water Tribe people being reasonable to consider protesting. He nodded and carried on, following the fearsome waterbender, with two warriors at his sides, and behind them walked the rest of the men, including the tribe's chief, carrying Suki. Zuko was as good as moving by inertia, his feet responding to impulses he wasn't conscious of. He was freezing, he was tired, he was miserable, and he was worried sick about Suki. It wasn't until they were approaching a large ice wall that he realized he'd been brought to the Water Tribe's village indeed, and that he wasn't here in quality of a visitor, he was their prisoner, despite he had meant them no harm whatsoever. He clenched his teeth and kept walking, thinking he had to get out of this mess somehow, although he was out of plans as he was. Him and Suki had to go to Kyoshi Island, as they had intended to, as he had promised her. "Where are you taking her? Where are you?" he asked, as the man carrying Suki sped past the rest of them, his feet steady and firm. "She needs care, doesn't she?" was his reply, and Zuko was left to gaze at his broad back with nothing more but hopelessness in his eyes. The villagers were stepping out of their tents and igloos, for they had noticed something strange was happening. Zuko couldn't remain impervious to their stares of unease, let alone those of disgust and the ones of outrage, too. No, he had never expected the Water Tribe to greet him kindly, but he didn't think they'd hate him so much when he was already captured, helpless and weakened. They didn't even know who he was. The thought made him frown again. If they treated him like this already, they were going to execute him or freeze him alive if they discovered he was the Fire Lord's son. The village wasn't too large, Zuko realized. There couldn't be over 100 people living here. Was this all that was left of the Water Tribe, or was this only a small village amongst many? He wasn't sure, and he dreaded the answer to that question. He was tossed on the snow right in front of a large pile of charred wood. It took him a moment to realize it was a fireplace, at the very center of the village. He cringed as his captors dragged him towards a large pole, to which he was bound with the same fabric they had tied his hands with previously. He lifted his head, finding most the warriors were busy appeasing the onlookers, except for the waterbender. She glared at him, her arms folded as she watched him quietly. He couldn't quite understand why she hadn't fetched the pitchforks and torches just yet. She only tore her glare off Zuko when the tribe's chief reappeared. She glanced at him and he nodded. Your grandmother is looking after her now. There's 4 of our men in there too, just in case she suddenly feels better and decides to numb my mother's limbs too, he muttered. Katara nodded. She's dangerous, she said. Hakuda looked at Zuko. So is he. If you hadn't showed up when you did, who knows what he might have done. I wouldn't have killed you, Zuko said, glaring at them too. I'm not a murderer. A lot of people aren't until they're threatened, sure. But then again, you're Fire Nation, Katara reasoned. And Fire Nation people seem to relish in murder, from what we've seen. Not all Fire Nation people, said Zuko. Katara snorted and shook her head. A weak defense if I've heard one, said Hakuda. It doesn't erase the crimes of your own. Nor does it make me their perpetrator. He exclaimed. I didn't come here because I wanted to, okay. Suki and I, we were heading for Kyoshi Island. She got sick, the tides took hold of our ship, the next thing I knew I couldn't change direction and we had no choice but to let the water bring us here. We were planning on stopping at the settlement to get a medic to look at her, but when we got there was nobody inside. What a surprise for you, only, I don't know how you were surprised at all, said Katara, frowning. The Fire Lord himself wanted the settlement vacated. Unless the Fire Lord's decisions aren't disclosed to his people, I have no idea why you wouldn't know this. Zuko frowned. He certainly would have heard about that, if it had been made public information. Surely Sokka would have rejoiced to hear his tribe would be rid from the invaders, and Zuko would have noticed the change in his demeanor, right? It wasn't made public. If the Fire Lord decided this, he told nobody. Said Zuko, through gritted teeth. When did this happen? How long has it been empty? I don't know, a few months, but does that even matter? Katara asked, raising her eyebrows. Besides, you're not here to ask us questions, we're the ones who'll do that. And now we ask why you were headed to Kyoshi Island, said Hakuda, his arms folded. Katara glanced at him inquisitively and Hakuda shrugged. They needed to make sure this man's story held up before believing any of it, didn't they? Because that's where Suki is from, said Zuko, glaring at Hakuda defiantly. I was taking her home. Home? Said Katara. Both her and Hakuda drew the same conclusion quickly. She was your slave? No, not mine. Zuko said, grimacing. Oh, dear, this would be impossible to explain to these people. No, it's not as bad as you think. She's not a slave anymore anyways, that's why I wanted her to go home. If she's not yours then you stole her from some Fire Nation nobleman. Katara asked. Hakuda snorted. Then maybe he's not such a bad guy after all, he said. Katara looked at him skeptically, but his words gave Zuko just a dash of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this would pay off if he was honest with this man. I'm not sure what would make him worse, to be a slaver or a thief, said Katara, rolling her eyes. How do we know that's true? How do we know you're not some soldier who came to the settlement again to do what? To die there with a sickly girl? Zuko asked, skeptically. That place looked empty, with no food or anything useful to speak of, and you expect me to want to go there willingly, knowingly? Why would I do that? I don't know. But maybe. Said Katara, gritting her teeth. How to imply that he was here to kill Aang, without expressly telling him that the Avatar was alive and amid their tribe? Look, I know this sounds ridiculous to you, but I'm not some Fire Nation monster like you think I am, he said, almost begging at Hakuda with his eyes by now. I only came here by mistake. You have to let us go, or at least help Suki, if you won't do anything else. She's felt awful for days and it seems odd for you to be so concerned about her, to the point where you'd even travel so far to take her to her island, said Hakuda, frowning. Who is she exactly? And who are you? Zuko swallowed hard. He wasn't sure he should disclose his identity. He didn't want to, rather. The idea of letting this man know he was the Fire Lord's son terrified him. Naturally, his silence convinced both Katara and Hekata to second-guess him again. The waterbender frowned. He's not talking. Bad sign, isn't it? She said. Hekata grunted in agreement. Zuko cringed. It's not important who I am or who she is, he exclaimed. We just want to go to Kyoshi Island. As soon as that's over with. As soon as that's over with, you might have a chance to sell information about our tribe to your people. That's why we're not so sure we can trust you, boy, said Hekata, raising an eyebrow. His eyes studied the young man intently, from his bushy dark hair to his piercing golden eyes, and especially the scar on the left side of his face, encompassing his left ear, too. The more he looked at that hideous wound, the more Hekata felt like he knew something about this man's identity. He had the feeling he wasn't as much of a common, innocent man as he wanted to claim he was. I'm pretty sure we can't trust him, Dad, said Katara, frowning. He doesn't even dare tell us his name. Imagine what kind of dangerous fugitive he'd be that he wouldn't even. I'm Zuko, all right, he exclaimed, exasperated. What were the odds that these people would know the names of the Fire Lord's children anyways? Happy now? Hekata frowned, although Katara only sighed. The name meant nothing to her. Well, that wasn't so hard, was it? She said. So, now that's out of the way, where did you come from, and why were you on your way to Kyoshi Island with someone's slave? Suki and I, we're involved, he said, lowering his gaze. Katara raised her eyebrows. You two are what, now? Yes, we're together. I love her, she loves me. Zuko bellowed. Can't believe someone would love a guy with a scarred face. And no, that's... said Katara, looking at him with unease before frowning. What I can't believe is that someone from Kyoshi Island would fall in love with someone from the Fire Nation. It's not just anyone from the Fire Nation, Hekata said, realization dawning in his eyes. The chief's words were enough for Zuko's stomach to sink, badly. Oh, curse everything. It looked like this one had heard his name, after all. What do you mean, Dad? Said Katara, surprised. I've heard of you, said Hekata, lifting a hand and pointing his index finger at Zuko's scar. When I was at sea, in the middle of the war, rumors reached me. A boy who had been banished and burned by his father. Zuko gritted his teeth and lowered his gaze. He could have tried to deny it, but what good would it do? Maybe the tribal chief didn't know the whole story. Why did you hear of something like that? Katara asked, confused. She hardly thought that family conflicts would be relevant information in the middle of a war. Because his father is the Fire Lord, Hekata finished, frowning so heavily his eyes were shadowed by his brow. Zuko closed his eyes and allowed himself one more thought of Suki before everything came crashing around him. At any moment now the waterbender would behead him, and if she didn't do it, the nearby warriors would slay him with their spears or their knives. But the attack didn't come after at least 30 seconds. Zuko frowned. What were they waiting for? Why had everyone fallen quiet? Unsurprisingly, the waterbender was the first one to speak. Her voice trembled with poorly contained rage when she did. Are you sure of that? She asked her father. Is he really? Hekata clenched his fists. His name is Zuko. It rang a bell, and with that scar, he has to be Prince Zuko, said Hekata. Katara's eyes widened with rage. Is it true? She exclaimed, glaring at Zuko. He flinched under her threatening leer. Tell me now. Are you the Fire Nation's prince or not? I'm not anymore. Zuko replied. Katara's face contorted with a mix of confusion and contempt. You're not anymore? What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means my father wants nothing more to do with me. Zuko exclaimed. He hates me, thinks I'm a shameful failure and wanted me gone. So, I left, and I wanted to make a new life for myself elsewhere, but things didn't go the way I planned. So yeah, that's who I am, the Fire Lord's banished son. Happy now? Katara seemed about to kill him indeed. Her blue eyes were glacial, far angrier than Sokka's had been that one time. Zuko shivered and swallowed hard, shrinking under her rage. The Fire Lord's son. Dad, this bastard here is. Katara exclaimed, pointing at him. Zuko flinched, bracing himself in case she bent anything at him, whether intentionally or not. I know, Katara, I know. Keep calm. Getting emotional is not going to help us, said Hekata, frowning and taking a step forward, a hand stretched in front of Katara to keep her from attacking the prince. Don't lose your center, Katara. We're not going to let this get to us. How can you say that? Katara shouted. His damn family is the reason we're suffering so much. He's not some common guy, he's the prince. He's. I know. And instead of plotting to kill him, we can use him, said Hekata, his eyes glacial too as he looked at Katara sternly. This boy here is the Fire Lord's son indeed. And now, he's our prisoner. And no. You don't have anything to gain from keeping me here. Zuko bellowed, but Katara's rage was suddenly appeased by hearing her father's words. You're saying we should trade him for? She said. Hekata breathed deeply. It's a thought. The Fire Lord would do it, surely, if it means he'll get his son back, right? What the hell are you talking about? My father wants nothing to do with me, what part of that didn't you hear? Zuko shouted. Katara glared at him. If you're a failure in his eyes, he'll love to lock you up somewhere instead of letting you roam the seas. He'd likely want you back, despite what you say, she growled. You'll make a pretty good bargaining chip, Prince Zuko. Bargaining for what? Zuko exclaimed. What the hell do you want, to end the war? He's not going to do it over me, he'd likely just tell you to kill me yourselves and spare him the bother. He's got to be bluffing, right? Said Hokka, from behind them. Hekata frowned. Maybe. Or not. He said, looking at Zuko again. He was banished, and that burn. I heard his own father gave it to him. Is this really what happened? It is. But it's not your damn business, Zuko snarled. I don't care if you believe me or not, send word to him if you want, then. When you get no answer because he doesn't give a damn about me altogether, you'll see just how good it'll do you to keep me here. We're not going to ask him to end the war, Katara said, her heart lurching with unease as she tried to digest what her father had suggested. Her brother could be brought back, if Zuko was indeed bluffing, as he probably was, then Sokka might come home. But your father will likely agree to trade you for someone else he's keeping captive. Someone who belongs with us. What? Said Zuko, frowning. What are you? Someone who was dragged away from our home, from what we know. Katara shouted, breathing heavily. Taken by your sister, I suppose? That damn bitch. Zuko would have retorted at that. Hearing someone insulting his sister like that wasn't exactly fun, but as Katara spoke he came to realize what he hadn't just yet. He knew a few things about Sokka's past, including how he had been taken away from his home, but he didn't know enough about his life before that event. Still, he remembered hearing him say he had a sister too. Could it be? You want Sokka, he blurted out, unthinking. The entire village fell silent as he spoke those words. Katara's eyes widened, her anger frozen in her face. Hekata as well was wide-eyed, speechless. Nobody had uttered Sokka's name with such ease in a very long time around these parts, with the force someone would put into speaking the name of a living, breathing person. There was no hesitation, no doubt in his golden eyes. The firebender knew who they were talking about, he had met Hekata's son. What do you? Why you know Sokka? Hekata asked, stepping forward. Zuko nodded slowly. Yeah, I met him. I've sparred with him. Trained with him, he said. Katara's hands flew to her mouth, tears blinking on the corners of her eyes. Then, he really is alive? Hekata asked, dropping to his knees in front of a now surprised Zuko. Is he? He's still. He's very much alive, at least he was when I last saw him a few months ago, said Zuko, swallowing hard. And I don't think there's much risk of him dying anytime soon, so. Sokka, oh spirits, Sokka! Katara cried out hysterically, tears spilling down her cheeks as she laughed and wept at once. She couldn't believe it. That Zuko would have known his name without hearing it, that he would realize it was him they spoke of, it meant that Kino's information was real. He was alive. And if that was the case, and if this prince knew him personally, then it also meant Sokka was, most likely, the princess's gladiator. The realization made her laughter fade away instantly. No, heavens no. The very woman who had dragged him away from home, that unforgivable princess. How do you know him? She asked. Zuko looked at her with unease, surprised by all the volatile, shifting emotions she had seemingly underwent in a matter of instants. Tell me. How did you meet him? Why did you train with him? Because he's my sister's fighter. Zuko exclaimed, inching away from her with difficulty, tied up as he was. Please, calm down. Katara's joy fell with those words. She had soared for an instant, only to be shut down with a blow stronger than a hammer's right afterwards. She couldn't believe it, Sokka was alive, but suffering at the hands of his captor. Why had this happened to him? Your sister's fighter? Hakata asked, his voice grave. Zuko nodded. Her gladiator. It's a weird system for entertainment that the Fire Nation has developed, Zuko explained. I actually hated it, only started to pay attention to it when Suki was fighting as a gladiator too. She had to stop, for a time, but... Never mind your story with that gladiator nonsense, what about Sokka? Katara exclaimed, looking at him with wide eyes. He has to fight to the death in some stupid entertainment show for your sick sister's pleasure. That's not exactly how it is, said Zuko, grimacing. It's not to the death, though it's true they can be at risk of death. But, look, I don't really know why she's doing it. All I know is that Sokka and her are, well, as good as partners when it comes to this, I guess. They're what? Katara exclaimed, indignant. Zuko gritted his teeth. Look, I'm only telling you what I know, and I don't know too much. He exclaimed. She needed him as her fighter because, well, I don't know why. And he agreed to do it because he has some sort of deal with her, and he wanted something from her too. Wait, I think the deal is for him to come home after he's done whatever she wants him to achieve. That's what he told me once, at least. He's trying to come back? Katara asked, and once again her storm seemed to be soothed, whether temporarily or not. Hakata as well was stunned cold, his mouth open. My sister isn't easy to deal with, and she's not someone who's willing to cooperate with others easily, said Zuko. But Sokka seems to have struck a deal that will keep them on even footing, so yeah, it's not as bad as it might sound to you. Heck, it's not really that bad for him at all, if you ask me. What's that supposed to mean? Katara asked. He lives like a nobleman, pretty much, said Zuko, shrugging. My sister pays for all his living expenses, he has his own house, he's been trained by the very best swordsmen in our nation and he's strong enough to beat seriously skilled firebenders without losing limbs in the process, so yeah, he's doing fine. He's making the most of his situation, and he's planning on returning here by his own power one day. So, I say you let him do that instead of making fools of yourselves by trying to trade me for him. Fact is, my father wouldn't trade me for Sokka. He seems to like him better than he likes me, even. What did you just? Katara hissed, disgusted. Zuko sighed. Yeah, I know it sounds awful to you, but yeah, Sokka has gotten to my father in some weird way too, he said. I know that he helped in saving the Fire Nation from rebels once, somehow. And he was thanked for his services and credited for his deeds, so maybe that's why my father took a liking to him. Sorry if it horrifies you, but that's just how it is. He saved the Fire Nation from... Katara started, but she frowned. Wait. Maybe he's doing this deliberately. He's trying to get to their good side and then he'll destroy them from the inside. That has to be what he's doing. Awfully clever and wise on his part, said Hakata, frowning too. For the boy he used to be, who would run into battle head first. He's been hardened by what he's been through, I'm sure. But he's a smart man, Katara said. He could have planned this. Said Zuko. Katara glared at him. What? You think that's not what this is? I don't know, is all. If he's planned it, he's one hell of an actor because that's never what I gathered from his actions. Just saying, said Zuko, looking at them with uncertainty. I don't know what he wants, or how, but he probably does want the war to end. Still, maybe I just don't give him enough credit. It might be he's smart enough to fool us all. That's got to be it, Dad. That's got to be it, said Katara, looking at Hekata desperately. Her father stared at Zuko, his brow drawn. It might be. It might, he whispered. But I'm not sure yet. I need to hear more. Zuko. I'll tell you everything you want to know, but please, how is she? He asked. Can you please check on her? Please. Katara breathed out slowly but she shrugged. She walked off towards the igloo as Hekata continued to scrutinize Zuko carefully. The firebender followed Katara with his worried gaze, biding how to play his cards next. Sokka could be, surprisingly, his one ticket to keeping his life and his physical integrity. He never thought the day would come when he'd rely on his sister's gladiator to save him, but such a day had come indeed. You say he was taught to fight by some swordsman? Hekata asked. Zuko nodded. I was taught by him too, in my childhood. His name is Piandao. I've heard of him, said Hekata, frowning. He was something of a legendary Fire Nation captain, daunting enough to be renowned even after his retirement. Sokka trained with him and uses this crazy black sword to fight, said Zuko. Along with a boomerang, a club, a knife, he makes bombs, too. And he used my sister's sword once as well, she lent it to him. She what? Said Hekata, raising his eyebrows. Zuko froze, that revelation might have been a mistake. She would lend him her belongings? Really? I think it was a one-time thing, said Zuko, looking at Hekata insecurely. The tribe chief looked at him harshly before huffing and shaking his head. But then, a boomerang, and his club. He said, and a small smile danced at the corner of his lips. And a very bad sense of humor, Zuko added. To his mild relief, Hekata chuckled. It's my son. It's. He said, a hand on his forehead as he smiled, tears in his eyes. Zuko sighed. I hope this much information means you won't want my head on a stick anymore, or will you? Said Zuko, looking at Hekata questioningly. Hekata wiped the tears with the back of his hand and eyed Zuko insecurely. You expect that this will be enough to appease our concerns? I actually don't understand your concerns to begin with, said Zuko, earnestly. You guys were afraid we were here to do what, exactly? A banished prince and an ill woman, what threat do we pose to? Hekata? What's? The new voice came from a young man that was approaching from Zuko's right, dressed in blue garb and with a mat of black hair growing wildly on the top of his head. His onyx eyes startled Zuko, along with the paleness of his skin. Amid so many dark-skinned and blue-eyed tribespeople, this man stood out as a koala sheep would in a herd of wolf dogs. The same could be said about the man that accompanied him, Zuko realized. He was just as pale as the first one, with dark hair as well, but his eyes were brown instead. And his clothes, albeit blue like everyone else's, also had a few hints of red here and there. Aang. You're back, said Hekata, his eyes widening as he stood up again. He had hoped they would have finished dealing with Zuko before these two returned. Who's that? Aang asked, his eyes widening as he looked at the man sitting on the snow, tied to the pole. We had a bit of a situation, Hekata said. Zuko looked at Aang from the corner of his eye, taking notice of a shade of blue on his forehead, hiding under his bangs. The more he looked at that man, the more out of place he seemed. Aang was, in no way, a water tribe name. Who is he? Kino asked now, approaching Hekata as he studied the stranger in surprise. His clothes, his appearance, he was Fire Nation, that was evident. But Kino didn't expect that a full view of this newcomer's face would be enough to reveal who he was. Everyone in the Fire Nation had heard of Prince Zuko's scar, even if they had never seen it before. Kino hadn't seen it himself, but he was quick to realize he was facing royalty. "Oh!" he gasped, his gloved hands flying to his mouth. "Oh, no. Oh, no, you can't tie him up. He's the prince." "The prince?" Aang exclaimed. Kino nodded and Aang smiled awkwardly. "You mean, the Fire Nation prince?" "Come on, Kino, that can't be dash." "It's him all right," said Hakata. Aang fell silent, his eyes widening again. "He's what?" "The Fire Nation prince," he repeated, gazing upon the damaged tissue on the man's face. Aang could only cringe as he wondered how he'd sustained such a dreadful wound. "We caught him and a girl in the settlement," Hakata explained. "It happened barely a few minutes after you two took off." "That's awful timing, huh?" "But, why was he there?" said Aang. Hakata shook his head. "It seems he came south by mistake, he wasn't headed here. At least that's what he claims." "Then you shouldn't have tied him up like that," Aang said, frowning. Hakata looked at him in confusion. "What? Aang, this man here is..." he started, but he held back from finishing the sentence. Zuko didn't realize why he was a threat, and he was better off not explaining why in front of the man himself. "He's a Fire Nation man, he must be freezing," said Aang, grimacing and stepping towards him. "Aang!" Hakata exclaimed, as Aang knelt behind Zuko and released him from the pole. "Don't let him go, damn it!" "Geez, calm down," said Aang. To everyone's surprise, Zuko remained docile as Aang tied his hands behind his back again, now without the pole in the way. "I'm not about to go anywhere, nor will I hurt you guys," said Zuko, earnestly. "Not while you have Suki in your custody, anyways." "Can I go see her?" "I don't know," said Hakata, gritting his teeth as Aang helped Zuko up. This was like a scene straight out of his nightmares, the Avatar, generously helping the man who might be his destruction eventually. It certainly seemed Zuko didn't understand who Aang was, but this display of kindness, and this much concern from Aang, might just set off all sorts of red flags for him. Was Aang a fool, or was he just too kind-hearted for his own good? "He's freezing. We need to get him inside," said Aang, looking at Hakata defiantly. "He may be Fire Nation, but he deserves to be treated kindly. Just like Kino was." "Aang, do you realize the risk?" Hakata asked, his patience decreasing as he glared at the Avatar. Aang nodded. "I do, but the risk isn't worth mistreating someone else like this." "Not if he's not here to harm us," he stated firmly, leading Zuko towards the chief's igloo, with Kino treading behind them. Hakata huffed and followed them, his brow drawn heavily. How would Aang know if Zuko was here to harm them or not? Hakata himself was leaning towards thinking he wasn't, it was true, but he couldn't be sure of it. Not yet anyways. And there was no telling how bad things could get if Zuko realized Aang was the Avatar. Zuko was surprised by how much warmer the igloo was, but not more than he was surprised by the new arrival's kindness. He stared at him in confusion as he helped him take a seat before the weak fire. Yet his attention was drawn away from the young man when he realized Suki was nowhere in sight. "Where is?" he started. In another room, Hakata finished curtly, as a starstruck Kino dropped by the prince's side, his eyes wide. "Why did you come here, Prince Zuko? Of all places you could be," he said, his hands trembling as he made to touch him, but he recoiled again whenever he got too close. Zuko frowned. "And why are you here, whoever you are?" he asked. "You're Fire Nation, aren't you? The two of you, maybe." Aang gulped and nodded. Kino grimaced. "We were soldiers from the settlement who learned to get along with the people here," Aang explained. "When the settlement was emptied, we decided to stay behind." "Why was it emptied at all?" Zuko asked. Kino shrugged. "Fire Lord's orders. We never got a bigger explanation than that, but," he said, staring at Zuko again. "But how did you end up here, Prince Zuko?" "The tides made a mess of his trip, if what he's saying is true," said Hakata, stepping forward and looking at Zuko. "But you can hear explanations about who he is or what he's doing here later. There's more he needs to tell us now." "Like what?" said Zuko, raising an eyebrow. I already told you everything I could think of. You know I was talking about Sokka. You knew since the start, didn't you? I couldn't have known his name if I hadn't met him. Aang's eyes widened, and he shared a look with Kino. So, everything Kino had dug up was true. Sokka was alive, and quite possibly, working with the prince's own sister. That's not what's bothering me. What does bother me is that you seemed to doubt that he'd be doing what he's doing because he has a clever plan up his sleeve, said Hakata. Zuko stiffened. You said he'd have to be one hell of an actor to play the Fire Nation as Katara thought he was, and I know my son well enough to know he's not one. At least, he didn't used to be. So, tell me, why do you doubt that he's plotting to take the Fire Nation down from within? Zuko swallowed hard. He didn't want to answer that question. He was sure Hakata didn't want him to answer it. But honesty might be his only way out of this particular problem, and he was better off telling the chief everything he could about his son. It's because of their relationship. Him and my sisters, he whispered. Hakata tensed up. I don't really understand it, but they seem to have moved past their conflict about how she took your son away from home. At least, on the surface, it looks like they did. Now, I don't want to claim anything without any basis, but Sokka did worry about Angela when she was sick once. I remember stopping by to see her and he was visiting her, too. He actually hugged her in public once. Suki can confirm that. My sister shoved him off, but he seemed pretty happy regardless. And well, me and my sister, we never got along too well, so there was this one time when I said some thoughtless things about her and he punched me in the jaw for it. Took a few weeks to heal. Hakata, unsurprisingly, seemed anything but happy with Zuko's revelations. The prince swallowed hard. I am not saying he's in love with her or anything. I wasn't thinking he was. Why did you clarify that? Hakata said, his confusion turning into sheer horror at Zuko's suggestion. The prince blushed. Just because, well, a friend of my sister's kept rambling about that, saying they were in love, but I'm sure she was just talking nonsense. It couldn't be true, said Zuko, looking at Hakata worriedly. Hakata frowned. Because my son wouldn't lose sight of reality to that point, or would he? Hakata asked. Zuko grimaced. I guess I thought he wouldn't fall for her because she's not someone that easy to love, and with how they started off, I wouldn't expect them to reach the exact opposite spectrum of a relationship in what, 3 years? It's not reasonable. But you say he hugged your sister. And it bothered her, said Hakata. Zuko shrugged. Nobody is stupid enough to hug my sister like that but him. Seriously, nobody would do that, ever, said Zuko. But I think maybe that's why he did it? To irritate her. And yet you bring it up as something that makes you think my son is awfully attached to his slaver, said Hakata, raising his eyebrows. It was odd. It's odd behavior for a slave, but Sokka has never been a normal slave, Zuko said. Until the last I saw of him, he acted more like an associate of my sister's rather than a slave. They kind of went at things evenly, I think. At least as evenly as can be with a slave and a princess. Hakata frowned as he weighed Zuko with judgmental eyes. Zuko dry swallowed, his hands twitching underneath the fabric they had been tied with. Something told him that his honesty wouldn't go as rewarded as he had hoped at first. You say your girl knows them too? He asked. Your sister and my son. Yeah, said Zuko. Hakata nodded. Then I'll be questioning her about this too before you can see her. And if anything doesn't add up, you won't be shown any more kindness. Aang, Kino, if either of you tries anything stupid like releasing him while I'm gone, I'll have Katara throw both of you into the freezing sea right after him. Am I clear? No need for that, said Aang, grimacing. Kino nodded. We'll behave, he said, softly. Zuko frowned as Hakata entered another room inside the igloo. Somehow, the man had remained surprisingly level-headed, even after hearing confirmation that his son was alive and seeking a way back home. Was he just so broken after so many years of war that he refused to believe Zuko that easily? Though the part that seemed to disturb Hakata was the idea of his son being close to his captor. Zuko couldn't blame him entirely for his reticence, but he still found the chief's behavior confusing. And what bothered him the most was being kept away from Suki, regardless of everything he had just told them. "Sorry that they're so harsh," said Aang, looking at Zuko apologetically. "They can be a little unreasonable with new people. Yeah, they weren't happy about me when I first came to stay with them, but I proved myself," said Kino, beaming enthusiastically. Zuko raised an eyebrow. "Well, I'm not here to stay, unlike you," he said, studying Kino with his gaze. The man certainly looked to be Fire Nation, and his revering attitude suited a soldier's, but the other one had forced the tribe chief to treat him more kindly. The other one had a name that didn't sound Fire Nation at all. "Why did you choose to stay?" Just to keep an eye on the tribe," said Kino, smiling. "That doesn't make sense. If you wanted to keep an eye on the tribe you could have stayed in the settlement instead of moving here," Zuko replied. Kino froze. "You didn't have to come here, don their clothes and basically join their tribe. Not if you didn't want to. Well, we're just different, I guess. We liked it here," said Kino. Zuko huffed. "Can't say I share the sentiment," he grumbled. "I know they're ruthless right now, but things will work out in the end. If you want to leave, we'll make sure you can, and safely," said Aang. "I'll see to it." "You?" said Zuko, raising his eyebrow. "And how would you be able to do that?" They listen to me," said Aang, gulping. "So I noticed," said Zuko. "But I don't understand why. If you're Fire Nation, which you don't seem to be, with that name, why would they hold your opinion as important at all?" "Don't look too much into it, Aang is just smart like that," said Kino, laughing awkwardly. "He's a clever man, knows better than everyone else out here, and the tribe's people know it." "That still makes no sense, though," said Zuko, eyeing Aang with unease. "Are you two captives too? Are you the reason why the settlement was emptied?" "And not exactly, and no," said Aang. Zuko didn't believe him. "Really, don't worry about it," said Kino, grimacing as he looked at the prince. "Aang is harmless, I am harmless, and the rest of these people will be harmless too so long as you don't annoy them too much. You'll be on your way home soon." "I don't think I will be," said Zuko, glaring at Aang. Aang swallowed hard. The prince he'd vouched for no longer appeared so helpless, he felt dangerous, instead. Katon and Uro were astonished by Suki's answers to Heikeda's questions. She had been given a strange broth to drink, and the waterbender had touched her belly, her hands coated with water, in some odd attempt to find out what she was sick with. But before Katara or Kunna could confirm or deny their suspicions, Heikeda had entered the room. And as Suki spoke, he frowned more deeply, while the others were stunned cold. "That's got to be a lie," Katara said, shaking her head. "My brother wouldn't have learned to get along with the same woman who dragged him away from here. That's so ridiculous it's not even funny." "It's the same thing the other one said, and they had no chance to settle on what misinformation to give us, did they? If they're both saying this," muttered Heikeda. Katara shook her head again. "Ridiculous. You can't possibly think." "Well, we have Kino here," said Uro, surprising them. "I mean, he's amongst us, and we've welcomed him. He was Fire Nation, or well, still is. And we're fine with him. Maybe Sokka has gone through something similar." "That would make sense if only it weren't Sokka we're talking about," said Katara, snarling. "I'm only telling you what little I know about him," said Suki. "Sokka, he's always been a strange, one-of-a-kind man, ever since I first met him. But he's become a strong man, and a good man too. Why would it be so bad if he's learned to live around the princess? She's not that bad herself, okay? Maybe it's because of Sokka's influence, I don't know because I only met her a few months ago, but I went through something awful and she was the one who saved me. So, even if I didn't know her too well, I always felt that she wasn't half as bad as everyone thinks. Just like your boyfriend out there isn't half as bad as everyone thinks?" Katara asked, raising her eyebrows. Suki frowned and nodded. "Zuko has been through a lot," she said. "He had to spend 10 years at sea because his father banished him for some minor transgression, all right? He lost his mother when he was young, too, lost his birthright because his father has passed him over, he's lost too much. All he and I wanted was to get away from all the awful memories, to find peace elsewhere. And that was why we were traveling to Kyoshi Island. So, if you want to take revenge for what his sister did by taking Sokka away from you, you'll have to go through me first. He's a good man, whether you want to believe it or not. Yeah. And that's precisely what I fear Sokka would say if he were here, Hakuda said, looking at Katara, who stiffened at his words. He wouldn't. We don't know anything about these new royals, said Hakuda. Only that the princess took Sokka captive, which, as you might recall, was what he had planned on doing to her and everyone in that meeting in the first place. We're at war, we tend to do awful things to one another. But you really think Sokka? Said Katara, her eyes wide. Are we really supposed to believe all this? That he's ended up becoming like her now? With that, Katara pointed at Suki. The violet-eyed woman regarded her with irritation. What was so wrong with Sokka being similar to her? What was the problem if he was a good influence on Azula, just like she was on Zuko? Well, he can't be completely like this girl, for sure, said Kunna, intervening for the first time. It would be impossible, physically. Well, aside from the obvious difference between him being a man and her a woman. Said Katon, shrugging, but Kunna shook her head. That obvious difference is why this girl is pregnant. So, I'm certain Sokka can't be quite the same as she is, regardless of how he feels about the Fire Nation nowadays. Suki's breath escaped her after the old woman spoke. It was true. She really was pregnant. She grimaced and dropped her head in her hand, mixed feelings crashing through her. So, what Akira and Young had said was a lie, she hadn't been rendered sterile. She was carrying a baby, she was going to become a mother. A certain part of her was still as uncertain about it as she had been a few days ago, when she had started to have her suspicions. But at the same time something else was being born inside her, perhaps a small speck of joy over realizing she was carrying their baby. It was hers and Zuko's. They would have a family, well, so long as they got out of this mess, they would. She hadn't really thought she wanted a family, and the idea was still rather terrifying. But her sense of responsibility was also kicking in, she had to look after her child, no matter what. Are you two married? Hakuda asked, despite he was aware of the answer to his question before asking it. Suki shook her head and he sighed. It's hardly the first time a woman is pregnant out of wedlock, said Suki, scowling somewhat reproachfully at his judgment. It's something that doesn't tend to happen in our tribe, said Katara, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingers. But I really don't see how that's our problem. Whatever she does with that guy is her business and hers alone. What I want to know is what we're going to do about Sokka now. What we'd been planning. We're not going to set anything in motion until we've figured out what to do with these two, said Hakuda. Aang and Kino are back, by the way. They made me drag Zuko in here, and are keeping him under watch in the common room. Kino is trying to do something serious for once. Katara asked, skeptical. So, all three of them are in the igloo. Yeah. I suppose this is the right time for her to give the father-to-be the good news, said Hakuda, shrugging. Katara sighed. I'll help her there, she said. This is really not our business, though. The faster they're gone, the better for all of us, said Hakuda, shaking his head. Katara's froze. You want them gone, altogether? She asked. Hakuda shrugged. It's better than to risk anything we can't afford, he said, looking at her meaningfully. I don't think they're here for what we thought they were. Can we be sure? Katara asked. Hakuda shrugged. It's the prince, not some former soldier from the settlement. He couldn't have heard Kino that night, he whispered. Katara nodded. Heard who say what? Said Suki, raising an eyebrow. Why are you two being so enigmatic? Do you want to go to your island and be happy there with your not-husband? Katara asked. Or would you rather figure out secrets you shouldn't discover? One thing cancels the other. Suki asked. Pretty much. Come on, you need to talk to your prince, right? Said Katara, with irritation. She helped Suki sit up and then she pulled her up to her feet before they left room, with Katara supporting Suki as she walked. Hakata, Kunna, and the two warriors lagged behind, most of them apprehensive but respectful of their leader's decisions. But while this conversation was unfolding in the privacy of one of the igloo's rooms, the three young men in the common room were still holding their own. And despite Aang had supported Zuko and helped him while he'd been tied to the pole outside the igloo, he was starting to wonder if maybe he would have been better off not doing that at all. "Your name is Aang," Zuko repeated. Aang gritted his teeth. "That's not Water Tribe. That's not Fire Nation. Everything about you is screaming something that makes no sense to me. But if you weren't that, then what else would you be?" "Prince, you're just overthinking everything," Kino exclaimed. A glare from Zuko silenced him effectively. "If you have any respect for me, then tell me who he is. Now," he commanded. Kino stared back at him, shivering. No, he couldn't do that. He couldn't betray his friend, not Aang. He was without a doubt the best friend he had ever made, and he knew that Prince Zuko's punishment, in his banishment, had been to find the Avatar. "I can't," he said. Zuko snarled. "So, you'll disobey your prince's orders?" "Hey, stop treating him that way," Aang said, angrily. Zuko scoffed. "Again, why do you think you can get away with commanding others around?" he asked. "Why are you so very important, huh? A real Fire Nation soldier would act like him, but you didn't even react when you saw my burn other than with disgust. He knew who I was immediately, you didn't. You're no Fire Nation soldier. And you know what? You're not Earth Kingdom either, before you try to sell me that story. No, not with that name or those eyes. You're—" "Stop it," said Aang, grimacing. "Stop asking questions. Just calm down, I'll get Hakata to send you away as you want it, and you can forget this ever happened." "No, I won't," said Zuko, his eyes gleaming. You're an air nomad. You have to be. Even if it doesn't make any sense, you are one. I've studied everything I could on air nomads for years, learned all I could about their culture, you're one of them. Your forehead. That blue mark on your forehead. You're even an airbending master." Aang started, as Zuko's jaw dropped. What was this airbender doing here? No wonder he was treated with such importance, if he was possibly the last airbender alive. Surely, they kept him around in hopes he'd teach the next Avatar the airbending art, which might be lost without him. But all things considered, an airbending master probably wouldn't be able to be tattooed in the tradition of air nomads down here. It didn't seem like this village had the items to do that, poor and crumbling as it was, nor would they be able to provide the full initiation ceremony. But the temples were empty. They were, he had seen them for himself. This man, who was he? Why did it feel like he was a man untethered in time? "You're an airbender," he said, gritting his teeth. "You're the only one left, aren't you? Answer me." Aang didn't obey. Zuko struggled with his bindings, trying to make them come loose, but he failed. Kino didn't help him, instead jumping in front of Aang as if to defend him from the angry prince. "Stop it!" he exclaimed. "Don't try to hurt him. He's done nothing to you." "No, but he's going to do something for me," Zuko bellowed. "You're keeping him here so he teaches the next Avatar, aren't you? Well, good. If the next Avatar is indeed here, and the cycle isn't broken as I thought, that discovery could mean everything." Zuko's eyes widened as the magnitude of the discovery slammed into him like a train tank at full speed. If he found the Avatar now, he could return to the Fire Nation as a hero. It would mean proving his father wrong about him all along, it would mean succeeding where Oze himself had failed. And it would mean regaining his birthright, his honor, everything his father had denied him for over 10 years. It would mean no more uncertainties for him and Suki. He would have a chance to give her a life of luxuries to no end, of relaxation and joy, after all the struggles they'd both had to face. She'd be happy, he would see to it, and he'd provide to her with everything she could have ever wanted. Damn it, I knew it. Zuko flinched when he realized the waterbender was back, though it surprised him to see Suki stood beside her, eyes wide as she took in the two black-haired strangers. Yet Zuko's attention returned to Katara when she conjured a whip of water again, glaring at him menacingly as she held the water at the ready. "I knew he couldn't be trusted, I knew he was here for Aang," she shouted, jumping towards her friends and standing beside Kino, whose eyes widened with horror. Zuko frowned. "You thought I was here for?" he started. Katara snarled. "You know who he is?" she shouted. "You just said it, didn't you?" "I only said that he was an airbender," said Zuko, but Katara's defensiveness, and the confusing situation, came together just as he saw the look of chagrin in both Kino and Aang's faces. Katara as well was shocked, realizing only now that she had made a huge mistake. Had she given out Aang? "Zuko, please listen to me," said Suki, moving towards them uneasily, her hand on her womb. "They'll let us go if you just listen and stop prying into whatever." But Zuko shook his head, inching away from Katara, Kino, and Aang. His gaze was set upon the black-haired young man with the blue tattoo on his forehead, the one who had clenched his fists by now, terror and uncertainty etched in his face. If Katara's protectiveness meant anything. "You're not just an airbender, are you?" he said. You're the Avatar." Time seemed to stand still as Hakata, Uro, and Katan appeared at the threshold, having heard the ruckus of their argument. Zuko's words were enough to render null Hakata's plans for these foreigners. He'd figured it out, curse it all. He had hoped the prince wouldn't find out, but they definitely couldn't proceed as planned if he had. Suki's thoughts of the baby faded briefly to give way to her disbelief. Who was the Avatar? The tall guy who was being protected by the waterbender and the shorter one? Given how guilty and worried he looked, it had to be him. But how? Shouldn't the Avatar be an old man, especially if he was an airbender? Yet, the Avatar. Her wide eyes gained a hint of hope, of glee. She had never thought she'd come to see or meet the Avatar in her lifetime. This was the reincarnation of Kyoshi, no less, he was still alive. Her timeless soul lived on. "The Avatar?" she asked. "Really? Don't you even think about touching him, you hear me?" said Katara, with an angry snarl. Zuko, though, certainly hadn't heard her. It's you. You were here all along, for all this time, and I," he exclaimed, his eyes wide. He should have found him years ago. He should have dragged him to the Fire Nation. He should have made his father acknowledge him. And he's going to stay here for as damn long as he wants, and if you don't like it then I might as well finish you off here and now. Katara roared, but Suki jumped in, holding out a hand to stop her. "Please, calm down," she said, before turning to Zuko. "Zuko, dear, can you listen to Suki? It's him," Zuko exclaimed, looking at her with despair. She flinched when she noticed his eyes were twitching, his hands trembling. "The Avatar, I've been searching for him all my life." "I know that, Zuko, but you had given up, remember?" she said, frowning. "I get that this is a big shock, but I have to say something to tell you. I had given up, but I never should have," Zuko shouted. Suki's eyes widened again. I should have found him. I should have taken him home, and shown my father." He only snapped out of his thoughtless state when she inched away from him, a look of disbelief plain across her face. Zuko swallowed dryly. "Suki, I can't believe you're saying this." "I can't," she said, shaking her head. "Zuko, I thought this was already behind us. I thought you realized this was pointless, that your father had done this to ruin your life." "He had, and if I do what he demanded from me, he will have no choice but to take everything back, Suki," Zuko retorted. "Don't you understand what this could mean for us? We could go back, we could live lives worth living instead of just settling with whatever we can hold on to. You're out of your mind. You're not thinking clearly, Zuko," Suki exclaimed. "You can't expect anything will be better if you take the Avatar back to the Fire Nation. You're willing to sacrifice a man's life for the sake of proving your bastard of a father wrong." Zuko froze at Suki's words. She looked at him as though she didn't know him, as though this wasn't the same man she had been so happy around barely a week prior, the very man who had helped her overcome the worst moments of her life. Zuko could only gaze at her with confusion, just as everyone else in the room did. For the others had been ready to jump in to defend Aang, but the last thing they had expected was for the newcomer, the prince's own companion, to be the most affronted by his words. Was she on their side after all, even though she was with him? Even though she didn't hate the Fire Nation? Suki, Zuko said, looking at her unsurely. I won't stand for it. She yelled, looking at him fiercely. And if you were on your right mind you'd understand why. But you're not, and until you are, I'll keep doing everything I can to knock some sense into you. But don't you see? Zuko exclaimed, desperate. Everything I'd ever wanted. Yes, you'd get everything you wanted, back when you were 13. Suki exclaimed. But do you still want the same things you did when you were a boy? Are you still that same boy, Zuko? I'm not, Suki, but... You know life could be so much easier, so much better, if we have a chance to go back home, he said. And this could change everything, Suki. I could get it all back. I thought we were going home, said Suki, looking at him reproachfully. Zuko's eyes widened. And I also thought you'd know now just what matters to you in life, but I guess I was wrong. So here I was, begging them not to hurt you because you're a good man, and yet you want to take the Avatar to your father. I don't want to do it, don't get me wrong, said Zuko. But what choice do I have? I'm supposed to. You were told to take him to your father, but you do have a choice about whether to do so or not. Suki exclaimed. And you had better make that choice soon, because if you choose to go through with this, you're doing it on your own. We're not going with you. We? Who's we? Zuko asked, looking at Suki in confusion. Her hand moved to her womb, and she gave Zuko a meaningful stare. It took him a moment to catch its understanding, and his jaw dropped again. Why you mean, that's the reason you were sick? He asked, his voice trembling, and soon his whole body did. Suki nodded, tears blinking in the corners of her eyes. I'm not going to stop you if you really care more about a life of luxury, about a throne, about a crown, than you do about me. Than you do about us, she said, closing her eyes. But know that if you try to take the Avatar, I won't be by your side. I won't let you do this to yourself anymore. Your father's task was wrong 10 years ago, and it's wrong now. His rule, he's the reason I've had to fight as a gladiator, why those two bastards took everything they could from me. He's the reason slaves exist. All he wants from the Avatar is his death. And I've suffered enough at the hands of his regime to let you kill the only hope the world has ever had at stopping him. So, by all means, you do have a choice. But keep in mind that I won't take it quietly if you stop being the man I've known you can be, the amazing man you'd become, just to please your wretched father. Zuko was rendered speechless by the full brunt of Suki's impassioned words. How could it be? He was going to be a father? He hadn't imagined something like that could happen for real, at least not until now. He had said countless times Uday should have been his son, but he hadn't really meant it. And he certainly didn't mean he was desperate to be a father when he said that. Still, if he was going to be a father, it should be of Suki's children, he had no doubts about it. Yet she was giving him the opportunity to be a father and ripping it off his fingers in the same breath. He had to choose between doing his father's bidding and her. Between betraying Suki's trust or betraying his father's expectations. Then again, did his father have any expectations still? He was positive he didn't. He had wanted him gone. He had burned Zuko's face, treated him as a disposable inconvenience, and thought he had every right to do so. Suki had asked if he still wanted what he had when he'd been 13, but while he had felt the urge to take the Avatar to his father, he had a very different goal in mind this time around. Back when he had been 13 he had only feared his father, he had wanted to please him and show him he was his faithful son. As he was now, all he wanted to do was throw the Avatar before him to make a statement, he was better than Ozai. He was stronger, smarter, more effective, more efficient. He had triumphed where Ozai had failed. He was better than his father. But was he? How would he prove to be any better than him if he dumped the Avatar at his feet, just as his father wanted him to? just as his grandfather had wanted Oze to do before him? Zuko lowered his gaze, his face contorted by an angry snarl as his desires, his needs, his duties, and his beliefs crashed against one another in a frenzy, making his head, his chest, his every limb hurt. This was too much. How on earth had so many things happened in such a short time span? It seemed like barely a moment ago he had been with Suki at sea, and now he had found the Avatar, was about to become a father, and was being threatened by Sokka's very dangerous water-bending sister. How had things come to this? He started. Everyone watched him carefully, the tension in the common room thick and tangible for everyone. I really wish we had never come here. Suki's unyielding glare softened, Zuko's head was hung now. She gritted her teeth and knelt before him, noticing there were tears in his eyes too. We should have reached Kyoshi Island, he said. And then we could have raised our kid and never known what these people were hiding. We would be happy. We can still be happy, Zuko, said Suki, caressing his cheek. We can if you stop feeling you have an obligation towards that man. You owe him nothing. You've been waiting so long for him to treat you as family, but see? You have a chance to make your own family and forget him for once and for all. Let go of him. Let his influence disappear and be happy, Zuko. He gritted his teeth, and Suki balled her hands into fists. He wasn't going to choose her. He wasn't going to choose. Then, can I be happy? He asked, his voice small. I really don't owe him anything? Do I have any right to be happy? You do. Suki said, impassioned. Of course you do, Zuko, please. You have every right to choose what you want, you're free from him. You can find your own way, without being weighed by who you used to be. And if I do that, you'll be with me? He asked, raising his hopeful eyes to meet hers. If I leave my father behind, if I leave the Avatar alone, I get to be by your side. Yes, she answered, without a second thought, brushing his bangs away from his eyes as he started to cry. Spirits, yes. Forever if you want to be. Suki. He gasped, leaning in and dropping his head on her shoulder. She hugged him tightly and breathed out in relief. He couldn't surround her with his own arms, tied behind his back as they were, but he closed his eyes and buried his face in her neck, his shoulders shaking with every sob. Suki rubbed his back, her hands moving up to his hair as she held him close. The two had seemingly forgotten they weren't alone, but it was hard for the others to make a single sound as they watched the strange pair before them. How had they gone from looking after each other so devotedly, to arguing so harshly, only for them to hold one another so intimately now? Nevertheless, it looked like they didn't mean to do anything harmful anymore, right? The prince had said he would leave the Avatar alone. Katara lowered her arms, the water she had been bending was drawn back into the pouch she carried around her waist. If they made a single dangerous move, she'd have a weapon at the ready to stop them. But if not, what came next? That question was far more terrifying than she expected it to be. She thought she could deal with the Fire Nation prince as an enemy, but could she deal with him as something other than that? Aang swallowed hard and she glanced at him. She reached out a hand to clasp his supportively. The prince had been talked out of his met endeavor, at which he would have failed catastrophically, for Katara would have had his head before letting him anywhere near Aang. But he had discovered the Avatar all the same. He knew who Aang was. The same confusing questions coursed through Aang's mind as well as Katara's. What were they supposed to do about Zuko now? Check the description for the links to the author.